I love that it's like, we don't have access to these channels anymore. You killed them.
I wish we could see analytics to see whether Instagram actually got us viewers.
It does show you.
Who should check?
I don't know. I don't know if it shows you on Twitch. It does on YouTube. Twitch will tell you specific websites.
Yeah, okay.
Oh my god. London just... I can't believe her.
What? London is the city.
No, it's my friend.
England is my city.
I was telling her that I'm about to clown on her on stream and then posting the stream link. Because of the question she just asked. Okay. So, there's this video that kept showing up on my feed. And it's like from Super Sentai. Like the one girl, she sneezes and her shampoo gets on the dog face. And all I said was, when did they add furries to this show? And she goes, when did Power Rangers get a Japanese spin-off? You fool. You absolute fool. I can't believe you. I hope that's sarcasm.
That's amazing.
Like, wow. Imagine thinking that Power Rangers is an American product. She probably thinks Pokemon was made here too. Yeah, the only thing American could do is save money by recycling Japanese animation for their shows. And also Japanese live action for their shows.
Yep.
Oh, BB already in his nap mode. His ears are lowered and everything. I'm about to get some Golden Dome. Did she tore it?
I know it's been said a lot, but like every time I see the Golden Dome thing, I'm like, this will be really useful for the missiles that have never been fired in America. Very cool. How much is it costing? 200 Billy? So fucking stupid. Is it not screen sharing?
Sounds like a you problem.
Computer just be chugging.
Haha. I heard your last student pooped his pants.
There's Popcorn having fun running around a gym. What a me now. Hey, crazy. Hi. You are so happy today. Yes, you are. Oh, you're a good girl. Popcorn's been having fun. We are in between shows at a school. We did a few already, and now we're waiting for the public to come in tonight. So I have a couple hours where Popcorn is bopping around everywhere. She is underneath my stage. Oh, there she is. Just playing. She should come out the other side in a second. There she goes. So rowdy. Cupid, go get her. Here's Cupid. Cupid doesn't want to play today. Okay. I was hoping they would wrestle. Cupid, go get her so they can... you don't want it on video. Okay. Well, Popcorn's having fun. Ugh. Come here.
Wow, you named your
I can't turn it
Bearcat
off.
Popcorn.
Now
How
she has my-
original.
What, wipes? She's crazy.
It's a binturong. What do you mean?
It's a Bearcat.
Hey, get out of here. Leave my
You're a
stuff alone,
Bearcat.
please.
It's
Like-
a long boy. What do you mean?
It's about the same animal. But like, wow, you named it Popcorn. How original, am I right? Wow, another Bearcat named Popcorn.
Is that a common name, is it?
Yeah, that's like the name for Bearcats. It's
Interesting.
because they smell like popcorn.
I didn't know that. That's funny. These are the
Yeah,
best
that's
things.
their poop.
These are the coolest animals.
I like Bearcats
Look at this
more.
little guy. Huh?
I like Bearcats more.
Then the tanukis? Look at these
Yep.
fluffy little fucks.
I like red pandas more than tanukis. I
That's
like
true, the red
American
pandas are
raccoons more than
adorable.
tanukis.
Because I think
Actually,
they're
I'd say tanuki's kind of low on my animal list.
adorable.
They're also like, they know sin exists and they participate in it.
Red pandas.
Yes.
I love that they stand up. They're just like, what up? They're just goofy little guys.
Yeah, I'd say like most animals I like more than tanukis. Real
I mean,
pandas,
they're very mundane, but
elephants,
they're very interesting creatures. The tanuki.
binturongs, the Klugo.
They're just very unique.
Oops,
as well.
I posted the Phidias
Mm.
link instead of our link. Because that was what was on my clipboard.
Yeah. Look at them all.
Oh, I fucked up. I can't look right now. I'm doing other things because I fucked up.
I want a troop of red pandas to follow me. This chick has the best job. Like, how do you beat this job? Like, oh, what's your job? Oh, I work in IT. I work
I'm
on
gay.
computers all day. What do you do? I
Have sex
work
with
with
men.
a mob of red pandas. You can't beat that. Oh, she's doing a full presentation as well.
Yeah.
That's cool.
internet, thousands and thousands of people are making the same plea.
Okay, do we want to do this first, or do we want to do the Europe stuff first?
I want Phidias.
Okay.
He's so stupid, bro. The fact that he also made his own video before the journalist got his out, knowing how bad his interview was going to be.
Okay. His first?
I don't know. I think his is going to be funny regardless.
Okay. Well, let's get the journalist first. That's James Curlinty.
Your only evidence, not
you're saying there's no one looking into it.
And your only evidence, not
you're trying to derail this into you talking about Turkey. No, I'm not interested in Turkey right now. Turkey could be another conversation.
But
today I'm talking about Russia because you're putting out Russian propaganda now, today. Why are you doing it? And you're avoiding my questions. You keep talking about Turkey. Turkey is irrelevant in this situation. I'm not answering questions.
I love this guy. This is exactly how you deal with agents.
He's a Times Radio guy.
Ah, okay. Like, this is literally how you deal with agents. You just persistently and arrogantly and fucking just like a cunt stay on it.
Phidias, they just had basically... I don't know what the exact vote was, but it was something on recognizing Russia kidnapping Ukrainian kids. And then he, like, voted... like in the pro-Russian stance, and then later changed his vote to abstaining. And then he's acting like people are spreading misinformation saying he voted for Russian narratives and shit when he's actually
he changed the
abstaining vote. And it's like you're just already twisting the story.
Also, neutrality is not neutral. Especially when it's against, like neutrality in sports, who gives a fuck? Neutrality in a fascist invasion of a neighboring country?
My favorite is that he's like, I'm actually the only pro-Ukrainian person because I want Ukrainian lives to not be lost.
Yeah,
The real pro-Ukraine position, which is like, if that's what we're reduced to as agents, is that you have to do that narrative.
Yeah, it's a bit pathetic, and it's even more pathetic because, like, how much money are you getting paid? Because it has to be a lot.
It's just like the fact that the pro-Russian stance is so unobtainable, even the agents have to do this we're actually pro-Ukraine spin.
As well as saying to someone on Twitter yesterday is like it doesn't matter that Azov exists. You don't care about Nazis. You are.
It's like saying that Israel's justified because Hamas exists. There's no difference.
Exactly. It's the same thing. And then I came across another one who was like, talking about. What was it? It was Gaza. It was a Chinese comment on Gaza saying that Palestine or Gaza belongs to Palestinians.
It does.
And I'm like, yes. And so does Tibet, belonging to the Tibetans. Like, it's instant hypocrisy. And they just don't comprehend that it's like an untenable, unfeasible position to take as an agent if you are inconsistent. And this is what I don't understand about.
It's all about inconsistency.
Yeah. And it's like, I can't figure out how people see these inconsistencies. Like, obviously it's cognitive dissonance, but that's such a cop-out. Like, I want to know what the actual thing inside people is that makes them fall for shit that is so
what is this?
obviously
How about I neutralize
fake.
your balls? Who are you talking to? That to Phidias?
Questions from you. This isn't your channel. Why do you support the kidnapping of Ukrainian children? Why did you abstain afterwards but vote for?
Okay. Some of the kids there, They might want to be.
What are you talking
Bro.
about? What do you mean they want to be? There are children that were kidnapped by Russia. What do you mean they want to be? What on earth are you talking
A
about?
lot of kids, they want to return, and they should return if they want to.
What
I would
children?
not force
No. Where did
any-
you get that from?
I'm a little bit disappointed with the way that he went with this questioning. I'm assuming this guy is on like the anti-trans stuff, right? Now, if that is the case, I would have moved that question to frame it like, okay, if kids can know enough about the world that they can make the choice between Russia and Ukraine, then how does that match up with you saying that kids don't have agency? And
No.
need to be protected by
He's
their
not like
parents.
that at all.
Because like if you're,
There's nothing.
if what
That's
you're
a dumb
saying is
question.
true,
It has nothing to do with anything.
what do you mean? Like it's
I
a
said your
parallel.
question is dumb. Is what I said. That's what I
It's
mean.
a parallel. It's
No, it's
pointing
not
out
because it has nothing to
hypocrisy.
do with anything. He has no. You're distracting from the position already. You're already derailing from the conversation. Anyway, look at this meme.
It's a good one.
From what children want to be returned, want to stay in Russia, and how do you even know that?
How do you even know that there is some children that they are happy with
Because they
God.
have been
being there?
kidnapped.
How do you know out of these 20,000 children, they don't, every one of them wants to return.
Because
They're
this
not
is
happy there.
ludicrous that you would say that children that have been kidnapped from their homes, homes that have been bombed, want to be with their kidnappers and return. This is actually one of the most insidious things I've ever heard from someone.
Okay.
What the fuck are you talking about? You actually believe this? It's actually an evil thing to believe. And I've spoken to children that have been relocated back to Ukraine, and they were devastated. They had their identities erased, and you justify it by saying some of them speak Russian.
People are dying. People
And
are
who are
dying
killing those people?
every day.
And who's responsible for that?
And we need to put
You
an
can't-
end.
you can't say it. You
need
can't
to
say it.
pu- We need to put an end to this war. And how
Like
are
that
we going
is
to put an end?
that's all you need. Who invaded? Who's killing them? And if you can't answer that question, you're not worth talking to. If you can't even agree on the basic reality of Russia is invading and Russia is committing these crimes, you're not worth talking to. You're not worth even listening to, even being considered to be listened to. You should be instantly dismissed.
To this war.
Well,
With
most
how
people
you-
do
With
instantly
siding with the
dismiss
aggressor,
videos.
which is what you're...
Great. That's fantastic.
It's so funny because like Claire Daly was like the best propagandist Russia's ever had,
Yes.
and now they have Phidias.
Well, they still have George Galloway or whatever that fuckwit's name is.
Nah, but this is EU stuff.
Isn't he?
Like he's their agent inside the EU.
Oh, okay. I see.
Galloway was like a local election thing, but they like basically annulled it and booted him. Or they held a snap election or something, and he got booted quickly. He wasn't there for very long.
Thank God. Who was the other one? Mick Wallace. That.
Yeah, that's. I mean, they're the same party. Him and Claire Daly are the same party
Yeah.
from Ireland. And they went in there like, oh, we want to shake things up. You know, so they had an extremely popular mandate going into the EU, and then they started fucking doing pro-Russian. Assad didn't cast his own people shit.
Yeah.
Ghouls.
You're doing apparently
So-
now. You're obsessed with Ukraine. You talk endlessly negative shit about Ukraine. And you haven't been.
I've been to Ukraine.
Since the full-scale invasion.
No, I haven't.
Why
been.
not? You went to Russia. Why didn't you go to Ukraine?
I want to go.
Why haven't you? It's been 3.5 years.
I want to go.
Why haven't you?
I want to go, but to be honest, I'm a bit afraid. What we are
Diplomacy.
doing with
Phidias,
answer the
you put
question. What we are
propaganda.
doing.
Propaganda.
He should be afraid to go to Ukraine. Seriously. He should be afraid to go to Ukraine. If you want to sit here spreading Russian propaganda in favor of Russia slaughtering Ukrainians, you should be scared to go to Ukraine. I wouldn't be I would not criticize a Ukrainian soldier for dealing with this person in the event that they saw them. I would not be surprised. You should be afraid. And you can rectify this. That's the funniest part, is he can just
Do you know? Do you know how much, like, favorability and popularity he would get if he released a video and it said, "I exposed how Russian gets agents inside the EU"?
Yeah, that would be fucking
And shows,
incredible.
like, they had me go on this mission and blah, 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 blah. And then he would be like, "Now, I did make some compromising votes to continue this, and I deeply
facade.
regret making these votes. But I knew that these things wouldn't pass, even if I did vote against them."
That would be
He's
quite
not
the
smart enough for
subversion.
that. Phidias is
No.
legitimately one of the dumbest people.
Where's he from?
Cyprus. That's why he keeps
Okay.
sidelining with Turkey.
That makes total sense.
Are dealing with Turkey and talking with them to solve the
I'm not
Cyprus
talking
problem.
about Turkey. I'm
But
here to
I
talk
am
about
talking
Russia.
about
But this is
Turkey.
my interview. This isn't your show.
I
I'm
love the
asking
lady
you
in the
why you went
background.
to
Did you
Russia
see
and
her
put out
face?
Russian
Yeah.
propaganda.
Do
Entire
you
weekend
have any evidence
was
that
a celebration of the Russian military.
I'm paid by Russia? You don't.
I didn't say you're paid by Russia.
You
I said you were an
don't. You
asset to
don't.
Russia, which you are. Phidias is a side.
See, this is my favorite thing about using terms like asset and agent. The agents don't know what that means. So they instantly say, "Oh, you think I'm paid?" And it's a projection and it's an instant fucking tell. Every fucking time.
Cyprus MEP who's been tweeting constant anti-Ukraine Kremlin propaganda, and he's just come back from his trip to Moscow. It doesn't seem like he's been confronted directly before, not by a journalist. And that is why I've come here to Brussels, to find out exactly what his intentions are. And if you look at the content he's been putting out, it's basically repeating Kremlin press releases. And it appears like he's an asset to Russia. So I'm going to ask him why he's doing this and what his intentions are. Who paid for...
Yeah, you know, like, what's her name? Diana Allers in Mass Effect 3. She's our asset. Yeah, same shit.
She's literally, I think, paid by the Alliance, though.
Yes, she's literally
Now,
paid military.
You want to know who
propaganda.
has confronted Phidias directly?
Oh, yeah? Go on.
I'll show you. I'll bring it up real quick. How do you spell his name? With an A? Phidias. I-A.
Cool.
Your mind is going to be blown by this. Who was confronting him about this Ukraine shit. This is from 7 months ago.
I'm saying.
Oh my
Okay,
god.
but that by that logic, then we shouldn't help Poland if they get invaded. So if Russia, hold on, let me ask you this. So if
Depends
Russia,
on the
hold on,
second,
if Russia invades Poland, just straight up, they're like, we're gonna take this. So if Poland asks for help from America and Europe, should we not offer it?
Poland, by the way, is in the European Union, and so NATO is forced kind of to help Poland. So we will help Poland as European Union and NATO and United States because of this reason.
Anyway, you can
It's
go ahead and
so-
take it back. I just wanted
it's
to show how
honestly-
funny that was. That
That is very funny. But,
Ethan
like,
Klein
it's-
was giving him shit for this anti-Ukraine stuff 7 months ago.
It's like,
I was in Florida when this dropped.
this is the same shit that Tim Pool was doing with the legality arguments. Oh, well, Ukraine's not in the EU, so we have no obligation to defend them. Okay. Who's next to Ukraine, you fucking idiot? Oh, Europe? The European Union? Oh, wait, Hungary is threatening to invade Ukraine now. Okay. Maybe we should, act instead of being pathetic weasels like Europe always is? Maybe don't start another world fucking war, you stupid cunts. This is why you need to be babysat by America. Because you literally can't even control idiots who are paid by Russia and completely subverting your efforts. Germany loves doing this. Germany loves listening to Russia.
America is run by people paid by Russia now.
Well, yeah, that too. Well, fuck it. Let's just democracy is done.
I agree. I think Poland could take on Russia.
I think so as well. I think Russia would try a bit harder. I also think that there would be outside support, no-fly zones from NATO, but there maybe wouldn't be further escalation. Maybe Germany might send people in? I don't know. I don't know how keen Germany would be to do that. Especially the history of Germany, Russia, and the Polish. That might be kind of interesting.
I watched a video on Auschwitz today.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, just like how the camp was constructed and...
I say it semi-facetiously, but I do like to imply that their little party in Poland in 1939 was really the starting point of Auschwitz. The Soviets fucking hate it. Like the Soviet shills and shit, the romantic nationalists for the Soviet Union, they hate it. It's very funny.
For your Moscow trip, and what did they buy?
Who paid for my Moscow trip?
Your
and
trip to Moscow, and what did they buy?
Let's take this from the beginning. Hello, nice to meet you. My name is Phidias. I'm very excited to be here.
Well, now that Revi's here, what do you think? If Poland got invaded, would Germany send troops? Is there any kind of motivation for something like that? Considering
Germany
Poland
would
is
be
NATO.
like, haha, it's our time again. Take a little part for themselves.
Make a
So,
secret pact with
if I
Russia
send
again.
troops, you mean?
Interesting. Is that purely because Poland is right next to Germany, that they see it as a direct sort of escalation and threat that they would send?
No, it's because they're excited to get Auschwitz back.
That's actually a really good point. I always forget about Belarus. Didn't Poland just buy a fuck ton of military equipment? Like they have all the artillery and tanks and shit? Isn't Poland behind Ukraine the biggest now?
I got news for you. That means you're gay.
Third largest military. Polish armed forces. Third largest in NATO, behind the US and Turkey. Military ranks behind France in total personnel, but total power third. Interesting. That might be them trying to tell Russia not to try it. Because it was recent that they bought a bunch of stuff, right? Yes?
I don't know. If I don't answer, I don't know. I assume you're talking to chat. I don't do military stuff.
24 Apache helicopters. Let's see. Euronews Defense Security Monitor. Current Polish aircraft programs. Apaches? What the fuck is an FA-50? Trainer aircraft. South Korean trainer aircraft. F-16. What the fuck is an F-16V?
It's for virgins. Like you.
Latest variant, 4th generation. Okay, so it's just the most modern version of the F-16. The V is the Viper. Okay. Interesting. Wow. They also have a lot of F-35s. Polish officials celebrated the rollout of the first completed F-35s end of the year. So that was 24. So they should have the F-35s now. Upgraded the F-16. Getting Chinooks. Boeing offered to sell the F-15EX2. Wow. Very cool. What do we got? AGM 158, 120, AARGM, AIM Sidewinder. Is the 9X the new missile?
Don't do military
know.
stuff.
Interesting. Excellent. Okay. So, yeah, Poland could probably take Russia. Poland could probably help Ukraine if they really wanted to. And not involve NATO. It would also split the Russian front. Did you see that Russia's building up trenches and shit on the Finnish border? Pretty cool.
You made a video about me.
I did.
And got millions of views. And you were saying that I'm a Russian asset.
You're an asset to Russia based on what you're putting out, yeah.
Okay. What evidence you have for this?
I've spoken to multiple people that have raised concerns about you for a long time. I spoke to Christopher, who was a friend of yours that helped get you elected. He said that he feels regret and remorse about that he created a monster. He also believes that you've been putting out information that is an asset to Russia. If you put out disinformation and pro-Kremlin lines on a daily basis, especially from here, that makes you a Russian asset whether you're paid or not. So how do you respond to that?
Okay, so you made interviews from a lot of people, you said.
Mm-hmm.
The only two people I know from the people that you interviewed is the two people that I consider my biggest haters in Cyprus. So you interviewed
So
my
what you're
biggest,
saying, they're wrong?
My biggest, no, well, we can talk. Let each other talk, and we can explain everything. So you interviewed the biggest haters of me, these two guys. The one is the reporter, and I made a podcast with him, and I named it My Biggest Journalist Hater.
Sure.
And this was another guy. He used to, we used to be friends, and then something happened politically, and we stopped being friends, and now he's attacked me.
Yeah, he started supporting genocide.
It's profitable for him.
Is it true or not? It's a simple answer.
So you took the two people that are hating me in Cyprus, and you said that you have evidence. They told you that they have evidence that I'm a Russian asset. What is this evidence?
The evidence is what you post on your feed that gets millions of views and shared by
Don't be
pro-Kremlin
mean to me
accounts.
saying I sound
That
gay.
makes you an asset to Russia. You didn't go to Ukraine. You didn't go to any other.
So you don't have evidence.
The eggs are
The
done.
evidence is what you posted on your feed, which is anti-Ukraine, which is Kremlin propaganda.
The
Do you know
egg
what Russian
timer.
asset is?
Somebody get the egg timer.
Do you know
The
what a Russian
eggs.
asset
So you
is?
said
Of
you
course
did
I have
an
evidence.
investigation.
Anyone watching this
Shoot
can look
the
at your
eggs!
feed and see the evidence. You've been repeating Kremlin lies and lines continuously.
You
That
know-
is the evidence that you're a Russian
You
asset.
know, this is a lot of people. What is their opinion? They want peace.
This isn't an opinion,
They
this is
want
true.
to stop the war. So this
You don't want to stop the
Jeffrey
war. You
Sachs,
want to continue.
professor of Columbia University, has the same opinion. John Messheimer, Elon Musk, a lot of people have the same opinion that they want
Phidias,
to
do you understand what a Russian
not
asset
the best
is? Do you know what that
source.
means?
explain me, please.
It is an
What
asset
happened to that
Russia.
soundbite?
An asset because you're putting out, someone putting out their propaganda. One
Not sure.
Not the best source. Let me see if it's
I'm
in my
sorry.
archive on my local drive.
I'm just checking if I have it. I don't even remember what it was called.
Probably just source.
Mm.
Let's see here. S.
I know. See.
Superpower, so long, gay Bowser.
I do not have it.
Okay.
Ooh,
Check
hot rock.
in.
Oh, put in mouth. iDubbbz.
One-sided propaganda. That makes you an asset to Russia. Why are you doing that?
My friend, it's different for you to say that I say something that you disagree. And
Okay,
it's
so you don't have an
different-
answer to this.
And it's different for you to say that I'm a Russian
Okay, I'll be
asset.
more direct then. Who paid for your Moscow trip?
Okay, let's go into this
No,
conversation.
who paid for it? Did you
Yeah,
pay for it?
let's go into. I paid everything with my own money in the Moscow trip from my own pay.
And why did you do that?
And why did I do
Why would
that?
you spend your own money going to a Russian military celebration during an active invasion of the biggest country in Europe?
My friend, I didn't went to the Russian celebration
Do you know
of
what
the
VE Day
Victory
is?
Day.
It's a celebration
I
of military
I
celebration.
didn't went to the Russian celebration of the military parade.
So where did you go?
So I went to. So you see, you have here a lot of wrong information.
Well, no,
First
this
of
is
all,
on your
You
feed.
said you
This
said
is
you said
VE Day.
based on some people that you talked about that they are my biggest haters.
This is based on what you are
and
posting
then
on
you are
your
saying
feed.
that I went
Hideous.
to the Victory Day to
I didn't
celebrate
say you went to the Victory Day parade. You went to the Victory Day
and
parade.
I didn't went. So you have
You
a
used
lot
the
of
word
false
VE Day.
information. You are.
But
you
this
are-
is what you posted.
You are posting.
You posted
You are posting
from Russia.
misinformation, propaganda.
What propaganda am I posting?
That fake information. I didn't went to the military parade. I'm telling you, you have any
The
evidence?
entire
You have
weekend
any evidence
was a
that
celebration of the Russian military.
I'm paid by Russia? You don't.
I didn't say you're paid by Russia.
You
I said you were
don't.
an
You
asset to
don't.
Russia, which you are, and you propagate Kremlin lines from that room, a seat in democracy in Europe, against a country, for a country, invading the largest democratic country in Europe. You are doing that every single day. This isn't my opinion, and it's not the opinion of the people that I've spoken to. This is a fact based on what you've posted on your own feed. Anyone can check this out. Why are you putting out Kremlin lies? Why did you use your own money to go to Moscow during Victory Day celebrations?
Okay, so this is a bigger thing. So first of all, Turkey, Turkey, the country, invaded my country 50 years ago, Cyprus. So it's a similar situation, what happened. So I don't see any...
So would you go to Turkey?
Wait. So with Turkey, we're trying to solve the problem with the Cyprus problem with talks, with pistols, trying to make communication with the other side and to find compromise and solve the problem.
So why haven't you gone to Ukraine?
Wait, my friend. I think this is the right approach that we should try to stop the war now and try to have diplomacy. And that's what I just said. I want to stop the war now.
Diplomacy ended when he invaded. Diplomacy is he can
The
fucking
difference
leave.
is that Turkey's not trying to take the entire island of Cyprus, you know? Mm-hmm. Like, Turkey's went for the invasion and then went to diplomacy to consolidate what they had.
Yeah.
Russia is not trying to consolidate.
They
They're
want
trying to take more.
Mm-hmm.
Turkey has everything that it wants in the situation, so it was easier to settle.
Start doing diplomacy.
Your
And
job isn't to
because
do diplomacy
this is-
from the European Parliament.
My friend,
That's not your
this
job.
is. If my job is not to do a diplomacy as a member of the European Parliament, then what is
Multiple
my...
MEPs I've spoken to in this
the-
building said, why on earth is he going to Russia? It has nothing to do with diplomacy. Do you accept that Russia invaded Ukraine and that they are the aggressor?
Yes, I
So
accept
why would you
that.
go to that country
but
and
also
put out
I accept
propaganda?
that Turkey invaded my country.
So would you have
and
gone to
they are
Turkey
the
50 years ago
aggressors,
and put out
but I
Turkish
still
propaganda?
speak. We as Europeans speak with Turkey to
50
solve
years
the
later.
problem.
50 years later.
We are is something changed? They are not the aggressor 50
Russia
years
is
later.
actively putting bombs and missiles into Ukraine every single day. I know
And
because I live
Turkey
there.
actively put bombs in my country, Cyprus, but we talk with them.
Oh my god.
And would you put
As
out
European
Turkey
Union.
propaganda?
So you are saying that what we are doing with Turkey is wrong? that we are talking with them.
I think going to Russia and not doing
What we are
diplomacy.
doing with
Phineas,
answer the
you put
question. What we are
propaganda-
doing,
propaganda out
doing
from
with
Russia.
Turkey and talking with them to solve the
I'm not
Cyprus
talking
problem.
about Turkey. I'm
but
here to
I
talk
am
about
talking
Russia.
about
But this is
Turkey.
my interview. This isn't your show. I'm asking you why you went to Russia and put out Russian propaganda. You didn't go to Ukraine
my
and you
friend,
didn't do any
this is
diplomacy.
not-
You put out propaganda.
This isn't. You don't.
That's
own
such a
interview,
baller
we
card
are
for
having a
journalists to
conversation,
I
drop.
invited you
and
for an
we
interview, but
ask-
you're not interviewing me right now.
is-
What? Just saying you put out propaganda?
No, this is my show, not yours.
Ah. You answer my questions.
each other
They can
question.
end a
But my friend,
Can
this is
end the interview
what
quick.
You are accused.
It sure can, yeah. But it's almost like if you've gotten to the point where you say that, it's almost better if it does.
Accusing me that I'm a Russian asset. I'm trying to
Well, you
explain
are.
you with some things that I think that I'm not.
You put out videos saying that Russia was entitled to take Ukraine because they speak Russian in some of those territories. That's from the Kremlin
I
playbook.
didn't say that they
Yes,
are
you did.
entitled to take.
You said you
Russia.
quoted referendums.
I'm just saying that there is a lot of things that meet the eye that we don't consider.
No, there isn't. This is a cut and dry
Of
situation.
course,
Russia
it's
invaded Ukraine and they have no right to
Russia
be there.
invaded Ukraine, I agree, but there is a lot of things under this that we are under.
No. The question ends when you admit that Russia invaded. There is no justifications. Every justification comes directly from Russia. Why would anybody else, except for Belarus, want to, and China, and want to justify the Russian invasion of Ukraine? Why would anybody want that? The only logical conclusion is that you are beholden to them. That's the only conclusion. Like when you, like every single person that I've spoken to in real life who questions like the validity of Ukraine defending itself and shit like that, I'm just like, who invaded? If you were invaded, would you want support? If you were invaded, would you be happy with somebody like this spreading propaganda justifying that invasion that is dropping bombs on your family? Probably not, right? So why the fuck are you doing it now? If you aren't paid.
Look, we don't see
No,
the
there
root
isn't.
causes of the problem.
The causes of the problem are
Of
Russia
course.
being an an
My friend,
aggressive,
and also
expansionist
Cyprus,
empire.
Turkey is the aggressor, but we still talk as Europeans.
I'm not talking about Turkey. I'm talking
But
about Russia.
I'm talking about Turkey
You can
because
talk about
they
whatever you want,
invited,
but right now
invaded
I'm
my
asking you about
country.
Russia. I'm not talking about Turkey. I'm not talking about Cyprus.
But
You went
okay,
to Russia
so
recently.
you
I'm asking
disagree
you
that
about that.
everyone here in the parliament wants to have diplomacy with Turkey.
I'm not
And-
talking about
but
Turkey.
He keeps saying, I'm not talking about Turkey, which is fine. I would just say, I don't care. The subject is Russia. The subject is the invasion of Ukraine. I don't care. If you want to talk about Turkey, we can talk about Turkey later. But right now, I don't care.
Not
You're trying to
diplomacy.
derail this interview talking about Turkey.
No, but
I'm not
that's-
interested in
that-
Turkey right now. Turkey could be another conversation.
But
Beautiful.
Today I'm
Turkey
talking about
invaded my
Russia
country,
because
Cyprus.
you're putting out Russian propaganda
Okay.
now, today.
You want to see the energy it gives
This is so
when
good.
you say this is my interview, bitch? Hang on, I have to full screen share because it's on my other tab.
I'm moot.
Where's my... Which one is it? This one? No. This one? Okay.
Russian propaganda
Okay.
now, today.
You wanna see the energy Oh, hang on, I it got a gives fucking thing in the when you say background.
Uh,
This is my interview, bitch? Okay.
Fuck. What do you want me to say? I ask the fucking questions, you give the fucking answers. Fuck that shit, dog.
I love that. That whole clip is so funny.
And you're avoiding my question.
On his way out, after fighting with Gordon, he trips over a step, and Gordon goes, "Watch the step." The guy goes, "Yeah, watch the step, bitch." Like low IQ, no comeback. Like, you're the one who tripped, idiot.
No, that's great. Like, just don't say anything.
In this situation.
So, you said you have evidence.
On your feed.
On my, so all this stuff that you said that I interviewed all these people.
Sure.
And I have investigated and I have evidence.
My conclusion is based on everything that you've posted and based on a few interviews,
So-
but mainly what you've posted, that you are a Russian
Oh,
asset.
you said now, based on few
That's no different to how I started this
interviews.
interview. No, it isn't. It's no
On
different.
few interviews.
You put
My-
out Kremlin
My
propaganda on a
biggest
daily
haters.
basis.
But by the way, I'm enjoying this. That's why I'm here. This is beautiful. This is your right to.
No,
I
this
hate
is really
him so
serious.
much.
You
He's
brought
such an
this entire
idiot.
parliament into disrepute. You have
This is your
put out-
right to attack me. This is my right to express my mandate as I want. And you are doing your job, and I'm doing my job.
Is
and
all of this a joke to you?
And this is beautiful because this is democracy. No, having diverse opinions is
But you
not.
have no interest in
is
democracy.
Is not a joke.
But you have no interest in
How-
democracy
how
because
do I
you
don't
shill
have-
for Russia, who jail journalists, who throw everybody who criticizes the state in prison, who have phony elections, and then you say you care about democracy. How is that caring about democracy in any way? Russia is the opposite of every single thing this parliament
What
stands
is
for.
democracy? Define democracy.
The opposite of Russia. Elections, freedom of press, freedom of information, freedom of speech. None of those things are allowed in Russia.
Democracy is citizens deciding for how they want to
And you
be
think that's
led.
the case in Russia?
You know, my friend.
Bro's
70% of
so
the people of
pressed
my
he's not even
country
sitting in the chair anymore. You see that?
He's standing up, basically. I did notice that. There it is. Music.
Democracy, the opposite of Russia.
Okay. I need to redo the Instagram post. Don't repost it yet.
Cyprus
I'm not talking about Cyprus right now.
elected me. I'm from Cyprus. They elected me. They voted for me. I was the most voted person in Cyprus, and they elected me.
Cyprus.
And they want to normalize relationship with Russia.
No, they don't.
They do.
The people
They
of
do.
Cyprus
Of
generally are
course.
not interested in
My
normalizing
friend,
Russian
you
relationships.
can go not only check all my videos and the thousands and hundreds of thousands of views and likes and comments on the videos that I post,
I
but
read
also see the polls of what the public opinion, not only Cyprus, but also Greece, that I speak Greek, the 65 to 70% they want to normalize
I'm not talking about Turkey or
to-
Cyprus right
with Russia. So
not talking
my
about Russia right
job as a member of the European Parliament representing those people is to try to normalize relationship
think
with
putting out-
European Union and Russia.
Putting out propaganda is not diplomacy. It is
My
putting out
fri- what
propaganda. That's all you do.
propaganda is
That the
what,
oblast-
to start discussing, to start diplomacy.
But that's not what
is
you're doing.
Propaganda.
That's not what you're doing, though.
This is what I'm doing. Everything.
You are repeating
every
Kremlin
video,
press releases.
Every video that I say we need to start discussing. We are mad that we are not in the table of discussions as Europeans, but we don't. We had the opportunity to discuss and we declined. So we need to start talking.
You're under investigation right now from this parliament. What are they going to find?
I'm not under
Is he
an
actually?
investigation.
As of last week, they said they've
That-
opened an investigation.
Who said so?
A press release.
Show
You
me.
can Google it after this interview. I'm
This-
telling you that's the case.
This,
Amazing.
please.
So what are they investigating?
They're not officially investigating.
They
You
said
are
they're looking
lying.
into your Russia trip.
You see here,
You-
my friend,
you
you,
have
are just
also-
here repeating
Phineas.
a lot of lies. You said you have
So you're
evidence.
saying
and
there's
your-
no one looking into
and
right now?
your
No, no.
only evidence is that my video.
Bro is
Which
literally
are
reaching out and
evidence
touching
by
the
Russian
interviewer.
propaganda.
It's
Phineas,
so
I
weird.
know this is a
noticed
joke,
that.
I know-
It's an intimidation tactic. He's losing
Yeah,
the argument.
he's literally trying to hold control of the conversation.
Yeah, like it's very funny.
No,
But
is a joke.
this is so
This
beautiful
entire- no, no, this
because
entire thing
this
seems
is
like a
what
joke to you.
democracy is. It's amazing.
No, this
And
is you undermining
both
everything
your
about Europe.
job for you to do it and for me to
Why
do it.
haven't you been to Ukraine if you care so much about
I've
democracy?
been to Ukraine.
Since the full-scale invasion?
No, I haven't.
Why
been.
not? You went to Russia. Why didn't you go to Ukraine?
I want to go.
Why haven't you? It's been 3.5 years.
I want to go.
Why haven't you?
I want to go, but to be honest, I'm a bit afraid because what I'm posting might some people find it aggressive, but I want to go. So I started with other MEPs looking into it to go also to Ukraine.
Why haven't you gone? You seem so interested in Ukraine. You seem to talk constantly.
He literally
about Ukraine,
said he's
Ukrainian
scared to go
politics,
because of
about
his
Russian-speaking people in Ukraine.
I'm
Yeah.
telling
But you haven't been. Why?
Recently, I've been to Russia. I was also
But you didn't go to Ukraine?
To Russia, about Russia all the time. So I'm looking into it with other MEPs.
I
to
don't think
try
you have
to-
any interest in going to Ukraine because you would have done it by now. You're obsessed with Ukraine. You talk endlessly.
Guy can't
negative
even hide
shit
the
about
smile in
Ukraine.
the
But you haven't
background.
been.
By the way, I consider that I love the Ukrainian people and is that they want also to end this war as soon as
The
possible.
Ukrainian people are disgusted with your content. Does that surprise you?
You know, I spoke with a lot of Ukrainian people and they are not disgusted with my content.
Overwhelmingly disgusted with what you've been putting out at all levels of Ukrainian society. I know because I live there and I ask about it all the time. And I look into it, I read the comments. Why are they so outraged by your content?
My friend, I say what I believe. It's up to the people to interpret and decide if they like it or not.
They
My
have
job is
decided.
not to
They
be
decided
liked.
that
My
you're
job is
an
to do and
Chill,
act
bro. I really like that he's
According to my
continually made it
beliefs
clear
in the-
that it doesn't matter if you're paid or not, you're an asset.
Yes, that's the best part about him is that he's the prime example of like paid or not asset. You're 100% correct.
the European Parliament and
Okay, so
exercise
about
my
those
mandate.
comments, you put out videos saying that the oblasts that speak Russian should
Did
have
she
referendums,
tolerate?
and you quoted fake referendums that are done at gunpoint. Why would you reference that and quote that? This is clearly lies. Do you think in Ireland, because they speak English, that Britain should take it back?
Wrong mention. Whoops.
I'm saying, my friend, that there is a lot of things that
There you go.
doesn't meet
Retweet
the
that one.
eye, a lot of deeper things here. For example,
Well, clearly you're not interested in finding out what those things are because you don't want to go
for
to Ukraine.
example, Ukraine's NATO that wanted to be partners, that wanted to enter into NATO, Russia saw this as an existential threat that to have military bases of NATO next to their borders. So there is, and this I
More
believe is a
Russian
United
propaganda.
States war that they started it, or that they provoked it.
This
In
is
the-
Kremlin garbage. This is the same stuff
Well,
that in 2014
my
people
friend,
said about the Maidan revolution. It's
if-
complete garbage.
My friend, having the same opinion with some stuff that Kremlin has doesn't. This is you are able to believe whatever you.
Well, this
you
is like
want
being in
here.
Nazi Germany and saying, well, actually, Germany has a right to do this, and quoting stuff that comes out from the German parliament. It's no different.
My friend, I'm
No different.
explaining you. I have this. There is a lot of more deeper things that meet the eye
No, there isn't.
here in this conflict.
In Ukraine, it's pretty simple. Children being kidnapped, bombs going into residential buildings every single day, and Russia unfairly...
Don't forget the hospitals and the power plants. Don't forget that they also launched a drone at Chernobyl and
Did you
blew
see-
a hole in the sarcophagus. Pretty cool.
I don't know the exact thing that happened, but a place where they stored prosthetic limbs in Gaza was destroyed.
Is that the last hospital that got destroyed?
No. It's like specifically a warehouse storing prosthetic limbs.
Oh.
You
Well, I
know,
can't
where they're-
imagine
while creating
Israel...
amputees.
Yeah, I can't imagine Israel knew about that. They definitely didn't have intel.
Yeah, like I said, I don't know the whole story.
Yeah. Did you
You
also
know,
see
it's
that
easy
Israel...
to assume that Israel deliberately bombed
Yeah.
prosthetic limbs, and I'm not blaming anyone to come to that conclusion. I haven't just personally investigated it enough.
Yeah.
I just know that a prosthetic limb clinic was burned.
Yeah. I don't know if it was a recent one, but apparently they dropped bombs on kids again. Specifically kids.
Did you see the
So that's pretty cool.
do you know Miss Rachel?
No?
Oh, she's like a big children's YouTuber. She does like
Alright.
a children's show, but she specifically raises money for kids in Gaza, and she brought a girl to dance and sing with her on the show who is a double amputee.
Oh my god.
Israel fucking hates her, and she's like
a double amputee.
Probably the best, and I don't mean the most popular, I mean the best children's content creator. Like they say that she's this generation's Mr. Rogers.
That's a big fucking praise. Damn.
Unjustifiably doing that, and you just can't accept that.
And people are dying. People
and
are
who are
dying
killing those people
every day.
And who's responsible for that?
And we need to put an end.
You can't say it. You can't say it.
We need to put an end to this war. And how we're going to put an end to this war? With how you...
With siding with the aggressor, which is what you're doing, apparently.
So with how do you propose... It's been 3 years, hundreds of thousands of Ukrainians die, and this will not put an end. With whoever
and you
the
think
approach,
siding with Russia is doing it?
Whoever the approach you want to have is not working, because we don't have an end. So we need to
I sent you an article on it.
Anything.
Having diplomacy.
It's empty.
It's just a little fake article.
And siding with them is a complete waste of time. But that's what you've been doing, and I don't know why you've been doing it.
And this is
I don't know whether
beautiful.
you're being paid.
You can say whatever you want. I can say whatever I want. It's up to the people to interpret who they believe.
I think people can make up their own
So
minds pretty
I
easily,
have a-
especially
I
your
have a
refusal.
question.
No, because you're not
So
asking me
you
questions
have-
right now.
you
You're not asking me
interviewed
questions
two-
right now. If
two
you'd like to
people in
interview me,
Cyprus. How did you choose
If
these
you'd
two
like,
people
we
in
can arrange an
Cyprus?
interview on your channel. But right now, this is my channel, and I'm asking
Apparently
you
she
questions
was
right now.
How did
Why
you
didn't you go to
conduct
Ukraine?
your interviews?
I'm not going to talk about my
Interviewed
thesis
by
about
Mehdi
my own channel.
Hassan.
Again, if you want to ask me
you
questions, I can go on your
with
channel.
the two biggest haters of mine, and you don't consider
And this
this
little girl's
as
fucking-
Literally, this is 10 hours ago. An interview with her from Mehdi Hassan came out.
This little girl's fucking going crazy.
Right?
Her prosthetic legs. Look at her go.
I know. It's such a cute video.
Isn't it? Like, isn't it crazy that even in war, this kid's just doing normal kid shit. Lost both their legs.
Well, that's
Because
one
of
of the
Israel.
things I was watching about Auschwitz and stuff is like these prisoners, they would make chest pieces out of wood and they drew the chessboard on the dirt floor of their bunk house
Yeah.
to play chess. Those weren't necessarily children, but just, you know, escaping things.
Yeah.
I'm not
biased
answering these questions.
interview.
Why do you support the kidnapping
You
of
don't
Ukrainian
answer
children?
these questions.
I'm not answering questions from you. This isn't your channel.
I'm
Why
so
do you support
sick.
the kidnapping of Ukrainian
I'm on
children? Why
fucking-
did you abstain
I'm on
afterwards to
fucking
vote?
dashboard and
Okay,
it's still
we
giving
can
me
get
these.
into,
Get your
this. So,
Funimation drops.
For everyone to understand, it was a vote about bringing back Ukrainian children that from the conflict on the war that was in the.
Should they be returned? Should they have been kidnapped?
I agree that they should return, but
Oh, you agree that they should be returned?
Yes,
But
I
you
agree.
didn't vote that way.
But
You abstained.
let's talk.
So
let's-
why didn't you vote?
Let's talk about it.
I'm
So,
asking you.
So this, I did the research. The parliament provided us with two citations to the research that one
Yes.
was from Zelensky. It was the website that Zelensky
Sure.
created, and the second was a Yale University study that I think the Biden administration funded.
Oh, so you think it's fake?
And I think that
That is exactly what he thinks. Because he is so captured. And this is what I keep trying to explain to people. That, like, they're
Whoa,
so
look at this Ben Shapiro
captured.
video inciting violence, bro. Look at this. Whoa. Rubio blows up Senate Democrats. It sounds like you want to blow up people. That sounds like incitement of violence to me, Tim. Or fucking... You can tell how much I respect him. They both have silly hats on 24/7, okay? Oh, that's not the right one.
Why did you bump me my other one?
I can't fucking figure out which one to click because none of them are labeled.
And the second was a Yale University study.
Yes. I keep trying to like explain to people that like this is one of the big things that agents do, is that they, and you can see it. And funny you brought up Tim and Ben, because it's pertinent to them as well, right? They constantly, and I can say this having watched Tim Pool for a significant amount of time, that all he does and all these people ever do is delegitimize certain press,
Oh, Miss
certain
Rachel's Jewish?
outlets, certain information, places that shit comes from, so that they can then dismiss the information, reinforce their propaganda to their viewership, and then promote their preferred news, which is almost always compromised bullshit. You can see this with Iran and Iranian agents. You can see this with China and Chinese agents, Russia with Russian agents, America with American agents too. They will always prefer their sources, and they will dismiss shit that doesn't fit their narratives, specifically the MAGA types. Now, this is... I'm so glad that this guy said that's what you believe, because it is what he believes. Is that me breaking up?
You sound fine to me.
Weird.
Yeah.
Okay. But that's exactly what he believes. He is setting up the, and this, I could be wrong, but I have a feeling that he's setting up a delegitimization narrative here, and he's about to claim that like RT's investigation said that Russia didn't steal anybody and nothing actually happened, because that's the narrative.
I don't know.
So let's
Phidias
see.
is
But this
pretty
is...
stupid. That's that's why I'm
that's
laughing,
what I mean.
because
Like,
like this is all Russia has now that they lost Claire Daly, who was literally the best they could have gotten. And even like even then, she started showing her ass. Like she was able to help the Doha narrative or the Duma narrative along very long, very, very well. Like she held its legitimacy in the EU, and
that's all they needed.
yeah, I mean, she didn't actually accomplish anything, but she held, like that one fucking thing where she starts talking about Julian Assange is such a good fucking clapback. Like it's the best clapback I've ever seen a Russian asset make. And it's all whataboutisms, but it's how she delivers it, you know?
Or do you think it's fake?
She seems like a very serious person.
It seems.
Yes.
And I think that they over-exaggerate the situation, but with the data
They
that
over-exaggerate
I
the
went
children
against.
being taken. Hey, Phidias, I think we should side on the side of the children. If we're unsure, like, hey, these sources might be sketchy, I think we should still side with the kids. Hot take.
Yeah, I think it's a pretty safe.
It's already giving
like,
me subscribe to earn Crunchyroll drops. Fuck off.
People voted against this.
So you think it's exaggerated?
Wait. After four people only voted against this, I did exaggerated, weaponized to weaponize Russia, and that will create exactly the opposite thing that I want for
I love this
diplomacy.
next gen
Russia
EU.
is guilty of this. Of course, it should be weaponized.
So let's
absolutely
make it real.
What
Tens of
happened,
thousands of children.
I saw that only 4 MEPs voted.
Let's see.
3 in total about this, and I went. We have the right as member of the European Parliament to go and change our votes.
Also, her name is Miss
So I
Rachel.
went and
You know, it's
voted
literally just like
abstention.
Mr.
Why
Rogers.
A lot of other MEPs,
Basically.
I don't know, 30, 40 other MEPs. So all the other 30, 40 MEPs, they are Russian assets.
You voted. I'm asking about you.
I
I'm not
voted
interviewing them right now.
abstention.
Why
So-
didn't you
Oh my
condemn
God, bro.
the kidnapping of children?
So all these
right.
40 other MEPs, they are Russian
I'm not
assets.
talking about other MEPs right
But
now.
I
I'm asking
voted
you
the
why
same
you
thing.
abstained.
all the other 40 MEPs, they are Russian assets.
But you just told me, actually, you agree they should be returned home. So why didn't you vote that way? And why do you think it's exaggerated?
Because from the sources that I had and the time that I had to research, I thought that I shouldn't vote for
So you should be more informed before you vote, right? I mean, that's meant to be your job. Not just memes, not just
But
likes,
I
but
read
actually
the sources,
investigate.
I read everything.
You said you read two sources.
I'm not sure that anyone here read.
There are 56
read,
charities right now, independent NGOs, that look into relocating and bringing back those children. Why didn't you look at any of their work? Why did you focus only on the Biden administration and the Zelensky administration?
This is what the
Amazing.
parliament provided me. It was the citations that the
Amazing.
parliament provided me. So I had to.
I
look
was
into
wrong
it.
with my prediction, but he's brought it back to being like, you don't have enough sources. This isn't
I
even
told you, bro.
corroboration.
Like Phidias is not an intelligent person that can remember that much stuff.
Like, it's genuinely impressive that he has to be guided through the Russian propaganda. Still.
What they wrote it and how. So these two citations that I looked into them, I read them, and I thought that the evidence maybe they're biased.
So you agree Russia is guilty of kidnapping tens of thousands of Ukrainian children and they should be returned?
I think there is a lot of children. I'm not because they said 20,000.
cannot.
Because they said 20,000. Because some of the kids,
Bro, no way.
they might want to be.
Jack, they're literally, you know, the Onion picture of the congressman who's a skeleton covered in cobwebs clinging to the desk seeks 10th term.
Yeah.
So check your Twitter DMs. This guy just died in Congress.
In Congress.
Not in the hall, but he.
I was
he
going
has
to say, like, if he dropped dead.
No, he lost. He was he had cancer. He died from cancer. Or complications from cancer. That's also like. I love that she always wants to accuse people of stinking, but she can't smell. Speaking of stinkies, hi Zapunta. He's doing his little.
Death does
I'm a
not
man now
disqualify
stand.
him from his position. Get fucked. That's a joke.
Literally the skeleton covered in cobwebs clinging to the desk.
Unfucking real.
What are you talking about? What do you mean they want to be? They are children that were kidnapped by Russia. What do you mean they want to be? What on earth are you talking
A
about?
lot of kids they want to return and they should return if they want to.
What
I will
children?
not force.
No. Where did
and
you get that from? What children want to be returned, want to stay in Russia, and how do you even know that?
How do you even know that there is some children that they are happy with?
Because they have been
being there?
kidnapped.
How do you know out of these 20,000 children, they don't, every one of them wants to return.
Because
They're
this
not
is
happy there.
ludicrous that you would say that children that have been kidnapped from their homes that have been bombed, want to be with their kidnappers and return. This is actually one of the most insidious things I've ever heard from someone.
Okay.
What the fuck are you talking about? You actually believe this? It's actually an evil thing to believe. And I've spoken to children that have been relocated back to Ukraine, and they were devastated. They had their identities erased, and you justify it by saying some of them speak Russian. Well, a lot of people in the East speak Russian, but every single one I've spoken to, and I spend a lot of time in the Donbass, are doing everything they can to get the Russian army out of Ukraine.
I love the way that you attack me.
I'm just telling the truth. You have no answers to this.
Truth is something. Not always. You have your truth. I have my truth. We need to. There is a.
No. There's not my truth and your truth. There's the truth. The truth. But Russia started this war, and the truth that those kids are kidnapped.
A lot of times the truth is evolved with the data.
No, it isn't. That's a
have.
fact. Those children were kidnapped. That's an
Anyway,
absolute fact.
so I explain you the way how I voted. I voted abstention on that.
Because you didn't have enough information. It seems like you treat this entire place like a meme, like a joke, like you did on your Prankster YouTube channel. You don't do enough research for any of the topics that you vote on.
It's my truth.
Okay, that's your right to believe, but you know, I believe that honestly,
do you need a safe space
I'm doing
and a soft
more
blanket,
research
you little
about
bitch?
voting, maybe than everyone.
Maybe we
in
should
this house because
elect
very
prank
on the
YouTubers.
top 10
Yeah,
out of the
probably a good idea.
720 MPs because I'm independent and I don't have a political group to give me the voting list and to tell me what to vote. So I
That's what a
research
Russian asset would say.
every single vote, me and my team, and we debate about
No, you
everything.
said you just read something from the parliament.
Stinkies is a term of endearment.
On that week, we voted 500 things, and to spend my team 1-2 hours to do that investigation, and for me to spend 1 hour debating about this, it's plenty of time for us to decide something. And we do this for each vote, for 500 votes that we have. So I think this is very, very good job that we are doing on debating and voting what to. And I don't
This
think
is a
anyone else
deflection.
here does much research for what they vote.
Well, you've done
And
clearly
I
no
have
research
the-
about
and I
Russia.
Have you
the
seen
right
this video right here?
Believe what I believe with the limited time and also limited information that I have.
The information that you've been putting out, the propaganda you've been putting out, is all sided to Russia, all of it, including what you did with your stats about Russian speakers, including
Are
what
you
you
talking
talk
about
about.
the video or?
Yeah, the Nazi video there.
No, I haven't seen this one.
Put that on real quick. Because ICE, literally, Homeland Security, Homeland Security said, you shouldn't compare ICE agents to the Gestapo. So someone quote tweet, it's this guy, because this is what they're mad about, is him saying they're the modern day Gestapo. They're crying
And
about
I've
this
literally-
now.
I've been saying this for
It's
3
just
weeks
so
now.
they're so pathetic. Like these
they
are the
really are.
tough guys. They
Yep.
want that. These are the people who are like, yo, we're tough. You can't break us. Unless you vote in an old guy over our president, then we'll cry and get shot in the throat.
Nazi.
Wie bitte? Haben Sie mich gerade als Nazi beschimpft?
Na, Sie sind doch einer.
Das ist ja eine Unverschämtheit. Nur weil ich in der NSDAP und in der SS bin, bin ich noch lange kein Nazi. Wahrscheinlich bin ich auch noch rechtsextrem, oder was?
Ja, aber was sollen Sie denn sonst sein?
Ich bin vielleicht ein besorgter Bürger, der Angst vor Überfremdung hat. Aber ich bin nicht rechts. Und ich bin erst recht kein Nazi. Sie da? Sehe ich etwa wie ein Nazi aus?
Nö, würde ich jetzt nicht sagen.
Na, sehen Sie? Aber der ist wahrscheinlich für Sie auch ein Nazi, hm? Nazis, 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 lauter Nazis. Wenn einem die Argumente ausgehen, dann holt man schnell mal die gute alte Nazikeule raus.
Es hat doch nichts mit Nazikeule zu tun.
Sie machen sich das Leben sehr einfach. Nur weil jemand die Mainstream-Meinung nicht teilt, ist er gleich ein Nazi.
Aber Nazi sein ist doch längst Mainstream. Ihr Nationalsozialisten seid an der Macht.
Ach ja, ich vergaß. In Ihrer Welt sind ja alle Nazis. Der Führer ist wahrscheinlich für Sie auch ein Nazi, was?
Ja?
Jetzt reicht's aber. Führerbeleidigung.
Amazing.
Mitkommen.
Das sind jetzt über...
Ja, ich weiß. Nazi-Methoden.
That's such a great response. That's awesome.
It almost doesn't even need subtitles, you know?
No, it
Peace
doesn't.
and diplomacy.
Most of it
And you've
is
done no
literally
research
the
into what's
same
going
in
on
English.
Ukraine. And you say that you've been looking into going, but it's been 3.5 years. You're obsessed with Ukraine and you haven't been, which is pretty easy to draw a conclusion that you're completely uninterested in peace. You don't even want to condemn the aggressor. Again, if this was 1945, you'd be siding with Hitler, who
true.
invaded countries around it, and say that we need it through diplomacy. These are all
So,
facts.
so Turkey invaded.
Guess who also helped the Nazis start World War II? They love an invasion. Under the guise of the Nazis, the Soviets invaded 5 countries. It's just Russian way.
I'm not talking about Turkey.
And you are saying that everyone here in the European Parliament that is collaborating with Turkey and will have good diplomatic ways, they are also will go with Hitler.
I'm not talking about Turkey or the other MEPs. I haven't investigated anybody else. I've
Objectively,
just been
people who side with Erdogan probably would side with Hitler.
looking at your
So
content.
you're just selective. You're just taking a topic. You don't see the big picture. So Turkey invaded
that's
my
you,
country.
that's it.
Side.
I'm not
Erdogan would
talking-
side
It's the
with
same
Hitler.
I'm not
thing.
talking about it.
So
But
everyone here
I
that
need to
has
make a
diplomatic
conditional
ties
but
with Turkey.
with
Okay.
a slight Erdogan defense.
Ooh.
Erdogan will do whatever benefits Erdogan.
Aha, yes.
So if it's benefited him to side with Hitler, that's why he'd do it, not because he shares a similar vision of domination.
Well,
He doesn't really care about anyone else.
Why did Mussolini join with Hitler? Just over fascist alliances? Because Mussolini didn't necessarily like Hitler or the Nazis.
Well, I mean, I think those alliances really start back in the Spanish Civil War.
Yes, okay.
Right? And then also, what you have to remember is that Italy's war was mainly over the Balkans. Like, the Balkans is what brings Italy into the conflict.
Albania and shit, right?
Yeah, well, that's the whole point. Is like some could say that the Balkans is the start of both world wars. There's an argument to be made there.
There is an argument. Because, I mean, I guess you wouldn't have Nazism without Mussolini.
It's a little simple history reductionist, you know?
Yes. I mean, I can see the argument. Like, you can't have World War II without Mussolini creating fascism, merging it with the occult and Nazi-esque fucking weirdness, giving
but
you
also,
Nazism.
like, with Mussolini, like, Italy is kind of like Spain. Like, there's multiple ethnic groups recognized, you know? Like, Sicilians are a completely different ethnic group in Italy. Anywhere else, they're still, like, just Italians.
They're just Italians.
Right?
Although Sicilians do not like being called Italian.
Most don't really care, though.
No. But it is sort of a point of nationalism for them.
If they're from Sicily, then they say they're from Sicily.
Mm.
But that's what I'm saying, is that's why you can understand Mussolini's whole argument about race. And, like, the whole thing, like, Mengele doing all the experiments, obsessed with racial purity and stuff.
Yes.
Like, Mussolini really only sides with the Nazis because it's in his benefit.
Yeah. And that's exactly what we were saying about Erdogan. Or what you were saying.
Yeah, I think Mussolini would be equally as likely to end up aligning with the Allies if they were still in the war by the end, along with Russia. He would totally switch sides.
Yeah, if the Nazis got taken out and not the fascists.
We spent like the rest of history defending the fucking fascist in Italy and Greece. Like we literally put, like, the years of lead, we fucking helped that shit. Nobody that, like, talk about Europe's Black Decade. Nobody fucking knows shit. Nobody even knows what the years of lead are.
The 30s, 20s.
No.
No?
No.
Oh, past that, post World War II.
It begun in 1968. End date 1982.
Interesting.
Red Faction, PLO, is involved.
Because I've heard of this, but I haven't...
Yeah, because I bring it up.
But I'm not actually 100% sure what the years of lead are.
Well,
obviously,
so
it's got something to do with killing communists?
It was communist and anarchist protest, right?
Mm.
And basically the police just were told to go in and massacre them.
Ah.
And that's what kicked it off. So, and then it became, like, more militant after that. But it's
like
the U.S. supporting fascist governments in Europe. They did it. It's Operation Gladio and shit. You hear the fucking commies bring that up, but they don't say the years of lead. They talk about Gladio.
This is crazy. So it was the Italian government fighting commies and Nazis.
Yeah,
basically?
But the Nazis, that's the thing, is like they were still far-right government. You know, it's the difference between fascist and Nazis.
Because it says Black Order, National Vanguard,
Third
and
Positionist.
Third Position. SIS.
Yeah, one of the more like hidden parts of European history, honestly.
Oh my
It
god,
would be cool
there's
to find
a
somebody who is an
CIA.
expert in this.
There is a CIA support under the far right terrorists. Amazing.
Well, also you see the Greek there too. Like I said, because
Yes.
the CIA was also helping the Greek fascist.
Yes, they were. The Greek junta. PLO, KGB, Stasi. Nice.
But you know, there's RAF there too. You know,
Interesting.
they used to be the guys in Europe.
That's true.
The Albanian one in there too.
Workers, continuous. Militant organization, workers' power. Ugh. Workers' autonomy. Sure. Interesting.
The chat's talking about piss.
In the European Parliament, and they want to continue collaborating with Turkey.
No,
they are,
no. It wasn't the CIA. You misunderstand. It was the Palestinian Grand Mufti that helped Hitler decide to take out the Jews instead of just deporting them like the good man he was.
Should go and work with. They should. They are siding also with Hitler.
Why do you think I'm not doing investigations about other people? I'm talking about you, not other MEPs, and I'm not talking about anybody else. I'm here to talk about you. But you seem to skirt around every single one of my questions. You don't really want to answer about the kidnapped children. And I've asked you, in Ireland they speak English. Should Britain take Ireland? I mean, this is your logic.
I said it's not only that. There is a lot of things, a lot more deeper root cause that I explain you.
But you don't want to go there and find out the truth, right? You just want to go to Russia instead while they launch missiles.
My friend, like I believe what I believe with the information that I had and the research that I had. Do I have the right to believe something different than you?
Yeah, but you should be held accountable.
Okay, you are holding me accountable. You are doing your research.
Why do you think
And I have the right to believe what I believe.
It looks like you've decided what you
I love that he doesn't say anything. He's just like, haha, isn't this great? We can talk. He's like Tommy Wiseau.
Because you're skirting around everything that I'm saying. You're saying that there are two.
Haha, what a story, Mark.
And it looks like you.
Hey, how is your sex life?
Continue making anti-Ukraine propaganda and pro-Russian propaganda for the next few months. What are you going to do?
I will do whatever I want.
Your comments are overwhelmingly negative right now.
What my mandate is. I will exercise my mandate. However, I believe is good.
Overwhelmingly,
they should bully this man out of the parliament. Every time he talks, just bully him.
But like,
this baby believe Russian information.
You know, like NATO is an asset to Ukraine.
It is, yes. Even though it's kind of cringe. Now it's kind of become cringe. There's a lot of pro-Israel NATO accounts that I've seen.
Well, of course there is. It's you have to understand that it's a diverse political group organized around a single issue, a global coalition organized around a single issue. There's people who support Trump, thinking that it's better for Ukraine.
Yeah.
You know, there's all sides of the political spectrum because this is an easy issue to get behind.
For sure. You would think that Israel
and there's even like little
well.
like splinter groups inside of it because certain people have been exiled for having certain views and stuff. So it's very interesting. Like, and just wait because like it's not gonna be something very unique. Like in a few years we'll say, oh yeah, remember those guys? They were like the first.
Yeah. Yeah, like it's not all of them. As John said, it's very diverse, but like I've just been seeing because of my
I've been
algorithm,
fascinated with the group since its inception.
Yeah, it's been very interesting. I think we interviewed Cal because he was doing that stuff, if I recall correctly. And then we did our
And then
online
also
fascism
James
thing.
had a NAFO page but it got
Yes.
banned because he was arguing with transphobes, and like he would post things like just
Hate trans
pictures of
people?
like
Kill
trans
yourself.
surgeries and stuff.
Oh. Oh man. What can you do?
Yeah.
Comments on all of your videos across platforms are incredibly negative right now. People who support Ukraine, people that support democracy. Why is that?
I'm not sure. You should read more my comments.
I do right now on
should-
Twitter and on TikTok.
You should
Overwhelmingly,
read
people.
more my comments.
And when I made a video saying I was investigating you, a lot of
We will.
Yeah, I don't agree with his tactics on how he was arguing, but I'm not one to criticize somebody's rebellion, you know?
Except for mine.
people were pretty happy about it because people have been pretty disgusted with what you've been putting out. You say that you're representing people, but the only people you're representing are in the Kremlin.
Call my friend. I don't have a problem with people.
I think I see more of the pro-Israeli NAFO guys because my algorithm is kind of tuned to only give me agents.
Being mad. I have. I'm
A lot
immune
of
to
them.
people.
A lot of them are under Drew's posts. But there's also equally as many mocking him. So it's always kind of funny.
Disliking me. I don't mind
Fucking
people
Tim
disliking
Pool.
me. I don't mind people being angry with me. I don't care. I want to do what I believe is true, whatever the consequence.
Literally,
And
what's funny?
You think that I
Tim Pool's a
didn't
better
know.
fucking agent than Phidias.
Yes. This is weaponized ignorance. That's all this is.
Well, so is Tim Pool.
Well,
I think Phidias
wouldn't
might
call
be more
Tim
informed
ignorant.
than Tim Pool. He's just lower intelligence.
Yeah.
Not informed on this specifically.
Yeah.
Because Tim Fool, that was a Freudian slip, and then I was going to correct myself and doubled down instead.
People call him Pim Tool, which is funny. Dim Fool.
Yeah. I think fool is just good enough. That's
Dim
why the
Fool was
Freudian
pretty
slip
funny.
worked. But, like, he literally met with Netanyahu.
Yes, he
Right?
did. Yeah. And then all of a sudden, all criticism of the genocide go out the door, go out the window.
There's a very funny video with Sam Cedar, because you know about when Israeli aircraft strafed that U.S. warship multiple times?
In the, 70s, wasn't it?
Yeah, back then.
The
But
Arab-Israeli war.
they strafed a warship multiple times, including sailors in the water, which is a war crime, period. And, there's a lot of anti-Semitic shit centered around that strafing. And it's very funny because anytime it's brought up in Tim's show, he immediately sidelines it and brings up something else.
I opened this to find the 5th gen tweet, but this is a banger fucking tweet. Not that one. This one. Where it be?
What are you looking for?
I made a tweet on the 5th gen account. This was one. It was this in response to Theo.
It's just been kind of on my heart, and so I feel like I should. We've had people on the podcast in the past to talk about it, and
So just a bit of context.
there's a conflict that's been happening in the Middle East. People know about it, between Israel and Palestine and some of the areas over there, the Gaza area they talk about, and I just think it feels to me. I don't know if it feels to me like it's a genocide that's happening while we're alive here in front of our.
Okay, so before going on to the Tim Pool tweet, I do want to cover this, from the interviews that I've seen with Theo. He's... I want to call him an empath.
Yeah,
he sits there and he listens. And he
look at his interview with Bernie Sanders. It's one of the better interviews of Bernie Sanders.
Right?
Even though I think they do have a little bit of technical difficulties in it.
Mm-hmm. Like, he sits there, he listens, he understands, he comprehends, he absorbs everything that nobody else in this space does. And I've seen responses where they're like, oh, well, this is just a narrative fed to him by Candace Owens. And I'm just like, he interviewed her once. What are you talking about? Does he not see the videos too? They're literally everywhere. Like, you think, like, I posted on Instagram on the 5th gen, and I was just like, it was just, I just said something. I was like, did the sight of dead children not make you weep? Like, I don't understand how you can't see a child squished between two concrete slabs and be like, this is fine. This is okay. We should be fine with Israel doing this. It just... And Theo has come to the obvious conclusion. And then Tim, the fuckwit who meets with Netanyahu and gets endless access journalism, decides to go, it's one thing to criticize the war, it's another to call it a genocide. Massive swing to one side of the issue he doesn't know much about. So I had to say something. So I'm like, alright, we know you're disingenuous and beholden to Israel, but to deny the evident and obvious nature of the Palestinian genocide is just repugnant. Genocide is all about intent. But genocide supporters love to deflect to numbers, not just with Israel, right? And this is, it's mostly this that I really wanted people to get, is that, and I've seen it so many times, Xinjiang, Armenia does it, Israel does it, Russians do it over Ukraine. They just talk about, oh, well, the numbers aren't that bad, look at the Holocaust.
Bro said Armenians do it.
Sorry, Azerbaijan. But it's like, it's this same narrative, and it's so easy to catch. And as soon as you're told about it, you see it everywhere. And it's just, and it goes back to that point about Netanyahu and the meeting with Netanyahu, is as soon as that meeting happened, this is all Tim started saying. Is just, no, it's not genocide. No, it's justified. Oh, the hostages. Just everything you can see from every other agent. Goodbye.
But he continually dodges talking about it.
Yes. Because he can't say, because he can't control himself. He gets on a tirade and he just says shit, right? So, if you're being paid by somebody and your instruction is to not talk about something, you're going to avoid talking about it. You're going to avoid going on rants that involve Israel. You're going to shut down the conversations. Like, if we were paid by Israel, we wouldn't be saying this. We wouldn't be talking about this. We wouldn't even be showing a single thing about it. We would just be showing Israeli press conferences saying, oh, well, Hamas are terrorists, big bad guys. We kill all terrorists despite the 70% civilian deaths to military deaths in strikes, or whatever the statistic is. Because it seems like, I don't know, with like the Nasrallah, it's like a 300 to 1 civilian to target ratio. Not a great ratio. Also launched from American soil, also left with $6 billion. Definitely not beholden at all. Let's see.
about me, and you were saying that I'm a Russian asset. What is this evidence?
The evidence is what you post on your feed that gets millions of views and shared
The
by
eggs are done.
pro-Kremlin accounts. That makes you an asset to Russia.
But, so you don't have evidence?
The evidence is what you posted on your feed.
So you don't have evidence?
Do you know who paid for your Moscow trip?
I paid everything with my own money in the Moscow trip.
And why did you do that? Why would you spend your own
Tridius,
money
you shouldn't have
going
left
to a
that
Russian
cut in there.
military celebration?
My friend, I didn't went to the military parade. So you see, you have here a lot of wrong information. You are posting misinformation, propaganda.
What propaganda am I posting?
Fake information. I didn't went to the
I just want to see if it's
parade.
the same
I'm telling
interview.
you,
If
have
he
any-
edits and gives it context, you know?
You said. The only two people I know from
Looks
the
like
people
it's
that
just
you interviews is
his version of the interview. He was allowed to post his own version, and he posted it before the journalist did, which is interesting. There was something that was a full image source in there. No. You literally almost went over it towards the back there. It was like a white paper. Keeps back. There's a cut in there somewhere. I definitely saw a paper that he was referencing. I think I just saw it again. Right at the last second there.
You're seeing shit.
In that you speak Russian, but every single one I've spoken to, and I spend a lot of time in the Donbass.
Love the.
You have no answers to this.
Always.
In your truth, there's the truth.
Sometimes the truth is evolved with the data
No, it isn't.
that
That's
we
a
have.
fact. Those children were kidnapped. That's
Anyway, so I explain you the way how I voted.
No.
I voted
just the same. Oh, boring. Actually, I'm gonna dislike that video.
Yeah, because fuck Phidias.
I'm gonna go back and specifically like. Where is it? No. Not that one. This one. So we'll go and like that one. Go back.
I voted
We'll
abstention.
dislike
Because you
that
didn't.
one. This has 800 views.
Perhaps no world leader has gone to greater lengths to build ties with President Trump than Japanese Prime Minister Shinzo Abe. He was the first leader to meet with Trump in New York after the election, calling him trustworthy, also giving Trump a high-end golf club in his signature color, gold. Now the president is returning the favor, inviting Abe for a weekend of golf at his lavish Florida getaway, and possibly a ride on Air Force One.
Abe's going to pull out all the stops.
Author and Tokyo professor Jeff Kingston says Japan's leader needs a successful U.S. summit. President Trump could also use a diplomatic win
How old is this?
after recent tussles with top allies.
It's from the first Ant-Man. Jack, it would be when Abe is alive.
A bromance.
When I say you... It wouldn't be the first so-called bromance between a U.S. president and Japanese prime minister. In the 80s, it was Ron and Yasu, the fabled friendship between Reagan and Nakasone. 20 years later, President Bush and Prime Minister Koizumi bonded over American pop culture. President Obama and Abe never became close friends, but had a strong working relationship.
It's all about the image, and I think that Abe has Trump's number. He understands that Trump is very petty and vindictive towards those who criticize him, and he takes care of his friends. So Abe's going to be his best friend.
Being friends reportedly includes bringing Trump a multi-billion-dollar proposal, promising massive Japanese investment in U.S. railroads and infrastructure, and potentially hundreds of
Hey, that's a
thousands
good idea.
of American jobs.
That reminds me.
Abe hopes the proposal will
Mauritania
reflect
just
criticism
got their
from Trump
fourth
over
bridge
trade,
in their
currency
country because of
policy,
the Belt and Road
security.
Initiative.
Japan also wants to show China the U.S. alliance is strong. In Tokyo, some are skeptical.
I want to say this on stream.
Mr. Trump is
right?
such an
Pause it.
extreme person, says this student. I hope they don't.
You know how China is dropping aid and positioning over Gaza? The PLA should insert If they really want to put their money where their mouth is, the PLA should insert into Gaza and fight Israel. If they're really anti-imperialist and they want to prove it, do it. Seriously. If you're so concerned about genocide, China, insert the PLA. Show your advanced military and fucking dumpster Israel. Nobody else is going to do it. America's helping Israel do it. So, if China really wants to do something, really wants to win
I'm sure Mr.
influence,
Abe has his strategy ready. Says
insert
the
into
Site 2
Gaza.
Worker. Whether it'll actually work on Trump,
request
I'm not so sure.
the UN
The U.S.
give you
is
permission
Japan's
to do
most
so.
important economic and military partner. Whatever happens at the White House
No
and
fly
on the
zone.
golf course, friends and foes of both countries will be watching. Will Ripley, CNN, Tokyo.
I gotta be honest with you. I never really liked Star Wars.
Oh, yes, you do. You have the Phantom Menace, don't you, Howard?
Okay, no, that's like the second
Yes,
worst
you
one.
do.
The only one that's worse is the one where you flip around and CG like a...
That one's better.
No, Yoda.
It's better when
Oh my, it's so much worse. We should never have seen
Ninja
Yoda.
Yoda's better than...
That's what you get.
The little possum guy. That's not bone. They're adorable.
It's stuck. It sucks they only live for 3 years.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
It's such a short lifespan. What the fuck? I guess that's why they have so many babies.
Yeah, you know they have more babies than they can actually hold.
Yeah, I always see them running after them and shit.
Like, they make
Oh,
it
wow.
so purposely the baby will eventually... The weakest ones fall off. You know what the shoebill stork?
Yep.
You know, it has multiple eggs and it will only raise one of the chicks.
I didn't know that.
It's
Is that the-
fucking brutal.
Is that the dinosaur?
The other chick, the dominant chick, literally kills the other chick. And the
Damn.
mother just doesn't feed it once it's been... Like, she'll feed both chicks, but eventually the one chick will kill the other one. And it's really the one that hatches first.
Yeah,
because
okay.
they'll be slightly more developed.
Is it is that the dinosaur one?
Yeah, the
in
huge stork.
Africa?
The Congolese stork.
Yep.
Yeah,
They're
and it
fucking
eats
cool.
like fish that are this big.
They are
It's like
cool fucking animal.
It's got like a very primitive brain. All they do is stand looking at the water, waiting for a fish to float by.
Yeah,
and then
they're
grabs
stupid
them.
birds.
They can fly too, you know? That's what's crazy.
Since the start of the second Trump term of office, relations between the United States and Europe have come under unprecedented strain. Indeed, with questions about the continued viability of NATO, there have been growing calls for Europe to take its security into its own hands. To discuss all this, I'm joined by Dr. Ian Kearns, the founder and former director of the European Leadership Network, a leading think tank looking at European defence and security. So, hi Ian.
I probably won't listen to all of this. I was just curious about a little bit of this, just because it is talking to someone about NATO. I'm somewhat interested.
So much for joining us. I think maybe the best place to start is, I think we're all aware of the incredibly important role that the United States plays in European security, but perhaps to just give a little bit of context for people who might not be aware of traditionally how all-encompassing that US role has been?
Sure, and thanks, James, for having me on. I think the most obvious and most important way in which the United States has been central for Europe, of course, has been providing its extended nuclear guarantee, ultimately across the whole of NATO. But also, I mean, huge conventional force contribution.
That's an albatross. That bird is gonna fuck him up. It is an albatross, right?
Yeah. You ever see them do this?
Oh, where they steal the baby?
Yeah, it's just so funny, dumbass bird.
Zero survival instinct. Are they weighing it? What are they doing?
Yeah, they're weighing it.
Yeah, okay. I imagine if that bird hit you, like got you with its beak, that would hurt.
Sure, but...
It is a dumbass bird.
I know, right? Now you see what happened to the dodo.
Yeah, literally. Here you go, buddy. Boop.
Yeah, you're scary. I guess just if you don't move fast, it's like it's like Jurassic Park. Their vision is based off of movement.
Well, that must be why they move slow, is because it would have freaked out if you didn't, I imagine.
Not a bird expert.
I'm just assuming.
I don't know anything about bird law.
Some recent increases under the Biden administration following the Russian invasion of Ukraine, but also really pivotal roles in things like intelligence, provision of strategic capabilities for large-scale strategic airlift, movement of militaries around, and some specific air defense and other specific military capabilities which other European countries don't have, and also a really key role at NATO itself. The Supreme Commander, SACEUR, as it's known in NATO, is an American position, although there has been recent speculation that the Trump administration may not choose to renew an American officer in that position, but really right at the heart of the NATO alliance in terms of the military leadership as well. And that's important because that SACEUR role would give a direct link to the White House, to the Oval Office in the event of a crisis, and to the American president's use of nuclear weapons consideration if that ever were needed. So when you put all of that together, a really very significant role for the United States in Europe in conveying that NATO Article 5, the commitment to defend one another, was very solid, and conveying a really strong deterrent to anybody who might consider attacking NATO country, principally, of course, the Russians.
We can see that the United States has obviously had this absolutely central role.
Who's chatting with mentally
over the
ill
past
people?
year, and even before Trump took...
Me. All the time. I did bait some fucking COVID dickheads. That was fun.
Bro,
Those
did you
people are
see the
mentally ill.
one Molly Smash Girl, whatever she's going by now, is just getting owned on Twitter about sex ed?
Seriously? That's funny.
Yeah, you know that one girl? She's been
I
on
haven't
Tim
seen
Pool's
that.
show.
You'd have to show me a picture.
She had the Maori tattoo on her chin that she like started getting removed, but like seems like she hasn't made appointments to get it lasered in years.
That doesn't doesn't ring any bells.
Hang on, I gotta pull it up.
Took office. I mean, we saw during his campaign that he was speaking quite openly about the United States withdrawing. And then we had that incredibly tumultuous period after he took office that led to utter panic in many senses, that something fundamental had changed. And I was thinking how perhaps to phrase this, but maybe the only way to put it to you is NATO now dead?
I mean, it's either dead or on serious life support, and I think some fundamental things need to change at NATO.
Here,
if
I'm
it's
sending
to
you the
survive.
link to the post.
It's
literally just
and if they can't change, then
sex
I think NATO
ed
is
homework
dead. And the things that
about
need to change. I mean, at the
the
moment,
female genitals, and everyone's like, "Oh, immediately you have to make everything sexual, pervert. You people are perverts." Like they're clowning on her for being a pervert for making children's homework sexual.
I mean, yeah, that's fucking weird.
But she's just been coping, and that's also been funny.
Yeah. Look, 5th grade is 11 years old.
But see, she's 2x best-selling author.
Yeah, I did see that.
Sex workers' rights activist.
Oh boy.
She was big in the libertarian community, so like I said, she's literally been on Tim Pool.
Yeah, I don't recognize her at all. Must have been after I stopped watching.
I was friends with her before she went on Tim Pool.
Interesting.
She has a fucking Save the Children hashtag.
Amazing. Full.
Calling everyone
Given what
pedos.
we were just talking
who's
about in terms
disagreeing
of
with
the
her.
US centrality to European security.
Makes sense.
Just pure
At the
cope.
moment, the reality of NATO is that the Americans have a veto on any NATO action, as does any member state theoretically, but the Americans obviously are the most important actor in that alliance. But they're also central to military plans. And it seems to me that Europeans have to ask themselves if the reality of the American veto and of American centrality.
I have to reply to this. It says it's just biology. Okay, which body is being shown, a man or a woman? I'm just gonna be like, is your child a girl or a boy?
Well, her issue is that they handed it to the boys too.
Ah, so you're teaching men how vaginas work? Good idea.
In 5th grade, no less. Can you believe it?
That's much younger than
Not only that-
anybody would have expected.
Not only
That's
that,
great.
she literally shows on that post that she signed a permission slip for this.
That's fucking hysterical. That makes it so much funnier.
To plans to defend Europe is actually viable in the age of Trump. And I think to get at that question, one has to really consider the wider context that we've been observing. So, to some extent, the Trump administration almost hostility with regard to, and we saw this in the Signal Gates, saga, the really venomous way and dismissive way they talk about Europeans has been focused around this issue of, the Americans paying for European security and the
Gate. Did you
Europeans
see the
free ride.
fucking
And I think we have to
Chinese
acknowledge
Helldivers
that
video?
is true.
No.
Do you know what's happening in Helldivers right now?
No.
It's #1 on Steam again.
Really?
The invasion of Earth is happening, and they fucking have these capital ships that are almost indestructible. Like you literally can't damage them with like the autocannon.
Wow.
or anything like that. Like, you need specific weapons to even, like, get the weak spots exposed. Like, you need, I think it's 9 recoilless rocket rounds to take them out.
Unreal.
So it's like you might as well just avoid the capital ships, right? But if you're coordinated enough, you could actually start fighting them. And I saw somebody literally, they put themselves they also have NPCs now, so there's Marines fighting with you on Earth.
Oh, cool.
And but I saw they have these orbital cannons that they added in, and I watched these guys. They literally used themselves as an orbital cannon, and they put a portable mini nuke on the back of a guy, and were able to launch it into one of the capital ships.
That's a great idea. Fucking nuts.
No, they said it took them 14 tries to get it done.
Oh, well, at least.
But it was just a fucking great video. But not this Chinese video might be the best Helldivers video I've ever seen. First, let me stop sharing so I will bring it up easier. Okay.
正面有定位毯，正面有定位毯。啊，观察手准备，观察手准备，观察手，观察手，观察手，快给指示，观察手，快给指示，快给指示，观察手。好，高度要求动，停，开了。别怕，再往下一点，往下一点。打中了，快！快，再往下一点，对。我这边要转吗？不用转，往下一点就行。好，开炮，快开炮！往左一点。5、4、3。
What if you dropped the 120 orbital on it? Or like a walking barrage or something?
From as far as I know, the best way to take them out is with like your actual weapons. You can break the wing off and then you can target it with like auto cannons and stuff, but you need a full team coordination to take them down no matter what. Also, Eagle 1 might fly below them.
No, I'm talking orbital strikes.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
Because like if you put a walking barrage,
I haven't been able to play. The update took me like 6 hours.
Yeah, okay.
Also, I'll probably play after stream depending on if there's enough people around to watch a movie or not.
Did I update it? Maybe we can play Maybe we can play Helldivers instead of watching a movie today. For the last
It depends on
couple
how many people are around.
再来！朝我们开炮了！快！重点！我不走！开炮了！开炮！哇！3炮！再开一炮！开了，上不去，倒数！干起来了！我操！牛逼啊！开炮！滴！3、2、1，发射！5、4、3、2、1，越来越！我操！打掉一点！我操！他们想趁我们。
Honestly,
that's great.
Best Chinese military propaganda ever seen, right? that makes they work really well together. I'm kind of intimidated, you know.
And I was recently
people have been telling them that they want them to fucking add cowboy hats to the game.
Oh, please.
And so all I said was, no, imagine if they were doing this in cowboy hats.
Kissinger's memoirs, The White House Years, and there's a very interesting passage in there at the beginning, just as they've entered office, himself and Nixon. They're doing...
You know, I love when people quote Chomsky at America, and I'm just like, isn't this the guy who basically uncritically parrots the Chinese government? Like, isn't that basically what he does?
Yeah, so supports genocides.
Because I'm not really familiar with all of Chomsky's
He'd be
positions.
like, Bosnia, their fault.
Wow.
Yeah, he's like pro-Serb.
Interesting.
Yeah.
The first trip to Europe, just 6-7 weeks in.
That explains why so many pro-China people whinge about NATO going into Serbia.
Well, it's all they have.
Yeah. And it's kind of
There
interesting.
hasn't. That's like that was the test for NATO operations, and they said, you know what? The UN failed, NATO failed. It ultimately came down to like the US carrying that entire fucking conflict to a finish.
And it's like, and like with what I said about the PLA, like if NATO had principles, they would have inserted into Gaza, but they don't. It's also because it's American control, but that's a different conversation. Like NATO should have intervened in Ukraine too if they had principles, but they don't.
Should have done it. They should have posted Ukrainian troops before Russia invaded.
Yeah, like
because imagine
everything
if
was done wrong.
Imagine if just NATO deployed halfway through what currently is held by Ukraine. Right? Like that was the NATO positions before the Russian invasion.
Yeah.
Then literally everything Ukraine had could have been deployed in front of that line.
Yes. And it's like if NATO had deployed before Russia invaded, there's the deterrence. You know, you wanna say NATO's right on the borders? Okay, put NATO in Ukraine before Russia invades. Make the choice to engage with NATO. The option is war with NATO to get Ukraine, or you stop being a cunt. Because we saw what happened when he invaded Ukraine. He couldn't even do that. So imagine
ultimately
if NATO was
it would
there.
need to be the Americans who did that, and you would need a president with some real fucking balls to do it.
Yeah.
Like that's like a Reagan thing, you know?
Yeah. And it's not even like a...
Like Reagan had people in Germany.
Yes.
And those people in Germany, like the information ops in Germany were huge.
Mm-hmm.
Like that's when Radio Free Europe mattered, and Voice of America mattered.
Like there's a potential that if NATO had deployed in a preventative measure, as like a literal like what the UN is supposed to be as peacekeepers, like literal bullet sponges, put NATO there as bullet sponges as an ultimate ultimatum, because at the end of the day, Europe sitting in Brussels going, don't do that, Russia, isn't doing anything.
You didn't say the secret word.
Like, literally doing nothing. And I'm not even arguing for NATO to deploy now, right? It's too late. It needed to be before. But because NATO has no principles, and they're pathetic losers who are just trying to maintain their salaries and positions like every other politician, Ukraine is paying for it. Is that what your magpies look like?
We don't have magpies, so I'm not sure where this is. We have blue jays, but they could also be in Europe. Blue jays are fucking mean. They're like very territorial and chase all the other birds off.
Are they the same breed as cardinals? Same bird?
Breed?
Or bird? Like same
No.
type of bird?
Oh, this is in Montana.
Okay.
Camera is northwest Montana. Yeah, because we don't have magpies. on this region. But like, if you made like a tier list of birds who are dickheads, like blue jays are up there with like geese.
Plovers are cunts.
But like magpies are also cunts. So I was like, wait, the two biggest cunt birds together? I gotta see this video.
No, magpies are cool.
Yeah, but
these things,
so are blue jays.
These things are cunts. Fucking.
Is that a
hate
bin
these birds.
chicken?
Nah, these are plovers. They're fucking awful, invasive cunt birds. Just absolute cunt birds.
And even then, Kissinger is talking about, this unwillingness of the Europeans to contribute more to their own defense, and almost telling the Americans what needs to happen on security and how to manage the Soviets, but then not actually offering up to do anything about it themselves. That's always been there. And to be honest, the Americans have always...
shit. Blue jays are a corvid.
That makes sense.
Cardinals are related to
finches,
grosbeaks, tanagers, and buntings. I don't know what the fuck those are.
They have more of a finch-shaped beak.
That's very interesting. Yes, I see. Yes, the beak. Okay.
But yeah, blue jays definitely do have a corvid beak.
And
it makes sense because they're really fucking smart. They know how to like bully other birds to get all the food.
Well, that is.
They're
definitely
huge
corvid.
dickheads.
That is definitely corvid behavior.
Yeah.
But they're corvids are by far my favorite birds. Just because they're so sneaky. They're clearly smart. And if you have magpies here, you can feed them, and they get very familiar with you to the point that they'll take food from your hands. They're
Blue
very
jays can
smart.
also mimic other birds to a degree, so they'll mimic predator birds to get other birds away from like the bird feeders and stuff.
That's hilarious.
But like, if you have a bird
Just been
feeder in your
schizophrenic.
yard, the blue jays are the kings of the bird feeder.
Interesting.
About the Europeans doing more. They've talked about the need for a European pillar, but always wanted to completely control what that pillar looked like and how it would be used and all of that. So that's been there in the background for a very long time, and we have to acknowledge that. And to some extent, the Trump administration has just said, look, that's now ending, and we're serious about that. And I think almost any American administration would have wanted to convey that message, much less brutally than the Trump administration has done. Others tried, Obama tried, Biden was conveying a similar message. The other underlying structural reality, of course, is that the Americans need to focus on Asia, Pacific, and on the challenge of China. And that's true, again, of any administration. But there are some very significant things about the Trump administration which go well beyond that and well beyond the burden-sharing dimension of this relationship. The rhetoric we've seen around Canada, the 51st state, the rhetoric we've seen around Greenland, Trump openly saying he's not going to defend countries that are not willing to pay enough for their own defense. Vance talking about the enemy within Europe being the real threat in his Munich security speech.
Nazi.
Hegseth saying he's not going to tolerate this position anymore. That's the stuff that triggered the panic you were referring to. But even that doesn't capture the totality of it, because you've then got all of Trump's rhetoric about the European Union, about how it was set up to screw the United States, the tariff and economic dimension of the relationship, which I think is still very volatile and could explode. And then we've got this whole stream of attempts by senior Trump
Blue
administration
jays,
people
they
and
understand
associates
sin and engage
to interfere
in
in European domestic politics, to support far-right movements in Europe that are essentially hostile to the European Union. I think there's a whole stream of the MAGA idea which sees Europe almost as the kind of the woke, liberal left of America, but abroad. And they're a threat to MAGA, which is just discounted by far too many people as a serious threat to the European Union, especially when it's combined with disinformation and influence operations coming from Moscow. So I think there's all of that. And then you've got the position on Ukraine, where obviously the administration has been anything, but reliably behind the Ukrainian position. And you just have this sense of complete unreliability.
Do you got hummingbirds in Australia?
Hummingbirds? Yes, I think so. Yes, we do. They are not native.
Must not be very common.
Not native, but we have the eastern spinebill, which can be seen hovering like a hummingbird.
Oh, but it's not one.
It's not a hummingbird.
They're fascinating.
They are very cool.
They have like some of the worst metabolism, because already birds need to constantly eat because of how much metabolism flying takes. But the hummingbird has like the worst efficiency out of any bird. So like if they're not eating almost like 24/7, they die. Like they can't afford to like ever stop eating. Wing pattern's way off.
Yeah, the hummingbirds are super fast.
Like no, the way their wings flap, they flap in both directions.
Yeah, because it's kind of like the Dune fighters, right? Like
those
dragonfly.
Like dragonflies.
Isn't that how they kind of work though?
I don't know much about dragonflies, to be honest.
Cool bugs. Hold on. Let's see if there's a YouTube video.
You just look at hummingbird wings in slow-mo. Is this Gavin? And Dan from the Shlomo guys? Look. It's the Shlomo guys.
He's gonna do what we call rousing. It means
I just want to see the bird in slow-mo.
Going back and forth. So
See
it's able
that?
to get lift in both directions, which is amazing. It still has the same stroke, forward and backwards, that another bird does, but it's flipping and able to get lift in both directions.
That's
They're the
so
only
interesting.
bird I've seen
where...
So it's generating lift backwards and forwards.
Yeah, isn't that awesome?
Fascinating.
That's why their metabolism sucks, though, because they're flapping so fast. And because they're so tiny. A wasp could legitimately take a hummingbird. I wouldn't be surprised if the wasp kills this.
Fascinating.
It's just them dodging. That's the thing, is they have the dodge.
Yeah.
But wasps could easily kill hummingbirds. They're
Yeah, they
so
just have to
fragile,
sting 'em.
bro. Cats are a huge problem with them. That's why it's like genuinely a good thing. Like it's encouraged to get hummingbird feeders.
Yeah, so keep them out of
Because-
range of cats.
Well, they're just super good pollinators as well.
Yeah. I'm trying to get a video.
This is probably... Yeah, that's crazy.
Perfect.
Look at how big that dragonfly is.
It's massive. Interesting.
That's
I
also
forgot that
how
they have
small
4
the
wings.
hummingbirds are.
So I wonder if what the dragonfly does is kind of similar, but instead of rotating the wing, it alternates flapping of their wings to kind of, and that's why they move so quickly. I wonder. What the fuck?
I told you, bro.
Fascinating. Interesting. What fucking interesting creatures. Dragonfly. How wings work.
They're lacewing too. So they must be. I'm pretty sure all lacewing.
All the insects, including the dragonfly, have a flexible wing. They are master of using this kind of a flexible structure for their maximum aerodynamic benefit.
University
so
of
flying
Virginia.
actually, it has been a very old topic in terms of the human design and research history. Researchers who are working on the design of small flying robots have discovered rigid wings have limited their flying abilities. This is why my research is looking at the flexible wings of dragonflies and other insects to try to discover the source of the efficient and highly maneuverable flight.
So we have 3 high-speed cameras, and we're going to put the dragonflies on that platform and let it free fly. And when it starts flying, we push the trigger and record all the motions.
Fascinating.
We are trying
Cyberpunk
to track
music
the
for
deformations
dragonflies.
of the insect wings and also build up the 3-dimensional model and develop newer numerical schemes trying to handle such complex geometry and complicated motion. The blue is actually the vortex structure. To understand how the wing interacts with the flow is very important for us to understand the aerodynamics for insect flight. Our hope is that research into the efficiencies of insect flight will contribute to the design of small flexible wing robots and lead to an innovative design of flying robots and perhaps extend to other aircraft design as well.
Are you telling me we could have the Dune planes? That's a thing that could happen? Awesome. All right, let's move on from this.
I want Mac.
Yo, can somebody just do it? Can somebody?
Ka-chunk.
Okay,
That's
I'm gonna
the sound of
change
the Mac
Twitch-
footsteps.
I'm going to change the
Ka-chunk.
Twitch title to somebody just do it.
Ka-chunk. And then put the seashell number.
Duh. Somebody just needs to do it. The new 1312.
Oh, it's my boy!
Sheba! Did he dance? It's Frank.
Oh, he was a good boy. He's a good boy. That you come back. I got so many good boys. He was a good boy. Oh, yes. Oh. Uzi. Oh, yeah, yeah, yeah. Konnichiwa. 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 Hey, baby.
Oh, what the fuck? I got some beanies.
I think it's
That's the one I was talking about.
Yeah. Yeah.
So I think the dog might have got to that one.
Yeah, dog definitely got to this one.
So where's your one? The current one? So was it did you say
But I do think there is value, even if he's lying here, that he needs to lie about it. Because this guy has become, talk about the poop in the punch bowl, right? I mean, nobody wants to hang. Do you remember when you could not see a photograph or a video clip of newly elected Donald Trump without seeing Elon Musk in the frame?
My
He was like
goodness.
literally
doing 2 thumbs up.
It was like they were both each other's paraprofessionals. Here is Elon Musk.
Are you going to continue to spend at that kind of level on future elections?
Hold on, pause it for 1 second. I just want to make it clear. We did nothing to this video. He is in some type of hostage scenario.
It appears.
It's unclear what's going on there. I don't know if when you finally stop taking ketamine, if you start to get very cold and you need to wear a coat indoors, or
The Top Gun crew gave him that fighter jacket.
Oh, is that what that is?
I mean, I don't know. That's what it
He
looks
could be
like.
at a Top Gun simulator that he purchased, but here he is. He's shrouded the background for privacy reasons, and the world's greatest technologist also can't figure out how to get his left ear back.
The worst green screen ever.
It's unbelievable.
Going to continue to spend at that kind of level on future elections?
I think in terms of political spending, I'm going to do a lot less in the future.
Publicly.
And why is that?
I think I've done enough.
I think I've taken enough L's.
Is it because of blowback?
Well, if I see a reason to do political spending in the future, I will do it. I do not currently see a reason.
You know why?
Is those the beanies you're going to use for your Tim Pool ad?
Oh, you want me to use the breast cancer beanie? I can use the breast cancer beanie.
Whatever beanie you got to use.
I mean, I have one that looks more like Tim's, but I can use this one. And we can say that we'll donate to breast cancer, or we'll donate a portion to breast cancer or something if people subscribe. I'm totally down to do that, by the way. That wasn't a joke.
And then another one we got to do is the Oolalao intro.
Yes, I agree. But yeah, I can use this one, but I have a normal beanie to use. I just need to find a place to film that I can set up my green screen. And then we can...
حين يتم الحديث عن الانحراف فالمنحرف هو الذي يؤيد الحروب. المنحرف هو الذي يقايض المواقف. انت اللي بتقايض. هو الذي يقايض المواقف بالمكاسب. انت اللي تقايض. هو الذي بدي هو الذي لو سمحت هو الذي يتنطط انت اللي يتنطط من حب الى بالبذاء ويخلي من يدفع اخرس. لا انت اللي بدأت. انا اخرس. لا يا انت اللي بدأت. يا شاكر انت اللي شاكر يا اخوان انت اللي بدأت. لا يا انت اللي بدأت.
This is awesome. That
Warplane
is
footage. We definitely don't want to show that. Where are you gonna get so many multicultural memes? You know?
Exactly. You can't match us.
It's like enlightenment.
I'm trying to find where I put this soundbite. Where is it?
Not the best source.
Surely I didn't remove it again. Oh my god. Brother, this is wrong. I swear.
Oh, it's okay. You need me to stall for time? I got you.
Come on. All the legacy. Hey, come on. Dit moet je voelen. Simply the best. Come on. Okay, komt-ie. My brother is come on, baby. Okay, let's go. Oké, come on, we gaan starten. Wow. Komt-ie, let's move, here we go. Go on, the legacy. Go on.
Alright, ready?
Last plaatsen. There we go,
Yeah.
Anybody, just do it.
Somebody's got to do it. There has to be somebody out there that is willing to do it.
Who's going to take the initiative to do it? We all know what needs to be done, and somebody needs to do it.
If
someone does it before the summertime, it's going to be like that one summer when everyone was playing Pokemon Go and everyone was a friend.
Gotta do it. For the good of everybody.
Do it, please.
You know exactly what I'm talking about.
I'm not saying somebody should. Nobody should.
I 100% dare you to name one thing that you hope happens in 2025.
On X, TikTok, Instagram, and in comment sections all
Gross,
over,
she said
people
X.
are begging, pleading for someone out there to just do it. In these pleas, the subject is never stated, the action is never spelled out, but somehow we all know exactly what's being said. But in case you are somehow still in the dark, these memes are about unaliving Trump. And sorry to say it in very dumb algo speak terms, but I don't want this video to get taken down from YouTube. What we're witnessing is not just an absurd or ironic online trend. It's something much, much deeper. We are living in a political tinderbox. Trump is back in power, enacting policies that undermine civil liberties, environmental protections, and our economy. Elon Musk is gutting the federal government while billionaires rob us blind. Institutions that were built to serve as guardrails are bending and breaking, while Democrats are not even symbolically resisting. The courts are caving, the press is depleted, and the idea of accountability feels like a joke. Dissent is being criminalized, speech is being surveilled, and legal U.S. residents are literally being...
You reckon?
Oh my god.
Like the MAGA people would just go crazy.
Oh my god. Talk about the years of lead. We'll get them.
I don't think so. I think most people would be like, obviously the libs are going to be like, oh my god,
No,
how
people
could
would
this
freak
happen?
the fuck out. It would.
Huh?
We would never hear the end of it. It would be the new thing forever, for the rest of our lives.
Oh, of course it would. And we can completely ignore it.
Yeah, you can.
Deported for thought.
I mean, it would be everywhere in the media and shit. You'd never hear the end of it.
It would be the easiest thing for people to weaponize ever.
Sure.
And that's the issue, is how easy something is to weaponize.
Could it get worse than right now?
Yes.
Crimes. These memes are symbols of a society teetering on the edge. Memes have always reflected...
Without Trump directing everything and defying
Trump doesn't
the court.
direct shit. That's the issue. That's exactly what my issue is. He's the fucking delegator in chief. That's the thing. This is Biden was also a delegator for more reasons of incompetence than it is laziness, you know? Like Trump might be as incompetent as Biden, but he isn't making the effort, period. So,
yeah.
Both delegate everything. That's why, like, even people were like, Mike Pence, like, Trump getting impeached, putting Mike Pence in would most likely be worse. Trump getting impeached and putting J.D. Vance in would definitely be worse.
Yeah. That's why he picked him, right?
Some would say that's why he picked the other guy too, but it was mostly for the evangelical vote.
Yeah.
Cultural moods, but these posts are about something more than that. They tap into this belief that the system is beyond repair and that nothing short of a seismic, violent shift will change the direction that we're heading in. In this video, I'm going to attempt to dissect...
Do you think it's going to be more likely that people shoot at ICE?
They already have.
Really?
Yeah, that's what they've been whining about. It's their newest thing, is how much violent incidents against ICE have escalated.
That's
like
why.
a ridiculous, like, 4,000% number.
Okay.
And it's like,
Rookie-
hey, I
rookie
know
numbers.
why.
Yeah, exactly. These are rookie numbers, Americans.
It's definitely not. It's
Pump
definitely
those.
not because of the libs inciting violence.
Pump those numbers up. You are America. You can do better.
Oh, I suppose.
And unpack exactly what
You
led
think
us here.
everyone's
I'm not
a
going to get
Nazi.
into whether these memes and posts are...
No, just ICE. The literal Gestapo. I think that's more than justified. Oh, ICE is at my door? Answer with rounds through the door.
Oh my God.
Moral, legal,
Careful, bro.
or
You are
even
going to get us
advisable.
banned.
But what I want you to understand is where these
Please
memes
be
are
more
coming
careful
from
about the
and
things you
what
say.
they say about the cultural and political moment that we're currently living in. Because these memes are not just about unaliving Trump. They are about collective trauma, political cynicism, our decaying faith in democratic
Plus, there's already an
institutions,
in
and
Minecraft
so
joke
much
about
more.
that.
To start,
It's I'm not going to El Salvador.
Yes. Yes, I've been seeing that one. Yeah.
There's no reason to
I
incite
want to
any
talk about
violence.
exactly how and when millions of people
In
lost faith in the
Minecraft.
system. This was not an overnight phenomenon. There were pivotal events over the past few years that pushed people to this moment. And I don't think that you can look at the someone should do it memes without examining the major cultural and political turning points that we've recently lived through. To begin with, we have to go back to March 2020 when COVID hit. And before you tune out, because I said the word COVID, listen to me. The year
We
hitting my
doing
mic
good.
with my chair.
We doing real good. This stream has been great. Solid content, very funny. You should stay. Musically, what'd you learn?
Year 2020 is actually a time in history that the entire US government, the mainstream media, and pretty much everyone in power has spent billions and billions of dollars waging a massive propaganda war to try to make you forget. And that propaganda campaign has worked on a lot of you, because the period in time that most of America has memory hold was actually pretty revolutionary. In the early months of spring 2020, when COVID began to spread, the US witnessed a momentary glimpse.
There's music in 1984? I haven't seen the movie, I don't think. I've read the book. From what I know, the movie's kind of mid.
Yeah.
Which is so disappointing, because it's a movie that should be able to be converted into film quite easily. But it just sucked.
Well, that's the thing. It's just one of those recognizable properties, It's always been one of those safe bet things instead of a high effort things.
Yeah.
I mean, even David Lynch's Dune is one of those movies, and that's fucking David Lynch,
Mm. Yeah, same down. But yeah, like, it's the same with Ayn Rand. Like, you could easily put The Fountainhead onto film, and it sucked. Like, how do you fuck that up?
Into a more equitable society. The entire US government was taking care of its people in ways that it hadn't before. The US government has spent so many years since blasting the public with propaganda that a lot of people today have forgotten just how revolutionary 2020 was. Policies that we were always told were absolutely impossible in America suddenly came to fruition.
You learnt the Ingsoc national anthem, basically? That's awesome. Which part? Because it sounds like a big band. Like, what instrument?
I want to go through a few notable ones. There was the CARES Act, enacted in March 2020, which provided direct financial assistance to struggling workers by extending unemployment benefits and offering an additional $600 per week. The Families First Coronavirus Response Act, which also passed in 2020, mandated paid sick leave and increased funding for food assistance programs, lifting countless people out of poverty. On a state level in 2020, states like New Mexico began offering free childcare, a policy that lifted approximately 120,000 people above the poverty line. The state even began taking budget surplus directly from oil and gas revenue to fund.
I don't know what I'm listening for. See if you can find it, John.
I can't.
And early childhood education. This stuff was so progressive, I actually can't even imagine it happening now, which is, again, because of the downstream effects of all of this propaganda trying to make us forget this stuff. Other states, including Connecticut, implemented universal free school meal programs, ensuring that all students had access to hot, nutritious meals, regardless of income, for the first time. These policies and dozens more resulted in a significant reduction of food insecurity across America. In 2020, SNAP benefits were increased and helped feed over 15 million young people. From 2020 to 2021, the expansion of food programs across the U.S. resulted in 2.4 million households no longer being food insecure. I can't explain how life-changing this stuff was for millions and millions of people in America. And people weren't just being fed. Millions were also suddenly able to get health care.
Okay, that is not unsurprising, considering who George Orwell was.
Well, I mean, I don't know if George Orwell had anything to do with the movie production.
No. We're talking about the song here.
That's it's from the book, not the movie.
Yeah, so he sent me Oceana 'Tis For Thee, which is the Ingsoc music I guess they made for the movie, which is based off East German song, is what he's saying. People thought it was an original song. Interesting.
Kazakhstan, #1 export of potassium. Other countries have inferior potassium.
Oh no, 10-second penalty. They said bourgeoisie in the song.
2020. The government made it easier than ever to enroll in...
I see the similarities. That's a very funny song to pick for 1984. I appreciate that. Also, can we talk about how all of East Germany is AFD? Don't you think that's funny? All the ex-Soviet eras, like all the ex-Soviet spots are all Nazis.
Medicare and Medicaid, which resulted in millions of people who had been previously unable to afford health insurance suddenly able to get care. The government invested $145 million in expanding telehealth services, meaning millions of disabled and housebound people could finally access care, some for the first time in decades. In 2020, housing insecurity plummeted thanks to federal policies like the Treasury Department's ERA program, which provided over $46 billion to support housing stability for renters. There was a nationwide eviction moratorium, and the government rolled out a suite of tenant protections. California, actually, where I live, helped thousands of previously unhoused people gain access to permanent housing. I don't want to go on too much, but these are just a sliver of the policies that we saw the government enact during the early days of the pandemic, and they showed everyone in America, for the first time ever, what was actually possible if we allocated just a fraction of the billions and billions and billions of dollars that we spend on the military and things like tax cuts for the rich towards the public good. I just want to talk about 2020 a tiny bit more for a couple minutes because, again, there's this multi-billion-dollar propaganda campaign to try to make you forget all of this stuff. And it's really important to remember what happened that year if you want to understand why we are where we are today. In 2020, as millions of people shifted to remote work or faced unemployment, they began to question traditional structures of labor and productivity. People started to realize that the economy could function differently and that it could prioritize human well-being over relentless productivity. These mass realizations sparked widespread discussions about systemic inequality and the role of the government in addressing it. Mutual aid networks flourished throughout 2020. Communities organized to provide each other with food, medical supplies, and support. We were all encouraged to mask and protect each other from airborne disease, not just kill our neighbors and service workers with unmitigated COVID spread. These grassroots efforts exemplified the potential for collective action and solidarity. In 2020, we also saw the rise of the nature is healing meme, which spoke to the environmental impact humans were having on our planet. As skies cleared with fewer people commuting to their offices, carbon emissions dropped, and many wondered out loud, what if we didn't go back to normal? What if normal was the problem? Climate disasters, from wildfires in California to hurricanes devastating Central America.
Degrowth. Rewilding. This is the ideology of the future. Like, it's the only way. We have to reverse the anthropocentric damage that we've done. Like, we genuinely need to start rewilding. Most of the issues is because we've covered the ground in concrete, I feel. Like, it's the drainage issues, flooding issues, that sort of stuff. Like, concrete prevents drainage. The ground absorbs water. Like, It's the cycle, and we exist in a way that harms that cycle. We should stop this. Like, we shouldn't be looking at China and their anthropocentric model of growth and be like, that's it. That's what we need, is a return to industrial era growth. We don't need that.
America reminded us all how urgent the climate crisis had become. The climate movement gained momentum in 2020 as people started to argue that the economy should be restructured to be both greener and fairer. As everyone became extremely online, people began to leverage the internet as a powerful...
Did you see Taiwan open themselves up to a blockade? Now 90% of their energy is imported because they shut down nuclear reactors.
Oh, yeah.
Fucking idiots. So, 6 months, Taiwan will be invaded. Within 6 months. Unless they restart the nuclear reactors and they can actually have energy independence somewhat and not rely on the US.
Maybe they saw the reactors as a big risk, you know? Like, it's a big target risk.
Sure.
They think that the imports are more reliable.
Yeah, until China blockades the island. And then there's blackouts and you
that
will
would
starve.
involve them overpowering the U.S. Navy.
Is the US Navy going to do anything? I doubt it. Over a blockade? I don't think so.
Yeah.
I think Japan would act before America. But, that being said, the US Navy and their job is maintaining shipping lanes. So, maybe. We'll see.
Social justice tool. TikTok became a tool for IRL organizing and protest planning. Masses of people began connecting with each other online and building support networks. Suddenly, people realized that the internet could be a weapon against elite systems. The online world became the default reality overnight, and people leveraged social platforms to speak truth to power. The murder of George Floyd in May 2020 served as a catalyst for nationwide protests against racial injustice and police brutality. Millions participated in demonstrations demanding accountability and systemic change. The sheer scale of protests in 2020 reflected a profound shift. In 2020, phrases like white privilege, systemic oppression, and defund the police entered the mainstream. Institutions from corporations to universities rushed to acknowledge their role in perpetuating injustice. A lot of it was performative, but some of it was real. Again, in 2020, for the first time, millions of people began questioning the legitimacy of systems that were long seen as unchangeable. Why is healthcare tied to employment? Why do billionaires exist in a world where children go hungry? Why do we spend more on police and prisons than on schools and housing? 2020 marked a turning point, a realization that the world as it was wasn't working for most people, and that another, better world was possible, one where people are valued more than profits. Millions of people began to see clearly what had been hidden in plain sight for decades. Of course, not everyone embraced this moment. The backlash was real and predictable. The term woke was treated like a slur in some circles and a way to dismiss the very real empathy and awareness that defined this era. But the pushback only confirmed that a major power shift was underway. People were finally beginning to seek systemic change, but then the boot came down hard. Biden was elected that fall and began working overtime to dismantle the social safety net that had expanded in 2020. This is when we saw the beginning of the disenchantment that would ultimately result in these assassination memes. Immediately after taking office, Biden falsely declared the pandemic over in order to force people back to work. Officials began blasting the public with far-right propaganda on COVID, lying to them about the disease, and convincing people to sacrifice their health and their bodies for the stock market. The message was clear. Forget 2020. It's back to work. Now with even fewer health protections and no meaningful treatments for the brand new, highly transmissible airborne virus that ravages your heart, neurological system, and immune system and is still spreading at pandemic levels even today in 2025. Jamie Cohen, a media studies professor at CUNY Queens College, told me, quote, Biden rushed the end of the safety protocols in part because people started to gain a sense of consciousness. Biden and other elite leaders realized the collective power that the public had in 2020, especially online. People were realizing that we too could have the social safety net that many other countries in the world benefit from. And it's a conscious choice by people in power not to let us have it. People on the left and the right also gained clarity about who was really in charge and who controls those levers. But while Biden could
Jeez.
force people back to work in unsafe conditions, he couldn't force them to be less online. And by 2021, we were already seeing that there was no longer any distinction between the offline and online worlds. The wall between the two was completely obliterated. And nowhere was this more apparent than at the Capitol on January 6, 2021. As protesters stormed the building that day, they carried flags and wore t-shirts emblazoned with memes like Pepe the Frog and the Kekistan flag, which originated in extremist online subcultures. Reactionary influencers live-streamed the insurrection as fans rewarded them with digital gifts and money, depending on how far they made it into the building. This convergence of internet culture and physical action signaled a new era where internet-born ideologies could precipitate real-world upheaval at scale. The insurrection proved without a doubt that the internet's influence extended far beyond screens and could manifest in tangible, often violent actions. The event also marked a moment where a significant portion of the populace began to perceive violence as a viable means to achieve political ends. Surveys conducted around this period revealed that approximately 40% of Republicans and 41% of independents believed that violence against the government could be justified. This idea that violence is the answer or that violence is necessary for political change is not typical in a functioning democracy. And this was back in 2021. A Pew Research poll at the time showed that the American public's confidence in the government had reached its lowest point in decades. There was a widespread perception by late 2021 that our government was driven almost wholly by self-interest and corruption, leading to distrust in the entire system. Ariel Hassel, assistant professor of communication and media at the University of Michigan, conducted a study at the time that found that cynicism was skyrocketing, and pretty much everyone was starting to see our political system as a farce. This cynicism was being seen outside the political arena too, in things like the rise of meme stocks and the great GameStop pump around this time. Online communities like the subreddit Wall Street Bets were suddenly bringing institutional stock market investors and trading apps like Robinhood to their knees. People, especially young people, began to see that everything could be manipulated and nothing mattered. The entire idea of working a 9 to 5 for 40 years just to one day retire in a meager house before dying of lack of health insurance seems like a scam when you could just make millions overnight pumping AMC without ever even going to college. The crypto boom throughout 2021 and 2022 exacerbated this nihilistic sentiment. This period led to what was essentially a mass blackpilling, a term that denotes a deep-seated cynicism and disillusionment with systemic structures. This disillusionment manifested in various ways. Most people, including most liberals and leftists even,
just the title.
Yeah, it's epic. Oh, suddenly you're against anarchy, huh?
The black pill is inherently fascist. It is the opposite of anarchy.
Yeah. Anarchy's fascist. That's what the socialists
a term that denotes a
told
deep-seated cynicism and disillusionment with systemic structures. This disillusionment manifested in various ways. Most people, including most liberals and leftists even, retreated into full-on COVID denial. Overwhelmed by the scale of public health challenges and apparent indifference of leadership to mass death, they drank down right-wing propaganda. Others vocalized their dissent, trying to explain that COVID never ended. It didn't just go away. The government just wants you to ignore it and to keep working. They only face backlash and abuse. This environment of gaslighting and suppression amplified people's feelings of isolation. By 2022, pressure built and people could feel that life was never going back to normal. The ground had fundamentally shifted beneath them. Something felt off and wrong. It was different, but it was hard to pinpoint what. These feelings were immortalized in the meme that year that became known as the vibe shift. Denialism took hold, and this is when the memory holding of 2020 really accelerated. People were pressured to rip off their masks, throw caution to the wind, and stop caring about others. The public dealt with their collective trauma through hedonistic nihilism and deep narcissism. This was also reflected in a slew of memes that became popular around that time, all of which prioritized centering yourself above others. Pretty much everyone had main character syndrome, and there was this heavy refocus on individualism. The juxtaposition of mass death from unmitigated COVID spread and government inaction, coupled with a seemingly rigged financial and political system, fostered a sense of betrayal. Nothing matters anymore, so you might as well enjoy life. Unalive your neighbor by infecting them with a deadly disease. Who cares about vulnerable people anymore? Just get yours. Our entire economic and political system is being held together by a string, and all you can depend on is yourself. But while everyone was dancing their pain away in 2022, elites were reclaiming their power. In October 2022, Elon Musk arrived at Twitter HQ in San Francisco carrying a bathroom sink. In the first few months after taking over the company, he rolled back DEI policies and allowed hordes of white supremacists and extremists back onto his platform. He revamped the algorithm to boost billionaires and downrank progressive activists. He banned a slew of journalists, including me, for reporting critically on him and
I
other
love the little laugh she had
far-right
there.
extremists that were previously marginalized were suddenly waging successful comebacks
Where's
by
Jack?
capitalizing on the manufactured backlash to woke.
Not on
Alex
screen.
Jones was
Can't
replatformed
see
in
you.
2023 as influencers like Andrew Tate surged in popularity. Billionaires like Musk were able to operate seemingly with impunity, and Democrats who were ostensibly in charge weren't doing anything about it. By the summer of 2023, you could see this nihilism and anti-elite sentiment creeping out all over the internet. In June 2023, the implosion of the Ocean Gate Titan submarine, piloted by billionaire Stockton Rush on a vanity expedition to view the Titanic, became an immediate meme. Within minutes of the
now you're
news breaking, people were joking
anti-Titanic,
about
Taylor?
imploding
Okay.
billionaires all over TikTok, Twitter, and Instagram. People posted with glee about, quote, natural selection. They made playlists joking about it and posted lists of other billionaires they hoped would take a submarine ride. People weren't openly calling for billionaires to be executed yet, but they were certainly celebrating when they died. I would argue that the submarine memes of 2023 were the moment that it became clear that millions of people online believed that maybe the rich shouldn't make it out alive. That same month, we saw people rally around orcas who inexplicably began attacking and sinking yachts. Memes
Based.
and parody news sites joked about the orcas literally eating the rich. By the end of that summer, Burning Man
But
was
they
engulfed
taste
in
shit.
mud due to heavy rainfall, and the entire internet once again began relishing in rich people suffering. The perceived irony of a gathering that championed radical self-reliance yet attracted tech elites arriving in private jets and luxury RVs was too much. The Schadenfreude wasn't just merely about the festival. It reflected a broader societal disdain for the wealthy, particularly
was that
those seen
Nazi
as
thing
out of
she
touch
just
or
said?
hypocritical. Then October
What?
7th, too much. The Schadenfreude wasn't just merely about
Oh,
the
Nazi.
festival. It reflected a broader
Nazi-
societal
Nazi
disdain for the
shit.
wealthy,
That's a Nazi word.
particularly those seen as
She's-
out of touch or
It's
hypocritical.
already calling me a
Then
Jew
October
bag in her
7th
mind.
happened. Palestinians who had been oppressed, tortured, and ethnically cleansed by Israel's apartheid regime for decades fought back. Israel responded by committing a live-streamed genocide for the entire world to see, slaughtering tens of thousands of innocent children and committing grave atrocities and war crimes. Israel murdered hundreds of journalists, bombed schools and hospitals, and did it all in the open for anyone with internet
They sure
access to
did.
witness. But that's not how the
Explicit
mainstream
support.
media reported it. Suddenly, U.S. airwaves were flooded with pro-Israel propaganda. Papers like the New York Times
You just
began
need a
pushing
movable
outright
camera, so
lies
when
and
you're on
easily
another
debunked
monitor,
hoaxes in an
you can
effort
still
to
be looking
manufacture
at it.
consent for the war crimes and ethnic cleansing of Palestinians. College students and other people who spoke out
I have
against
my
this were met with
position, so no matter
extreme
where
violence
I
from
am,
the
I'll be in
police.
frame.
Young students at Columbia University faced federal charges for peaceful
you need
protests,
more
and the
awareness
government
of what
under
you look like
Biden
on the camera.
began cracking
Well,
down aggressively on speech. At the same
That's what
time,
I'm saying.
RICO
If you
charges
just
were being
have it so
levied
you
at
can move
protesters
it.
fighting against Cop
I
City
do,
in
'cause,
Atlanta,
like, I
and
can
people who
move mine
spoke
over
up
here if
about
I
social
wanted to.
justice
I can
were
move
fired
mine
from the
anywhere.
Like, I literally move it all the time, but it's attached to the
I know,
top
I'm
of
just
my
saying, like, you
computer.
need to be more aware of... You can say whatever you want, as long as your head is in frame.
I'm trying to not get my absolute shit show of a room in the camera, to be completely honest.
Maybe you should take care of that.
Fuck that. I'm
Jordan
busy.
Peterson says clean your room.
Oh, Jordan Peterson's a fuckwit, so...
He's like... fucking Aaron Brown was laughing at it because he had James Lindsay on, and it was like a fraction of a % of the Daily Wire subscribers that would have
Amazing.
watched it. Like, it got no views. Like, Daily Wire's fucking dying.
Yeah, good. It fucking
That's
should
why.
go.
That's why I've been saying Ben Shapiro's got to be. Maybe that's part of it, but I think it's more of they're trying to sell the Ukraine conflict to their viewers.
Yeah. I mean, maybe he should have thought about that before spending 3 years shilling Russian propaganda.
Well, Trump, they can't. They have to say whatever Trump says.
Yeah.
Right.
Does this work?
So
as a
Trump
camera
was
angle?
saying that he'd end the war, so that's all
Yes.
they could agree with.
He's doing that though. He's ending it.
No, but now he's made it more and more clear that it's Russia who's the problem, and so their narrative has shifted.
How's that for camera angle? Oh, utilize my mirrors.
Terrible. Confusing. Disorienting.
I'll tell you what I can do though. While I'm facing my laptop, I can just change the camera.
But now I can't hear you because you turned off your
I took myself
audio source.
There we go. Hey, we're in business.
Their jobs and blacklisted from industries. It was a radicalizing moment on the internet. Suddenly, people could see that our system is actually totally comfortable with violence, as long as the violence is perpetuated against vulnerable and oppressed people. It's only violence against powerful people that's punished. Kyle Rittenhouse, for instance, was acquitted of all charges for shooting an anti-fascist protester dead, while peaceful college students were ending up in jail. Witnessing the most graphic and horrific war crimes in Palestine constantly via their phones also normalized violence to the American public in a way that I don't think it ever had been before. I think finally people were able to see exactly how violent and hypocritical the US empire is, and how cavalier people in power are about that hypocrisy. You can see these beliefs reflected in polls throughout 2023. For instance, a 2023 survey by the Public Religion Research Institute showed that about a quarter of U.S. citizens agreed that Americans, quote, may have to resort to violence in order to save our country. This was up sharply from just 15% in 2021. And I also just want to stress again how high both of these numbers are for a country that's theoretically a democracy. Like, in normal democracies, you don't have these high numbers. By 2024, a pervasive sense of disillusionment had taken hold. Joe Biden's decision to seek re-election despite widespread concerns about his age and cognitive abilities caused people to question whether our democratic system was really working. His disastrous debate performance and revelations about the Democratic Party's efforts to downplay his mental issues only sowed more distrust. For most of 2024, it felt like we were a nation sleepwalking, with no one at the helm. When Trump was shot at a Pennsylvania rally in July of 2024, blood wasn't even dry on his ear before it had become a meme. People bemoaned the fact that he hadn't turned his head even slightly to the side, which would have had deadly consequences. The assassination attempt normalized discourse about Trump's death and fed these overall nihilistic sentiments. Later that summer, throughout Kamala Harris's campaign, the Democratic Party further disenfranchised people by refusing to listen to voters' concerns about Gaza, COVID, and more. In what became an infamous meme in August 2024, Democratic delegates literally plugged their ears to drown out anti-genocide protesters. It sent a clear message to the American public: we will not listen to you, and we do not care what you have to say. People's growing disenfranchisement with the system extended to the electoral process itself. Polls at the time indicated that only 37% of Americans believed the 2024 elections would be both honest and open. 43% had serious doubts about our democracy. These numbers reflect a significant decline in trust. This skepticism was exacerbated by concerns over media transparency and the manipulation of information. By the end of 2024, a record number of people...
I got a very exciting thing. I got my, let me make some edits. This one. I got my how to vote card. How cool is that?
You're in trouble.
Oh no. I got, how dare I participate in the democracy by choosing not to vote? Here's your reward, a fine. How about you go fuck yourself? How about that for an idea? Huh? Democracy is when fined for not voting. Very cool. Very democratic.
Reported feeling powerless and disillusioned, viewing our political system as irreparably broken and unresponsive to their needs. As the academic Jamie Cohen told me, quote, much like many authoritarian countries, people realized America is a democracy in name only. Then, on December 4th, 2024, United Health CEO Brian Thompson was shot dead in the street. Within days, the police had apprehended Luigi Mangione as their prime suspect. Even before his arrest, the killing became a meme, and millions rallied behind Mangione's alleged actions. The public and legal response to Mangione once again revealed the massive disparity between how people in power treat different victims of violence. Mangione currently faces federal and state charges including murder and terrorism. Attorney General Pam Bondi announced that the state would pursue the death penalty. Meanwhile, the week Mangione was arrested, Daniel Penny, a former white Marine, was acquitted after choking Jordan Neely, a black homeless man experiencing a mental health crisis on the subway, to death. As Cohen told me, quote, it felt like there was no such thing as penalty any longer unless you're saying something that criticizes people in power or supports social justice. Just a few months later, in February 2025, the U.S. government responded to the escalating Tesla takedown protests with severe crackdowns, and officials began labeling acts of vandalism against Tesla cars as domestic terrorism. Trump warned that people who harmed Tesla cars could face up to 20 years in prison, potentially serving sentences in El Salvador. The FBI established a specialized task force to investigate incidents of Tesla car attacks. At the same time, innocent lawful residents of this country began getting deported for thought crimes. Chaotic tariff policies have plunged our economy into chaos. We have witnessed the massive undue firing of federal workers and are experiencing unprecedented crackdowns on speech. All of these tensions reached a boiling point by March when the "someone's gotta do it" memes really started to become pervasive. Posts endorsing political violence targeting Trump and, to a lesser extent, Elon Musk have racked up tens of millions of likes. These memes have become some of the most popular content online in recent months. By early April, outlets like the New York Post were already bemoaning the rising, quote, assassination culture on the left, as if the right hasn't embraced the same culture for years. The Network Contagion Research Institute and Rutgers University's Social Perception Lab recently issued a report about the rise in pro-assassination content online. The report found that 55% of left of center internet users considered the of Trump somewhat justified, while 48% felt the same about Elon Musk.
Fuddruckers.
Fuddruckers? The fuck is Fuddruckers?
Look it up.
The report explained that these attitudes are not isolated and are part of a broader political shift tied to feelings of powerlessness. The researchers emphasized the need for proactive measures to counter this trend. They begged institutions to reinforce norms and promote, quote, constructive political dialogue. But that ship...
You know where I would not go for a hamburger?
A place called Fuddruckers?
A place called Fuddruckers. You're right. You're 100% correct. That's the last place I would go. You know what I would think that is? A child's playground.
Has sailed. Asking the public to uphold norms while Trump flouts due process on a near daily basis is a joke. But the one thing that I actually do agree with the NCRI on is that the spread of content promoting political violence is a sign of a deeply, deeply unhealthy democratic society. Don Caldwell, editor-in-chief of Know Your Meme, said that the reason pro-assassination memes have become so popular is because they're cathartic. Especially when people feel powerless and there are events happening in the world that are out of their control, people use these memes as a release. Josh Citarella, a researcher who studies extremism, told me that these memes are exploding in popularity right now because, quote, the liberal project has basically failed. People do not believe in a lawful and orderly society anymore. The enormous accumulation of wealth and power by oligarchs invalidates the rule of law. The end result is that you can theoretically have executions in the public square. That's what we're going back to. People are advocating for these things on social media because the rules don't matter anymore. In a recent piece in The Nation titled "The Age of the Assassination Meme is Here," Alex Peter writes, quote, assassination discourse has become ambient. Not quite satire, not quite sedition, a feeling. A refusal to say what you mean because meaning things can actually be dangerous. And yet, people do mean things. The line between the person who's joking and the person who's serious has never been thinner. At the heart of all of this is a kind of disassociation. It's an inability to process the enormity of everything. The climate is collapsing. Fascism is rising. Healthcare is a game show. We're all screaming into the void. Is it really so surprising that the language of internet memes and murder has started to overlap?
No.
Peter notes that the phrase, quote, when it happens, has become both a threat and a prayer. As Citarella explained, COVID, Gaza, and all the events over the past few years have revealed just how many people's lives are truly expendable. We see the government pushing the idea that poor, immunocompromised, disabled, and trans people are better off dead. Tens of thousands of innocent children in Gaza are deemed expendable. These memes are saying, okay, if slaughtering people is deemed acceptable by the state, then why can't we slaughter the people actually doing harm? Citarella said, quote, I think there was an era of liberal society in which there was a generally agreed upon value of the individual. You would even grant your enemies certain imbued or alienable rights. As much as people might have despised a certain person in power or whatever, they would also kind of have this moral conviction that they would not root for this person's bodily harm. The majority of people supported more discursive political means, like voting.
At the end of this, there's copyright music that I will mute.
But if we don't try, then what the fuck is stopping us from just throwing ourselves off a bridge and giving up and saying, yeah, the planet is dying. The government hates us. The animals are leaving. The aliens aren't contacting us. We might be alone. It just might be you and me. But that's okay, because do you really need anyone else?
Amazing. That's fucking great.
The animals are leaving.
Supported violent vigilante justice for years by turning figures like Kyle Rittenhouse and Derek Chauvin into right-wing heroes, rewarding them with an endless stream of money and media opportunities. And to give you a few more examples, in 2019, Marjorie Taylor Greene posted a Facebook video accusing Nancy Pelosi of treason and saying that she had committed crimes punishable by death. Greene has advocated for the execution of prominent Democrats, including Barack Obama, Hillary Clinton, as well as FBI agents. Lauren Boebert and other Republican members of Congress flaunt guns openly and call for violence against migrants. In 2020, Donald Trump Jr. posted a photo on Instagram holding an AR-15 rifle adorned with Crusader imagery and the phrase "Do Vault," a slogan associated with the medieval Crusades that has been adopted by violent far-right extremist groups. Kevin Roberts, the president of the Heritage Foundation, the architect of Project 2025, basically said that the United States is undergoing a second American Revolution that might not be bloodless. Matt Shea, a former Republican Washington state representative, distributed a manifesto that advocated for the killing of all non-Christian males who refuse to follow biblical law. Republicans frequently speak about executing migrants, undocumented immigrants, disabled and trans people, and others who they feel are undesirable. For instance, in 2024, Republican Congressman Mike Collins tweeted about Chilean dictator Augusto Pinochet's practice of executing political opponents by throwing them from helicopters. He suggested killing a migrant arrested in New York by giving them, quote, a free helicopter ride. As the 2024 article in The Nation notes, quote, the state isn't anti-violence, it's anti-unsanctioned violence. Murder is only inappropriate if it happens in the wrong direction. Hence, the rise of assassination memes. Jamie Cohen, the academic, said, quote, Gen Z especially feels powerless in this system, and they're posting this content because it's their way of expressing their emotions and feelings about not having power. There's a collective nihilism online right now, and these memes show people aren't alone in those thoughts. These memes may feel glib, but they exist within a framework of real political breakdown. They're a symptom of a profoundly sick society. But it's not sick in the way that most people would think. In my opinion, it's not sick that people want to unalive Trump and the billionaires who are responsible for so much suffering. It's sick that people in power have normalized such obscene levels of systemic violence, especially against marginalized groups. The "someone's gotta do it" memes also show how inadequate traditional political language is in describing what we're all going through right now. The ways that people, especially young people, express themselves online by being ambiguous, sarcastic, and kind of ironic are actually adaptive behaviors. People are trying to articulate the outrage and desperation that they feel at a time when too much directness will get you punished. That's why all these memes allow for a certain level of plausible deniability. This is also part of why attempts to suppress these types of memes, whether from the left or the right, tend to backfire. Treating them like traditional criminal threats rather than cultural signals misdiagnoses the root problem. It escalates distrust and it reinforces the perception that the system doesn't actually fear violence, it simply won't tolerate dissent. And I'd argue that the more expressions like this are punished, the more they're validated in the eyes of those who share the public's underlying frustrations. But what I hope I've shown you in this video is that the "someone needs to do it" meme is not just about venting frustration. It's a cultural phenomenon shaped by years of policy failure, betrayal, and institutional decay. It represents a widespread recognition that no meaningful change is coming from traditional political structures, especially the Democratic Party.
Amazing.
And that basic terms of our social contract have eroded beyond repair. But if we want this energy...
You said this months ago.
Social contract.
You literally months ago, you were like, Leviathan's dead, social contract theories is over, the rule of law is done. And what, 2 months later, Taylor releases this.
Energy to lead anywhere productive, we have to do more than just analyze the meme's popularity. We have to confront the larger question of what now? What should we actually do if nothing's changing? To answer that, we need to talk about the erosion of collective memory. One of the most significant political projects of the last 4 years.
is the year that democracy was going to die.
Mm-hmm. Can you change the category to just chatting?
Sure.
Now that all the
now that everyone
dropped off.
Leveled out.
Years has been the campaign to make us forget 2020. Forget the mutual aid,
Also, if you look
forget
at the
federal
analytics,
eviction
it tells
moratorium,
you when
forget the expanded unemployment
categories are at their
benefits,
height.
forget the free childcare, forget the brief glimpse we had of a government responding to people's needs instead of corporate profits. Forget the spontaneous uprisings, forget the decentralized care networks, forget the sense that ordinary people were capable of extraordinary coordination, compassion, and solidarity. This revisionist erasure is essential to ushering in fascism, because if people remembered what was possible, they might demand it again. Instead, we've been fed a steady diet of manufactured moral panic controversies, false normalcy, and an intentional abandonment of public health and labor protections. The goal was never just to end pandemic safety measures. It was to obliterate the idea that a different kind of society had ever been glimpsed. But not everyone forgot, and that's part of why we're seeing the language of frustration grow sharper, darker, and harder to police. These memes are vague and ironic, but the emotion behind them is grief mixed with clarity. People see that the institutions meant to protect us won't, and the politicians meant to represent us don't. I see these memes as collective outrage begging for structure. This brings us to the ultimate challenge. How do we transform this bubbling outrage into systems that can survive and resist the slow collapse that we're all living through? This is not something we can vote our way out of. Both political parties have shown their willingness to align with fascism, ignore genocide, and abandon the disabled to mass death. No amount of messaging or getting out the vote will realign a system that views basic survival as a partisan issue. Instead, we have to rebuild what was briefly visible in 2020: community care, mutual aid, and horizontally organized support systems that bypass state structures and center vulnerable people. And while organizing things like a food drive or Venmoing a friend for groceries is really, really great, what we need most is to design durable, long-term frameworks for collective survival. This means infrastructure, supply chains, legal defense networks, tenant unions, recentering public health, and it means doing all of this while also being honest about the scale of collapse that we're facing. To do any of this, we have to undo the propaganda that told us that individualism is the rational response to state collapse. This means undoing years of propaganda claiming things like masking is a personal choice and not collective care, that solidarity is weakness, or that we need to sacrifice vulnerable groups so the rest of us can live in normalcy. This means refusing to normalize mass death, whether it's here or abroad. And it means refusing to throw trans and other vulnerable people under the bus just because a politician told you that that's the price of winning. We're running out of time to do this stuff. If we don't want to wake up in a fully authoritarian state, we have to stop waiting for top-down reform. If we let these memes and moments pass by without building on them, I think we're going to end up in a really bleak place. We're going to witness what usually happens when authoritarianism and oligarchs take power. Most people will accept a slow
explain something that is illogical. You would have thought that because Donald Trump literally declared war against Nicaragua, against Venezuela for an invasion, you would have thought that that meant that he doesn't like drug cartels, right? Like, you would have thought that him deporting 300 people, including women and innocent gay hairdressers and football players, soccer players, like, you would have thought that that meant that he didn't like drug gang cartel members. Not only did they send 29 drug lords into the country in February, I don't know how I missed this. There was so much going on. Was this like, this was 3 months ago. Do you know how much has happened in 3 months? Oh my god, I've aged so heavily. Mexico has sent 29 drug cartel figures, including drug lord Rafael Caro, who is behind the killing of a USDA agent in 1985, to the United States as the Trump administration turns up the pressure on drug trafficking organizations. The unprecedented show of security cooperations comes as top Mexican officials are in Washington trying to head off the Trump administration's threat of imposing 25% tariffs on all Mexican imports starting Tuesday. February 1st, Donald Trump initiates a trade war by signing an order imposing 25% tariffs on all imports from Mexico. Tariffs get delayed 1 month until March 4th. March 6th, Mexican President Claudia Sheinbaum and Donald Trump have a phone call where they confirm that they will not be paying tariffs on UMSCA covered products until April 2nd. It gets delayed another month. March 10th, Mexico imposes a 15% duty on all U.S. goods.
Duty.
This is followed up by a 125% increase on all U.S. originated products, effective April 10th. Why am I going through the tariff history when I'm talking about drug cartels? Because that's the reason why we have the fucking tariffs. Because of the fentanyl and because of the drugs. What are we doing bringing in cartel members when you are literally inciting an economic war against our closest ally, one of our closest allies, for drug cartel? How does this make any sense? And if you thought that those 29 members
it's the art of the deal
were bad enough, okay? He's letting in another 17. He's letting in the family members of El Chapo. What the fuck? Mexican officials said Wednesday that 17 members of drug cartel leaders crossed into the United States last week as a part of a deal between the son of the former head of the Sinaloa cartel and the Trump administration. Donald Trump is accepting planes from countries that are funding terrorist organizations. Donald Trump is having 2-hour phone calls, just saying I love you back and forth to Vladdy, a dictator in an authoritarian, ultra-nationalistic, imperialist state. Donald Trump is making deals with the sons of the heads of drug cartels in Mexico. Mexican Security Secretary Omar Garcia Harfuch confirmed a report by independent journalist Luis Chaparro that family members of Ovidio Guzman Lopez had entered the U.S. Lopez, the son of imprisoned Sinaloa cartel boss Joaquin El Chapo Guzman, was extradited to the U.S. in 2023.
Crazy. You're absolutely fucking crazy.
Don't get me wrong, okay? I don't have a problem with extraditing criminals, okay? Especially if they've committed crimes in the U.S. Fuck yeah, bring them over here. Let us punish them, okay? I understand the sadistic need to enact your own vengeance against the people that have wronged you. Don't worry, Donald Trump, I get it. What I simply cannot and will not accept is not only are we bringing in people who are guilty of being drug cartel members, like actually convicted, guilty people, while at the same time sending over innocent people that are not guilty, that have not been given due process. Not only does that not compute in my head, but also, do you know how fucking expensive it is to extradite someone? Like, that shit's not cheap. You have to pay for all of the legal representation, because that is a thing that's like internationally required. You have to pay for all of the transportation. You have to pay for all of the flights. You have to pay for all of the housing. You have to pay for actually like trying the criminal through our court system, and how expensive that's gonna be when with all of like oh my god, it's so like, and you're doing this with like 30 plus people, 40 people For what? What is the reason? In a radio interview, Garcia said it was clear to the Mexican authorities the deal was made during negotiations between Guzman Lopez and the U.S. government. It is evident that his family is going to the U.S. because of a negotiation or an offer that the Department of Justice is giving him. None of the family was being pursued by Mexican authorities. Video footage posted of Guzman's family carrying luggage as they waited to be processed, carrying $70,000 in cash with them. What the fuck do you need $70,000 for? Are they not going to prison? What do you need money for? Are they being are they being let go? What are they bringing cash for? The confirmation came the same day the U.S. Attorney Pam Bondi announced it was charging a number of top cartel leaders with narco-terrorism for the first time since the Trump administration declared a number of cartels as foreign terrorist organizations. Let me be clear. You are no longer the hunters. You are the hunted. You will betray
see minorities in power themselves.
And you will ultimately find yourself and your face.
I mean, that's what I've been saying.
Southern District.
You gotta legitimize the cartels to stop them.
Was one of the most powerful drug traffickers in the world. This is El Chapo. He was arrested.
You give him
and
casinos
into the United States in 2017 and convicted of drug trafficking and other crimes. He is imprisoned in Colorado.
Is not an uninterested party, but I will say this:
I call it
we're dealing
casino
with Mexico.
diplomacy.
We have a very good relationship with Mexico, but I think Mexico is largely run by the cartels, and that's a sad thing to say. And if they wanted help with that, we'd give them help. That's not true. But Mexico, if you look at what's gone on with Mexico for years now, but now
Mexico, only people live in the
cartels.
Mexico City belt,
and they've allowed millions of people to come into our.
This was before he accepted 29 members of the cartels. So he said, let us help you. That you're run by the cartels, please let us help you deal with the cartels, okay? Then we take over 29 drug cartel members, okay? But that's not enough for Donald Trump. Just a couple weeks ago, May 5th, okay?
So Mexico is saying that I offered to send U.S. troops into Mexico to take care of the cartels. She wants to know, is that true? Do you think I'm going to answer that question?
Cartels are the heroes the third world is.
True. Absolutely, because they are horrible people that have been.
We don't give a fuck about the optics. We don't give a fuck about the international community. We don't give a fuck about declaring literal military intervention on our neighbor. No. Who? No. Who cares? Who cares? Get the drugs. Get the cartels.
Killing people left and right that have been. They've made a fortune on selling drugs and destroying our people. We lost 300,000 people last year to fentanyl and drugs, and they're bad news. Yeah, that's true. If Mexico wanted help with the cartels, we would be honored to go in and do it. I told her that. I would be honored to go in and do it. The cartels are trying to destroy our country. They're evil. And, we had 300,000 people die last year from fentanyl and all of that.
They're so evil that you're making deals with them to get their family helped over here with $70,000 in cash. Also, not to skimp over the fact that he literally threatened military intervention. Okay. The following outlines a potential 4-part sequence of events that could unfold if the United States conducts a direct military action against the cartels. Step 1, build relationships and training. Okay. Essentially, make sure that you guys are all nice. Make sure that you're buddy-buddy. Make sure that you're chill. I don't know, exchanging criminals back and forth. Extraditing terrorists. Step 2, identifying first targets. Okay. What targets might the U.S. target first? Among the candidates, the Sinaloa cartel. Gasp! Because of China and the fentanyl trade. Number 3, convert action and shock and awe strategy. Once training operations conclude and intelligence assets finalize target selections, the United States will need to consider its next steps. In the past, counter-cartel efforts have been primarily managed by the U.S. law enforcement, such as the DEA and FBI. These agencies conduct criminal investigations and collaborate with their Mexican counterparts to arrest cartel operatives for prosecution in Mexico or extradition to the United States for trial. However, the first option the Trump administration can pursue is a authorization for use of military force approved by Congress. This would allow the administration to deploy military assets in an open and continuous manner under Title 10. However, given the political sensitivity of U.S. troops operating on Mexican soil, the administration may instead opt for a secret second option. Okay, a CI-directed covert action conducted in secrecy and under Title 50. In this scenario, Trump would issue a presidential finding that authorizes the CIA to conduct covert actions against cartels. Step 4, concession and enforcement. Military force will be central in the early phases of the conflict, but the Trump administration has historically followed extreme pressure with engagement accordingly. After an initial shock and awe campaign, the administration is likely to push for the Mexican government to lead discussions with the cartels to compel them to end their drug smuggling. After shock and awe, while it remains to be seen whether the United States will conduct direct military action, one thing is clear. The Trump administration's efforts to combat drug smuggling and human trafficking into the United States.
Your product is too good. It's forming a monopoly.
Instead, these efforts represent a significant step in redefining U.S. guerrilla strategy away from maintaining the country's post-World War II global primacy. This piece was written in March. Okay, this was before Donald Trump said that he wants to use military force definitively in Mexico.
Yeah. I mean, it seems that it is a failed narco state. Is Mexico a failed state, narco state?
Well, I would say, in all due respect, and I really like the president a lot. I've gotten to know her, and I really like her. She's an elegant, beautiful woman. But I think it's run by the cartels.
Yeah.
And they have so much control over it. And, you know, I think the politicians are,
it's cool that
they're afraid. I think
the
police are probably afraid. A lot of them are shot and killed.
Yeah, I know.
And
I had a guy from
even the military is very much afraid.
I had a guy, an ATF agent, reach out to me, and he said, Glenn, and I wrote it down someplace.
Wait, Glenn Beck is still a guy?
With tears in my eyes.
Have people in our ATF actually trace the numbers. He said they keep talking about all these guns that are in the hands of cartels and how they get them across the border from America.
Right.
He's like, all of those numbers correlate with the numbers that come from the Pentagon, the arms that we officially ship to their military.
Yes.
And he said, they're taking the military guns and using those. It's like
nothing surprises me. When you see the kind of drugs coming in, comes in from China. You know, we tax them 20% because of what they've done with fentanyl. But
the drugs are coming in from China, so I need to tax the Mexican cartels more than I'm taxing China. I'm taxing China 20%, and I'm taxing the Mexicans 25%. That makes sense.
Yeah, it's called the art of the deal, baby.
It goes through Canada too, by the way.
Right.
A lot goes through Canada, but it comes through Mexico and Canada. But when you watch Mexico, what's happening, it's pretty amazing. And we've shut down the border, but we've shut it down. And I didn't need laws passed.
I know.
You know, Zigos, they just needed a new president.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
It's so disgusting just how completely, like, open he is about how willing he is to just override the Constitution, how blatantly dictator-esque and authoritarian, unitary executive theory, whatever you want to call it, this man speaks. Yeah, and the best thing about it was that I didn't need anyone else's approval. I just did what I wanted. I didn't ask anyone else, and I didn't get it approved by anyone else, and I don't need any rules. I don't need to follow any rules because I did it. And just by virtue of the fact that I did it, that's why it's good.
You said shut down the border. We shut it down, and we shut it down tight. But yeah, Mexico's got some very big problems.
I would imagine the people of Mexico, because if I were in Mexico, I've often role-played, if I were in Mexico and I was living in a failed narco state and everybody I voted for was being killed and my family was being threatened, I'd try to get across the border as well.
If I was one of these barbaric savages that didn't know any better, I would also want to be colonized.
Big timed us. Can't hear you. Can't hear you.
I don't know why it was muted. Did you mute me?
No.
Well, I didn't mute myself on the system. How's this video? Good one?
Fine. I mean, all their videos are fine.
That's the logic that we're using. What the fuck did if you were Mexican living in Mexico, you would also want to sneak across to the border?
It would only make sense. But when your government won't do anything about it or can't do anything about it, honestly, I would be at bed at night next to my kids praying that, you know, special forces might just kind of pay some people some.
I want the military to come, really. Like I'm just, oh my god, I'm just the poor Mexican that just is living in such a struggled state, and I can't do anything. Our government is incapable of doing anything. I just need the U.S. to come in with military force and save us. It's just what I need. It's just dire.
Visits in the middle of the night.
You're right, Glenn. And
Hang on, because every South American country that has ever had U.S. intervention has always come out better for it on the end, right? Because we've seen that historically happen.
I've asked I said, would you like some help? I'd be glad to give you help. No, we don't want help. They really don't want help. And please, we do not want help. And
but
I think they need help.
At some point, doesn't it?
Well,
at some point, it is your duty as a white man, as the white man, to save this barbaric, drug, narcos-failed state, okay? Why are we giving this any time of day? Why are we giving this any thought of sending military intervention to Mexico when we have innocent, legally resided in America, legally residing in American, whatever, innocent migrants in international detainment centers? Like, what are we doing? Why? What? It's so blatantly, this is coming from the anti-war candidate, and it's just so, oh my god, it's so pathetic to me that anyone believes that this guy was anti-war.
Is it anti-war or pro-peace?
Immediately started declaring war on every person that he deemed.
What does he say?
Just for funsies, 2025 is a high-stakes year.
I'm pretty sure he says
in Mexico.
More of a pro-peace
The victory
thing.
of Morena and its allies in the 2024 elections has created political hegemony that transcends federal and local levels. Opposition parties now occupy a nearly symbolic role in Congress, while independent regulatory bodies such as the Federal Economic Compensation Commission have been systematically dismantled. This concentration of powers undermines checks and balances, enabling arbitrary decision-making that prioritize political agendas over technical or economic considerations. For businesses, the implications are significant: heightened uncertainty, a volatile regulatory environment, and diminished influence over policy making. Donald Trump's return to the presidency raises the likelihood of tariffs, persistent pressure on migrant and security policies, escalating diplomatic and trade tensions. Public security remains another critical risk. However, the emphasis on capturing cartel leaders, combined with potential U.S. unilateral actions, could inadvertently escalate violence. The fragmentation of criminal groups and territorial disputes may intensify, particularly in regions with high levels of cartel activity affecting transport routes and the operations of small and medium-sized businesses. Adding these challenges to Mexico's sweeping judicial reform, which includes the election of half of the country's federal judges in 2025. This process, marred by the lack of transparency and short implementation timelines, risks further politicizing the judiciary. Combination of these risks paints a complex picture for Mexico's economic and political landscape in 2025. In other words, Donald Trump is a bully, saw a fragile, rebuilding itself too, because Claudia Sheinbaum was one of the only incumbent, well, not technically an incumbent, but incumbent party across the globe to win re-election. Okay, she had this insanely high
See, she's so plugged in. It's so unfortunate she big time does.
And Donald Trump is threatening it with his military intervention to stop the cartels that he is bringing over and making deals with.
That's why we need to fucking make our ads and put them out as soon as possible. Like, she has such good energy. We
well, ladies and gentlemen,
collabs together.
All right, President Trump is rolling out his $175 billion plan for America's Golden Dome missile defense system.
I promised the American people that I would build it.
The Golden Dome, for all those missiles that have been fired at the United States in the last 70 years. Ever?
Yeah.
Has a missile ever been fired at the US?
Well, you can't trust the F-22s, you know? Fighter ships are dead now. They're like worthless, basically, is what I heard.
A cutting-edge missile defense shield to protect our homeland from the threat of foreign missile attack.
Homeland?
This design
It's
for the
homeland,
Golden Dome
buddy.
will
What is a
integrate
homeland?
with our existing defense capabilities and should be fully operational before the end of my term.
Ultimately, this right here, the Golden Dome for America, is a game changer. It's a generational investment in the security of America and Americans.
Leading aerospace and defense company Lockheed Martin could be a major contributor to this project. Their chief operating officer, Frank St. John, joins me now. Frank, good morning to you. So what are the capabilities that Lockheed has that can help with this?
Morning, Carly. As the nation's leading provider of missile defense systems, Lockheed Martin brings fielded, proven capabilities in space, airborne, and surface sensing, as well as interceptors to defeat threats and command and control capabilities to integrate all of that together.
And this Golden Dome could ultimately block nuclear missiles shot from on the ground and in space as well?
Yes, and there are, significant analysis of the existing and growing threat that have created the demand for this system to be fielded now. And so we are bringing those combat-proven capabilities, as well as working with all of industry and all of the technology companies to knit together this capability that will defend against those threats that you mentioned, as well as cruise missiles and intermediate ballistic missiles and other threats as well.
Well, it's fascinating, and I'd be remiss if I didn't mention that the robotic arms that are operating behind you and people walking past. So clearly all systems go at Lockheed Martin this morning, and I imagine that this Golden Dome and building it and creating it would be a job creator as well.
It is, and yeah, the work of deterrence is a 24/7 operation, and you see that in process here. And yes, there's going to be jobs in California, Colorado, Alabama, Arkansas, New Jersey, New York, all over the country. This is going to be a system that's built domestically here in the United States, and we're really proud to take a leading role in bringing President Trump's vision to reality.
Okay, so let's talk about how some of our adversaries are feeling about the president's announcement yesterday. Chinese Foreign Ministry put out this statement this morning saying this undermines global strategic balance and stability. China expresses serious concern over this. We urge the United States to abandon the development and deployment of a global missile defense system as soon as possible. This is a defensive technology, so how do you feel about that and where they're coming from here?
Well, what we've seen historically is that the thing that leads to conflict is a lack of deterrence. Yeah. And so our belief, along with the administration, is that having strong deterrence is the best way to deter conflict. And so we're looking forward to partnering with General Gutlein and the administration to roll this out and make the world safe for peace and prosperity.
So the president also said yesterday that Canada wants to be involved in this, but they would have to pay their fair share. And some skeptics say that the immense cost and the actual ability to create something to defend an entire continent isn't realistic. So what would you say to those critics?
Well, most of the constituent elements of the system have been demonstrated already in small.
Lockheed Martin would try and justify a $175 billion contract, wouldn't they? Man, we should really interview Lockheed Martin.
Good job, Fox. Around the world, and all of them have been proven in combat situations. And so this is really a scaling of capability and an integration capability. And the technology that's available today for networking, for edge and cloud computing, for bringing artificial intelligence to bear on the decision making, all of that new technology is what's going to allow us to stitch these capabilities together and produce this system.
It's fascinating. And really quickly, final question to you. Do you really think that we can get this up and running within President Trump's second term over the next 3 years?
Because of the start we have with the existing capabilities, we're going to be able to rapidly assemble a credible deterrent in a very short period of time. and in parallel then work the future technologies that'll deal with threats as they evolve and keep the system relevant for generations.
What a time to be alive. Frank St. John, thank you so much for joining us. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
You're very welcome.
I'm Steve Ducey.
I'm Brian
Kelly.
And I'm Ainsley Earhart. And click here to subscribe to the
Ladies and gentlemen, it is the talk of the town, Donald Trump's one big, beautiful bill. And today I'm going to be going over from the White House some of the things that are in the bill. Yes, it will be adding to the debt. People saying it's just kicking the can down the road some more because it's very enticing when you're talking about spending more money. It's like the economy rewards you when you spend money, and it's an unfortunate thing. We know that it has to change. I know Trump is taking a big step within this bill to cut some of the Medicaid fraud. He's not touching Medicare. He's not touching Social Security. They were originally trying to eliminate taxes on Social Security, and in this article it says it seemed like they were saying they were going to do it, but from what I've heard, they're not doing that. And honestly, I mean, when you're talking about tax cuts with a $2 trillion deficit and $38 trillion already in debt, and I mean, when you look at the interest that we're servicing, the interest rate on the debt, I mean, 14% of our budget is going to interest to service the debt. And that's only going to keep going up the more debt that we have. That's why, and by the way, I looked it up, it's $9.3 trillion that has to be refinanced because of the 2021 spending, the 5-year Treasury bonds that they gave out in 2021. So they got to refinance around $9 trillion in debt in 2026. That's why Trump is telling Powell the rates have to come down. And Powell said they are. I think we're going to have 3 or 4 rate cuts before 2026. It's going to be refinanced. We're probably going to save around $200 billion when we refinance, if we get the interest rates down to a 2% or at least 2.5%. But I'm going to go through this. And we also there's some things to talk about. We are going to be generating revenue through tariffs. I have seen numbers. My original number, I said, well, it's going to be around $250 billion. Then I did the math based off of where the tariffs are right now, and it's very loose math because we don't know exactly the trade deals that are going to be negotiated, how much of the tariffs are staying on, how much are coming off. Also, you're going to have companies say, we're not going to pay these tariffs anymore. We're just going to produce things domestically, which is what Trump wants, but it's going to take away from some of the tariff revenue. I had said it was $250 billion. Then I did the math. I said, all right, maybe it's $400 billion. Well, I've been looking at some experts and some predictions. They say it's $250 billion. So I think the tariff revenue is probably going to be around $250 to $300 billion, honestly. I know they say, well, just on the auto tariffs alone, it's $100 billion.
When?
But there's a lot of different factors at play. And you're going to get more domestic production, which is good, but it's going to take away from tariff revenue. So I think it's probably going to be $250, $300 billion, something like that. When it comes to the Medicaid cuts, they say what they said was $900 billion over the span of 10 years. So it's basically $90 billion per year in savings on the Medicaid cuts. And that's from illegals, by the way, and temporary immigrants siphoning off of that. And so that should just be fraud cuts. It's nothing crazy. It's not like you're looking under the hood with Social Security or Medicare or anything of that nature, but they are going to have to restructure Social Security completely. That is a guarantee that's going to have to happen. It's not happening in this bill. I'm just saying in general. So Medicaid, there are some cuts. Medicare, which we spend more on, and also Social Security, which we spend even more on that. There's no cuts, but they're also not eliminating the Social Security taxes. That really wasn't a campaign promise by Trump. It was more about the no tax on tips, no tax on overtime. That's in here. So let's go through this. Delivers the largest tax cut in American history, means an extra $5,000 in Americans' pockets with double-digit % decrease to their tax bills. And so they reference the people earning $30K to $80K. And this is really what people have to understand with the original Tax Cuts and Jobs Act in 2017. He cuts taxes for everyone. And you may say, well, he shouldn't, the bigger corporation, especially when we're talking about a $2 trillion deficit, tax cuts are, you could argue they could spur economic activity and pay for themselves if we get more of it, but we'll see what happens. I mean, the tax cuts were going to happen no matter what. Trump had said it. It was a campaign promise. It's coming. No tax on tips, no tax on overtime. That's another thing that for sure will be coming, and Trump had promised that. You've got big, beautiful deportations. The bill permanently secures our border by making the largest border security investment in history, funding at least 1 million annual removals of illegals. So they're saying they can fund 1 million removal. So for over 4 years, that would be 4 million. Now, whether or not they have the infrastructure within ICE and the Border Patrol agents to be able to execute this, they're getting the funding for it. We said they needed the funding. They got it a little bit with the CR like 2 or 3 months ago, but now they're saying this is really the investment. It wouldn't surprise me if they started tweeting out numbers again. They get this money in, they get an influx. You have to expand the infrastructure base within ICE to be able to deport more people. And, I mean, they've gotten desperate to where now they're saying they'll give you $1,000 if you self-deport. But I do think they are going to start deporting a lot more people. This bill gets passed, there's going to be more money for them. I've talked about the ICE needs more money. That's just, it is what it is. Finishes President Trump's border wall. I feel like I've seen this 5 different times in 5 different bills, talking about the finishing of the border wall. 701 miles of primary wall, 900 miles of river, 629 of secondary barriers, and 141 miles of vehicle and pedestrian barrels are going to be constructed. So
why do you talk like that?
The border wall is going to... But they've secured the border, and there's very little encounters. The encounters are down 95%. It's amazing. That's one of the great propaganda things that you can use for Trump and the presidency. He has eliminated, for the most part, illegal immigration. There's no encounters. You eliminate it by 95% within a single month of being in office. It's an impressive thing. That's for sure. Boosts Border Patrol and ICE agents on the front line. So, wow, they're going to hire around 10,000 new ICE personnel, and this looks like they'll be on the front lines to keep people from crossing and patrolling it. Protects Medicaid for Americans by kicking 1.4 million of illegals off the benefits. Eliminates waste fraud. This was what I was talking about. So supposedly that this is going to save over the course of 10 years $900 billion. It's about $90 billion per year. Again, when you look at Medicaid, you look at our budget, in terms of entitlements are like 40-50% of our budget. It's absurd. But Medicare and Social Security are more than Medicaid in terms of our expenditures.
I know, right?
But Medicaid is still
Too bad
a lot
he
in
also
terms of how
big
much we
time
spend
us.
annually per year. Requires able-bodied Americans to work if they receive benefits. And that kind of goes back to the whole
by the way,
extended unemployment.
the analytics
under
for
Biden
politics
that was really catastrophically bad and hurt inflation.
Sunday, 6 p.m. is the highest point in the week by far for it.
I mean, yeah, our Sunday shows get big views.
Well, it's Sunday my time, not yours.
Yeah, that's what I mean. We do Saturday, don't we?
Yes.
I don't want to do Monday.
And then...
Because what? It's...
Let me see.
Because then it would literally be...
Here.
It would literally be
Zelda,
Monday, Tuesday, Thursday. That I would
Zelda's
stream.
height is Wednesday between 2 and 6 p.m. And then just chatting is always good, but especially between 9 a.m. to like 4 p.m. Which makes sense because it's probably people listening while they're at their 9 to 5 job.
Yeah.
For just chatting.
So what category do you reckon?
Well, I mean, just chatting always has people, but...
significantly. That was something that the Biden administration did. They always talk about, well, it's COVID, it's once in a century.
You know,
there's so
I'm
much
always
revisionist
looking
history
to
on
try and
that.
do collabs.
There's no way the United States should have faced 9% inflation. Trueflation was 11%. And it wasn't
Like,
just
I
the
would've
Biden administration, but I also think the
offered
Fed,
Jake
you can blame
Hannery-
the Fed, but the Fed's like they're an
But, like,
extension of the Democrats.
Our views lately just don't justify him taking his time.
No.
So I didn't, you know, like, but I've shared every post that he's posted on both of my accounts for his new show.
I mean, he said he would come on. Like, he said he would come on to anybody who wants to interview about it.
Yeah, I understand that. But, like... like, even with the modern insurgent thing... Like, our views were okay on that, but, like, it didn't, like... Like, even since then, it's just been, like, so low.
Who gives a fuck about the views anyway?
Well, I'm just saying, like, I don't know why he would waste his time. I just don't think... I think it's, like, not... Like, he has other shows that he could be doing. You know what I mean? Like, I just want our numbers to be higher before I even make an offer for him to come back. You know, because he's like this... Kind of like, almost like the Sam Cedar of our, niche, you know? You know what I mean by that?
Yeah.
Democrats, especially with what the Fed did in 2024, like 2 months before the election in September, they lower rates. It's a coincidence, though. But now inflation's lower, they won't touch the rates. It's funny. Reverses the spending curse plaguing D.C., It delivers a deficit reduction, and the largest deficit reduction in nearly 30 years with $1.6 trillion in mandatory savings. Yeah, no, I agree. I mean, they're going to be saving some stuff, but you talk about the tax cuts, things like that, that's what's going to potentially increase the deficit and the debt overall. Ends taxpayer-funded sex change for minors. So, I mean, that seems pretty obvious. Provides historic tax relief to Social Security recipients. I heard this wasn't happening, so I don't know. Maybe there's some relief that got through and some didn't. I don't know. I heard that it wasn't allowed to happen. It will give Americans permanent tax relief through the tax cuts. So that's basically the same thing, just talking about the tax cuts. Modernizes air traffic control, fulfilling Trump's plan. Remember when they did the PSYOP with, oh, Trump fired all the air traffic control people so all the planes are crashing?
The PSYOP.
Total false. They did the numbers. It's like less planes have crashed this year than the years prior. But ends the taxpayer-funded Green New scam. So they're rolling back a bunch of this. This will save them money in rolling back these initiatives. Whether or not you think this is important or not, they jammed everything into that Inflation Reduction Act. Oh, let's put the Green New Deal on it. It's like when they tried to pass the bill to secure the border and there was $50 billion in aid for Ukraine, and then they said, well, Trump killed the bill. And the bill includes $50 billion in aid for Ukraine and $14 billion for Israel. The Immigration Reduction Act is based around green energy. Yeah. Incentivizes Made in America. We've got this one. Once in a generation chance to revitalize our nation's defense capabilities, protect the homeland from new threats. Trump's Golden Dome, which will have an upfront investment of $25 billion. They say, you know, people were originally saying, well, a Golden Dome to cover the entire area to protect the United States. Israel has their Iron Dome. They're a lot smaller of a country. But the Golden Dome, people are saying it's going to cost $1 trillion in total. I don't think so. I think it'll cost a lot less than that.
Oh, yeah, bro.
I love him. He's so funny.
Military contracts. Notoriously known for going under budget. How much are the B-2s again? $1 billion a plane?
Government contracts in general, my man, you know?
Awesome. What an idiot.
But to me, that's an obvious thing. Now, whether or not with some of these advanced hypersonic missiles, it'll be able to stop all of them, having some insurance in terms of a deterrent system with how big our military already is, it's the most obvious thing. So I agree with the Golden Dome. Unleashes American energy dominance. And then this last one, boost American mineral development. The bill increases mining of domestic minerals and makes America less dependent on foreign adversaries for critical minerals. That's refinement. They're setting up refinement zones. And I had said it's very key. They put this one last because nobody cares about it. But now listen, the problem is when we find rare earths and minerals, they have to be refined in China, so they get sent to China. And some of that is environmental factors, but apparently they're going to be investing around $20 billion in refinement zones next to military bases domestically. So they're in the United States, military bases in the U.S. That's where they'll be refined. That could be a huge thing. if we're able to refine our own rare earths without relying on China. And it could be even bigger if we're talking about extraction with the mineral deal in Ukraine, as well as potentially the purchase of Greenland. I'm not sure, where is the budget for Greenland? What if it's just like number 21, buying Greenland? This will enable us $72 billion to purchase the island of Greenland. No, I'm kidding, it's not on there, but it'd be interesting they added that. We're not going to have to pay $70 billion for Greenland, I don't think. I don't know, maybe 30 billion, something like that. Maybe nothing, we just send the military there. But yeah, listen, when you've got something like this, I know people are upset. It's kicking the can down the road. You're talking about, it is more of a debt increase. And listen, in my opinion,
what are you going to say about that?
Because
debt,
of the current structure,
good, yeah?
I love
in terms
that.
of the way our electoral system is set up with an election every 2 years, it's hard for Trump to go all in. And by the way, we saw what happened with Elon Musk. I don't know if you guys saw the interview. It's like Elon Musk is looking completely dejected. And they're trying to ask him, like, you said you were going to save $2 trillion, and then you said $1 trillion, and you've only saved supposedly $150 billion. And, I mean, Musk is like, we couldn't touch certain things. You got to look at the entitlements. That's where you're going to save the money, is in the entitlements. They're not looking at them. And so that's just the reality. They're not looking at the Pentagon, and that's another thing with this bill. They're not saying exact numbers. The budget for the Pentagon is increasing by $150 billion. We already had by far the highest military budget. There's Republicans that want the highest military budget. The problem is, even if we just keep it the same, we're still going to have the highest military budget by far, even though China is trying to catch up. Now, China's economy has had a little bit of a downturn, so you'd think they would slow down their investment into the military, but increasing the military budget by $150 billion...
I'm pretty sure China's debt to GDP is almost 70% now. The more money they spend on military, the worse it gets. And as soon as their housing bubble pops, China's fucked. Like, poverty, widespread poverty, famine. We will need to help them so much if the government doesn't change course. From what I've seen, there could be stuff that we don't know about, obviously, because China's hard to get information out of. All their statistics are obfuscated and opaque, so it's really hard to get solid numbers. It's why I don't make the statement that China is collapsing, because I don't know. It's hard to tell. People are saying it is. Doesn't really look like it. I don't know. It's hard to say.
When, in terms of our overall budget, we are spending 14% on interest that services the debt. You know, it's not the most ideal thing. But, you know, when you spend money, the economy does well. The stock market goes up. No, it's true. It's
don't
true.
go up.
This will 100%
don't go up
be
mean people do good. I'm smart redhead guy. I know how to analyze things.
He also knows how to get women.
Very
He's
good
a stud
short-term
magnet.
thing. I think it will help for the midterms a lot because it's a lot of tax cuts. It's a lot of infusion.
Isn't that what he
There's money
said?
infusion. But this is one of those things to
Allentown,
where
he said, I'm a
you know, if
stud
you give Trump
magnet,
8 years,
not a chick
Is that what he
magnet.
said?
there's probably a significant downturn for many, many months. It's not these like baby little things like we saw with the tariff situation, which honestly I think did help bring inflation down. The unknown with the tariffs, because it didn't tank the stock market, but it brought it down a bit. And I mean, that's like a baby thing. It's already recovered. It's recover. just keep spending. Just keep spending. Now, I'm not saying it's a good thing, and you know, there are some things like it's a good first step with Medicaid, the cuts on that. And that's all fraud, by the way. It's like, oh, they're cutting it. No, it's all fraud. They're not touching Social Security. They're not touching Medicare in this. Unless somebody can show me that they are. That's all Democrat fear-mongering. But people do realize Social Security, something has to be done.
Hey, you know what we should do? We should, say nothing until the Republicans literally take Americans' healthcare, and then you do something. Because you know what's the best method to do stuff? The police method, where you show up after shit happens and do nothing. That's the way to change things. You fucking nailed it.
Have the workers to be able to pay the current people that are retiring, there's too many retirees, there's not enough workers. That's how Social Security works. It's pay as you go. There is the trust fund is running out. I don't even think it exists anymore. It's like they stopped that in the 1970s, 1980s, I was reading. So, listen, when you look at a bill like this, there's some positive things. Where's the remittance, the 5% remittance tax on immigrants that send money back to their home countries? People are saying it should be 50%. Yeah, bring it up to like 30% on that. How much can you generate through a remittance tax? Bring it to 30, 40%. I wonder how much. Well, maybe then people would leave. Maybe that would solve our problem in terms of the immigration issue and getting, that's a self-deportation. 50% remittance tax. We're gonna get some people self-deporting, I think, if that happens. We're gonna get some people leaving if that were to happen. But no, I mean, I don't know. But they are doing a 5% remittance tax in this bill as well. So listen, that'll generate more money. But they are gonna generate money through the tariffs. Is it going to be enough to cover all of this spending that they have, including, I mean, it would be enough to cover the military increase, which is only $150 billion if you're going to generate $250, $300 billion. But that's not the only thing. You've also got all of the tax cuts coming in as well, which Trump promised. He said he was going to expand the tax cuts from 2017, and he's doing just that. And you might say, well, listen, I mean, this is the problem. When you're $37, $38 trillion in debt, there's certain things that are going to have to be done at some point that really, to where you can manipulate the economy depending on what you want to get rid of. Really, it's one of two things the way I look at it. You either go after, you either tax people at a much higher rate, which is what liberals would do, or you go after the entitlements. Trump is starting to kind of chip away at the entitlements, it seems, but very timidly. But on the other hand, he's doing the tax cuts. So it's like canceling it out to a degree. But we'll see what this ends up doing. I mean, they're going to say it, you know, it adds to the debt, and it's just what every president has been doing. I mean, we had the situation to where our spending got out of control. There's a lot of revisionist history on Trump's first term. Trump's spending was not out of control. It was more so based off of the tax cuts. But even, like, if you look at a graph of the deficit per year, Trump was not going to add much at all. The only thing that killed Trump was the COVID rescue plan, which was a ton in terms of spending. And that was right before Trump left office. That would have been March of 2020, and he's forced to do it, and it destroyed all of his numbers. It destroyed his economy. COVID did. So it is what it is, but you know, we'll see if this ends up getting passed. This is Trump's big, beautiful bill. And listen, when it comes to the immigration stuff, the border agents, ICE, they need to up that infrastructure 1,000% because they're not deporting anywhere close to the numbers that they need to. And that is something that is liked. It's got a form of, I wouldn't say bipartisan support. Democrats don't like it, but independent support. It's about 60% approved on deporting all the illegals. And that's even after to where we knew they were going to do this. They were going to say, well, you know, you deported one and there's no due process, things like that. People don't even care, honestly. They really don't. I mean, it's still 60% approved, and they were using that fear-mongering with the gang member. But either way, guys, that is going to do it for this video. Make sure you like the video down below. Also, follow me on X. Link to that's always in the description.
Gross.
I will not do that.
He said X.
Dislike.
Is due to vote on the so-called One Big Beautiful Bill. The mega bill recently approved by the House Budget Committee that nominally includes all of Trump's extravagant campaign promises. Now, most of the media's attention has understandably been focused on the enormous tax cuts in the bill, including an extension of Trump's 2017 tax cuts, as well as cuts to taxes on tips and overtime, which threaten to widen America's already enormous fiscal deficit and have stoked unrest among fiscally conservative Republicans. However, buried deep within the 400-page bill is a proposed 5% tax on remittances, which, if it were to actually happen, would be potentially catastrophic for smaller Latin American economies like Nicaragua, Honduras, and El Salvador, where remittances represent something like a quarter of their GDP. So in this video, we're going to take a look at this new tax, why Trump likes it, and how it could bankrupt much of Latin America. If you're a TLDR fan and want to support the channel, then consider picking up a copy of our magazine. Too Long helps to fund all of our journalism and allows us to make free videos on YouTube like this one. You can learn more and buy a copy by clicking a link in the description. So let's start with a bit of context. For those who don't know, a remittance is a non-commercial transfer of money from a foreign worker back to their home country. This is usually when people from poorer countries move to richer countries to find work and then send the money they earn back to support their families at home. Unsurprisingly, given the strength of its economy, the US has long been the top remittance sending country in the world, with a total outflow of about $80 billion in 2022, according to World Bank data, roughly double that of second place Saudi Arabia. These remittances go to countries all around the world, including China, India, and Nigeria. But a lot of this money goes to Latin American countries too, because they're geographically nearby, and lots of Latin American migrants travel to the US looking for work. Anyway, the proposed policy in Trump's big beautiful bill would tax any remittances sent back by non-citizens, which would include those holding legal work visas or green cards, at a rate of 5%. Now, to be fair, this isn't an entirely new idea. Oklahoma has a law that imposes a $5 tax on remittances under $500 and a 1% tax on all transfers over $500, and that's been in place since 2009. According to the National Conference on State Legislatures, a number of other states have also at least considered...
Wouldn't it be genuinely funny if Trump's little prison population down in El Salvador bankrupt the country? I would have a hearty chuckle.
...comparable legislation, although ultimately decided that...
What do you want me to do? Traffic him back to America?
You mean that...
Yes.
You mean that Donald Trump is gonna make poor people die?
What a surprise.
That such a tax just wouldn't be worth it, given that it would be difficult to enforce and would only raise a bit of revenue. Similarly, Trump tried to implement a 2% remittances tax during his first term, framing it as both a way to raise revenue and discourage immigration. And in 2023, J.D. Vance introduced the Withholding Illegal Revenue Entering Drug Markets, or WIRED Act, to Congress, which proposed a 10% tax. Now, Trump will presumably frame this new 5% tax in a similar way, as a way of both deterring further immigration and creating a new source of revenue for the federal government. But if it does happen, it would be pretty terrible news for the countries that rely on these remittances. Countries like Mexico and India, which receive tens of billions of dollars in remittances each year, would obviously be hurt. But the worst affected countries would be smaller states in Central America, where remittances fuel a large fraction of all economic activity. Nicaragua, for instance, receives remittances equivalent to 28% of their GDP, Honduras 26%, and El Salvador 24%. These remittances both allow countries to pay for imports and drive domestic demand. Considering only about a third of Central American migrants are naturalized citizens, a significant drop in remittances could be terrible for their economies. And this could all be further exacerbated by an economic slowdown in the US, which would push up the unemployment rate for migrant workers, especially in low-paid sectors like construction, manufacturing, and transportation. The IMF estimated earlier this year, for instance, that a doubling of the Salvadorian migrants' unemployment rate from 3.5% to 7% would lead to a drop in remittance inflows equivalent to a massive 6% of the country's GDP. And this would be particularly rough for El Salvador and President Bukele, who's pitched himself as a Trump mega fan and is currently letting the US dump deportees in the Salvadorian prison system, only to be rewarded with a policy that would almost definitely push El Salvador into recession. In more bad news for Bukele, early this year the IMF forced him to end his so-called Bitcoin experiment, which was basically about turning Bitcoin into a legal tender in El Salvador as part of a new loan agreement. As a result, the private sector no longer has to accept Bitcoin, the government doesn't guarantee convertibility, and taxes must be paid in dollars rather than Bitcoin, which is why crypto accounts for something like only 2% of all remittances. This is pretty rum timing, because even if you think that Bukele's Bitcoin experiment was indeed a bad idea in the first place, it's hard to deny that it would have presented an easy way for Salvadorians to get around any new remittance tax. Now, to be clear, there's still a good chance that this law doesn't actually happen, because there's a lot of congressional wrangling that needs to be done before the big beautiful bill becomes law. And it'll probably get challenged by the courts anyway, given that it looks a lot like a form of double taxation. After all, migrant workers are already being taxed on their income, and then being taxed again on the same income they send abroad. The Trump administration will probably also realize that there's a risk that this policy actually increases immigration into the US overall, because if the slump in remittances causes a sufficient economic slowdown in Central and South American countries, more people will start coming to the US for work. Nonetheless, if there's one policy area where Trump has been as radical as he promised during the campaign, it's immigration, and this feels like a classic Trump policy. Not only does it promise to deter migrants, it also provides the federal government with a new source of revenue that's not coming from American citizens, in the same way that Trump wants tariffs and his so-called External Revenue Service to offset some of America's fiscal pressures. As a final thing, another reason the policy will be interesting is that it will be the first explicit and direct tax on capital flows, that is, money flowing across borders, that the US has introduced in quite some time. Really, since the early 70s, the US has been one of the world's most vocal proponents of free capital flows, allowing money to flow in and out of the United States and pushing other countries to do the same. However, in the past couple of months, we've seen some speculation about the Trump administration changing course and imposing some kind of capital controls, probably on money coming into the US, in order to reduce America's trade deficit and accelerate its reindustrialization. While this remittance tax is clearly motivated by anxieties about immigration rather than to restructure the global trading order, it could open the door to some more radical capital controls in the future. If you're engaged with complex topics like these, it's probably fair to say that you're at least somewhat interested in improving yourself through interesting, engaging online learning. If so, you'll be interested in this week's sponsor, Brilliant. Brilliant is a learning app designed to help you understand topics.
No! Vosh. Yuck.
Golden Dome announcement. It's time. Oh yeah. This was the right time to start the stream.
Ronald Reagan wanted it many years ago, but they didn't have the technology. But it's something we're going to have. We're going to have it at the highest level. I want to thank Secretary Hegseth, who's been fantastic, and Secretary Rubio, and Space Force Vice Chief of Space Operations, General Mike Gutlein. I also want to recognize Senators Dan Sullivan, Kevin Kramer, and Jim Banks. Fantastic senators, great talents, great political talents, and people that love our country. In the campaign, I promised the American people that I would build a cutting-edge missile defense shield to protect our homeland from the threat of foreign missile attack. And that's what we're doing. Today, I'm pleased to announce that we have officially selected an architecture for this state-of-the-art system that will deploy next-generation technologies across the land, sea, and space, including space-based sensors and interceptors. And Canada has called us and they want to be a part of it. So we'll be talking to them. They want to have protection also. So as usual, we help Canada do the best we can. This design for the Golden Dome will integrate with our existing defense capabilities and should be fully operational before the end of my term. So we'll have it done in about 3 years.
Oh, I'm sure.
Once fully constructed, the Golden Dome will be capable of intercepting missiles even if they are launched from other sides of the world and even if they are launched from space. And we will have the best system ever built. As you know, we helped Israel with theirs and it was very successful, and now we have technology that's even far advanced.
This will never work. It doesn't matter if it'll work. What matters is that it's an excuse to give more money to defense contractors, which is the only reason this country exists.
That's true.
If it wasn't for giving money to defense contractors, that's the only reason this country...
Hold on. You're missing a very crucial point here. The military contractors, the CEOs, are all Trump's friends. This has nothing to do with military contractors and has everything to do with Trump enriching himself and his buddies. That's all this is. I would not be surprised if this never gets made, but that $175 billion gets funneled into private pockets.
I love this fucking picture, bro.
Oh, all the missiles being shot at America?
No, just everything about it. The fact that it's like
1950.
Way too bright so you can barely see what's going on.
Well, it's gold. Don't you understand? Gold is very shiny.
It's apart from that, it's all roadside diners, I guess. Turnip farming.
That, but including hypersonic missiles,
Seattle is outside the dome? Son of a bitch, you're right. That piece of shit.
ballistic missiles, and advanced cruise missiles. All of them will be knocked out of the air. We will truly be completing the job that President Reagan started 40 years ago, forever ending the missile threat to the American homeland, and the success rate is very close to 100%, which is incredible when you think of it. You're shooting bullets out of the air. I'm also pleased to report that the one big, beautiful bill will include $25 billion for the Golden Dome to help construction get underway.
This shit is not passing Congress.
Positive. And we have probably, you're talking about, General, we're talking about $175 billion.
If this passes Congress, the people.
The only way it would pass Congress is if he's just billing it as this, but it's actually major investment into like just Patriot missile defense stuff.
Yes.
And upgrading those missile defenses, which have been essential in making us money, is our missile defense system.
Yes, yes. Especially the Patriots.
But boy, do I not trust anything.
Mm-hmm.
Total cost of this when it's completed.
This is 100% going to shoot down a commercial plane if any ounce of this is built. Fuck, that would be funny. Oh my god. Okay, I just want to get like the serious analysis out of the way. This is stupid and impossible, and it can't happen. Some people are going to say like, well, doesn't this invalidate mutually assured destruction and increase nuclear proliferation by incentivizing more? It doesn't matter because it's not real. It's not real. It's not actually happening. It's just an excuse to give defense contractors money. This can't actually happen. The Iron Dome is extremely expensive, covers a relatively minuscule area, and also protects against bottle rockets. Like this isn't workable. There is no defensive system that can intercept a simultaneous launch of hundreds or thousands of cluster ICBMs, which, you know, nowadays they have that, right? If you want to like really get rid of something, you fire a big missile, and then when the big missile is already in space, it launches like 50 little, mini missiles or bombs or whatever you can't intercept all that. MIRVs, yeah, sure. Nerds. It's just not doable. Also, 25 billion? No. 25 billion, that's like 5 stealth planes. Not a chance.
This afternoon, I'm also announcing that I will appoint, very importantly, General Gutlein to lead the ambitious new effort as the direct reporting program manager for the Golden Dome. Very talented man, and I'm very honored to have been the one that helped or really created Space Force. Space Force has turned out to be a tremendous success. We were
Also, I'm looking at it right now because we're watching a video, and I want you guys to know that I do indeed have many, many emails from pro-MMT guys who don't... characteristic of people who align with that ideology don't seem to understand that I don't actually want 18 paragraphs in my inbox of them trying to sway me. Come on.
Third in space, and now we're #1 in space by a lot. It's not even close. And Mike is a 4-star Space Force General, the recipient of the Defense Distinguished Service Medal, one of the most respected people in the world having to do with defense. You know, we have offense and we have defense. I'll bet he's good at offense. And he has an unmatched background in missile warning technology and defense procurement. General Gutlein also knows that we need to move fast. No one is more qualified for his job.
Move fast.
Everybody, this was a universal acceptance of General Gutlein. Everybody that knows him and knows everybody else, they said there's only one man for the job, so I have a feeling we have the right guy. But now I'd like to invite Secretary Hegseth and the General to please say a few words and describe the system a little bit. And we appreciate you being here, and the press is really...
That's true, not mentioning Elon during Space Talk. He really has fallen off.
It was so much more exciting the other way, but you've been very, very fair. We have very high poll numbers, the highest we've ever had, and I think we're doing a great job. We had a tremendous trip to the Middle East, as you know. It was a really amazing trip, and now I came home, and this is the one I was really looking forward to this day, because this is very important for the success and even survival of our country. It's a pretty evil world out there, so this is something that goes a long way toward the survival of this great country.
Again, like the fascist mythos requires your country be under permanent threat, you know? Like, you can be the most powerful country in the world, and you still have to pretend that you're constantly, like, looking down the barrel. It's that you always have to be fearful. It's very, very important.
And as I said, we'll be discussing Canada. They want to hook in, and they want to see if they can be a part of it. That sort of makes sense. I guess that's what I was talking about from day one, you know? It just automatically makes sense. And it won't be very difficult to do.
I love how Hegseth always stands like he's a warfighter. You know what I mean? Like he's taking his like, ooh rah, the military needs more push-ups and less logistics bullshit seriously. Like he's always standing like he's trying to flex.
On holding the homeland at risk.
In Homeland, and the success rate is very close to 100%, which is as we make a historic announcement about the Golden, integrate with our existing defense capabilities, and should be fully of
January 27th. We've invasion.
Watch everybody, and Pete, go ahead. Sure.
Okay.
Well, Mr. President, add this to the long and growing list of promises made.
That's a bit better.
Promises kept. Ultimately, this right here, the Golden Dome for America, is game changer. It's a generational investment in the security of America and Americans. Mr. President, you said we're going to secure our southern border and get 100% operational control after the previous administration allowed an invasion of people into our country. President Reagan 40 years ago cast the vision for it. The technology wasn't there. Now it is, and you're following through to say we will protect the home.
Really stringing together like any bit they can. What the does immigration have to do with this? This is a missile defense. That's completely
land from cruise missiles, ballistic missiles, hypersonic missiles, drones, whether they're conventional or nuclear. It's not lost on me, sir, also that you had the vision to start the Space Force, and here we are when the others said we didn't need it. Here we are in the Oval Office with one of the leaders of the Space Force in General Gutlein leading the charge on putting in place a game-changing Golden Dome for America. So, sir, it's an honor to be a part of this bold initiative. We're going to get to work on it.
It really is like the North Korean broadcaster, man. Like every single... Remember what I said? They're all fighting for demented grandpas, their name in his will.
We have been since you signed that executive order on January 27th. We've been fast forward on this. We're here on this day, and this is just one stop in delivering this defense of the homeland, which is something you've charged us with doing, and we'll keep going until it is complete, sir.
Thank you, Pete. Pete's doing a great job, by the way. Thank you very much. General, please.
President, today is a great day for the nation as we double down on protection of the homeland.
By the way, has anyone explained what the Golden Dome is supposed to actually be? Like, so we already have a very sophisticated satellite network that tracks incoming threats to the United States. Okay. What is it? So is it like a ballistic missile interception? Is it lasers from space? What's the idea? Like, what's the actual, what are we doing? Like, we do have ICBM interceptors already. So like, what is the new, what's the difference? What's the new thing?
As you're aware, our adversaries have become very capable and very intent on holding the homeland at risk. While we have been focused on keeping the peace overseas, our adversaries have been quickly modernizing their nuclear forces, building out ballistic missiles capable of hosting multiple warheads, building out hypersonic missiles capable of attacking the United States within an hour and traveling at 6,000 miles an hour, building cruise missiles that can navigate around our radar and our defenses, and building submarines that can sneak up on our shores, and worse yet, building space weapons. It is time that we change that equation and start doubling down on the protection of the homeland. Golden Dome is a bold and aggressive approach to hurry up and protect the homeland from our adversaries. We owe it to our children and our children's children to protect them and to afford them a quality of life that we have all grown up enjoying. Golden Dome will afford that. I greatly appreciate your trust in me and your nomination in me and your trust in the team to deliver this. It is a great day for America.
And also, very importantly, we're the only ones that have this, we call it super technology. Nobody else has it. And nobody else has nearly really near what we have. So this is a very exciting project. This is something that will, I mean, the general said close to 100% protection, so that's something we need. I think it's a very And everything's going to be made in the USA, by the way, very important.
Oh,
So
yeah.
it's something that I've been looking forward to for a long time. And I just noticed you too, Jim, you're standing there, and behind you is a very important document, Declaration of Independence.
Nuts, you're not wrong. Remember when I was making fun of Russia because their Ministry of Defense was touting their new, like, super armor, and it was a guy in, like, a polyester bodysuit with, like, little plastic panels glued to him or something, and they were like, yeah, he's going to be able to run 1,000 miles per hour, see in the dark, and he's got, like, missiles on his back or something. And they were like, yep, this is, like, the Mark 10 Super Russia armor. American hegemony is finished.
Super Russia armor.
But I can't make fun of them anymore.
And that was in the vault for many decades right under this area. They have vaults with pictures on top. You have Abraham Lincoln. You see that was the original Abraham Lincoln, the original Washington. And does everybody know who the middle was? General Grant. And so it's very exciting.
Okay.
You look over here, and above Ronald Reagan, you have Thomas Jefferson. That's Monroe from the Monroe document. And you know who that is, right? Andrew Jackson. So we have a lot of very exciting pictures, and on the other side, likewise.
Okay.
Is he talking about?
Just some great presidents and great people on the many of these, because people were asking about them. Many of them, almost all of them, were in the vaults or nearby, but generally in the vaults downstairs, where we have some great. So it's very exciting. The place has become a little different than you first saw it, Jim, right?
Yes, much better.
It's a little bit different. It's slightly better. But to think we had them, and some were in the vaults for over 100 years. So it's pretty cool stuff. Everybody knows Jim Banks. He's a great congressman, and now he's a great senator from Indiana. And you might want to say a few words. Jim.
Well, your legacy with Space Force, Mr. President, is already big, but the Golden Dome is going to be an even bigger legacy for our country. And Indiana is going to help you make it.
Right.
The space satellites that are made in Fort Wayne, Indiana by L3 Harris, all the work done at Crane Navy Base in southern Indiana is going to be a big part of it, and Hoosiers are very proud of that. We're proud of you. Thank you very much.
You're going to be a big factor. Thank you, and good luck, and congratulations. You won that race by a lot. That wasn't even a contest, right?
Well, thank you. Thanks to you and all of your support.
Thank you very much. Thanks. Please go ahead.
Reminded, as
Please,
I
suck
always
my
am,
dick.
just how submissive authoritarian ideologies demand you be. Like, it's just in all elements of your
It
life,
literally
you
is
have to be deferential
Stalinistic, you
to
know?
the word of your leader. It
Yeah.
doesn't matter how obviously stupid or irrational it is. You can be as powerful as a U.S. senator, and you still have to meekly bow. Man, it's gotta suck, man.
This is Senator Kramer, and he's one of our best. Can't get any better. Go ahead.
Well, you're very nice, Mr. President, and thanks for this. And I remember the day in your first term when you called, and I was a brand new baby freshman senator on the Armed Services Committee, and you said, I want to have a Space Force. Would you lead the effort on the Senate Armed Services Committee? And I felt so proud thinking that you chose me, only to find out later no one else would do it. But nonetheless, it worked really well because
Wow.
North Dakota has some great
That's what we
space
call
assets
negging.
that contributed to that, and to Golden Dome. No surprise that you would be the president that would come along and put the homeland first. And this is just one more example of that. So thanks for this and for allowing me this opportunity. By the way, let me just add my strong endorsement of General Goodlight's role in leading this. I don't know anybody better, for sure, better equipped to do it than he is.
Everybody said that.
It's a showcase of the most dog-water U.S. states. This is typically how MIC contracts go. You try to spread the construction, development, whatever, transport of the weapons across as many states as is necessary to secure like the broadest base of funding. It's one of the reasons why Democrats often support, expansions of Pentagon spending, because like the Pentagon will say, well, okay, well, if this gets approved, like that's 20,000 new jobs in this factory all over here. They do that. They spread it across the states. They make sure everyone gets a little piece of the pie. Make sure everyone votes for it.
That's great. Dan Sullivan, Alaska Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you for your continued leadership on missile defense. We were talking earlier how in 2019 at the Pentagon, you laid out a speech about the Missile Defense Review that had all these principles on missile defense that you articulated then during your first term. And now the Golden Dome is all of that. So you're continuing to lead. We really appreciate it. You know, the Congress is stepping up, as you mentioned right now, in the budget reconciliation bill. $25 billion for the Golden Dome. In what Senator Kramer and Senator Banks and I and many others, we're working on our, and I briefed you on this before, sir, on our Golden Dome Act, which we think will have, in terms of legislation that can help cement what you're doing right here, getting the Congress behind it, not just with the funding, but with authorization. So we're working closely with Secretary Hegseth, General Gutlein, and the whole team. So we're very honored to be here, sir. And you know, Alaska is the cornerstone of missile defense right now in terms of ground-based missile interceptors, in terms of radar systems and track incoming missiles. So my state is honored to continue to play a critical role in all of this and build on it. And we're really excited to be here. Thank you.
Thank you very much, David. Great. Any questions?
And Mr. President, you had mentioned at the beginning of your remarks that this was a campaign promise of yours. Have military commanders asked for this system specifically? Because NORAD had said previously that the current system was adequate. So what does this get the United States
Somebody said the current system is adequate. There really is no current system. We have certain areas of missiles and certain missile defense, but there's no system. We just have some very capable weapons that hopefully we never have to use, but we have some very capable weapons. No, this is a different league. There's never been anything like this. This is something that's going to be very protective. I think you can rest assured there'll be nothing like this. Nobody else is capable of building it either.
Was it something that military commanders asked you for? Did they ask you to do this?
Well, let me put it differently. I suggested it, and they all said, "We love the idea, sir." It's the way it's got to be, right? But they want it, and they wanted it badly once it was suggested. I don't know if they ever thought they would be lucky enough to have it, but we were able to get it done, and we have all the funding, so pretty much tucked away. I think most people feel it's very important to have. Yep.
Oh yeah, we got the funding situation is looking great right now.
Build more defenses
this definitely,
in America.
This White House press briefing wasn't conducted in the same day that you found it.
Do?
Like actually.
Yeah, because I can tell you right now, there's two things that I would do specifically, and it wouldn't be upgrading missile defense systems.
What is America's biggest threat?
Well, I think that's giving away my answer if I answer that question.
Okay. Because I was gonna qualify it with a question, because I'm not sure what that would be. But if I was to do military, like, national defense, I would get more F-15s. And I would also develop intermediate range continental ballistic missiles.
Oh, we already do.
No, I know. Like, it's technically
no, we started doing it
them.
because no, we
Russia
openly do it. We showed Russia. We proved Russia was doing it, so we started. We've proved they voided the treaty, so we started building them.
Okay, I didn't know that. Interesting.
Yeah,
because I knew that they were like building them.
The one thing that I would do is dump more money into submarines, which is following up on Biden policy of the shipbuilding.
Interesting. Yes, actually, that's a good idea.
Already, so the infrastructure has already been laid for Biden. So if you can churn out some submarines from these shipbuilding contracts within his term, it would make him look really good on this policy. And then the other thing would be to start producing the F-22 again.
Reproduce it? Interesting. It's too expensive. That's why I say the F-15, the EX, is a much better option.
Yeah, but the F-22 is what we're going to use for any threat. The F-22 is going to be the first before the F-15.
Yeah. I know, but like my answer being
but the first one would be submarines.
Yeah.
Because the only way something can get close enough to even shoot any type of volley would be some sort of like missile boat.
Yeah. I mean, it wouldn't be out of the possibility to utilize AUKUS to do that while also like following through and giving Australia these submarines. Like, that's not a bad option realistically. I'm not even positive that he knows what AUKUS is. To be completely
also,
honest.
like, expanding, so it's not just, like, continental U.S., but, like, all our territories that scale up the naval defense.
Yeah.
The Congress to ask the GOP to get their shit together and pass your massively deficitary
I just
budget
think
bill.
a better scenario
When you first announced this idea,
is instead of a
critics
dome
said
of
it would be
defense, you make a
prohibitively
dome of
expensive,
offense.
potentially ineffective, and could trigger
And
an
nobody
arms race
can
in
make
space.
a dome of
What do you say to
offense over America.
Except for
It's just
America.
not possible for anyone else.
That is true.
Like, Europe would have to do a major landing into Canada. And it would have to be a war against Canada from the U.S.
To get to the
versus
US.
Europe to even have a realistic scenario where a Golden Dome over the
Would be
America
viable?
would be
Yeah.
viable. But like, we totally have like we have a dome over China because all of China's most populated cities are on the coastline.
Yeah.
The Chinese can't actively target our East Coast, where our capital actually is.
Yes.
And
side
neither
tangent.
can the Russians.
M23,
really.
are they Tutsi or Hutu?
Who?
The
M23.
M23.
I think they're Tutsi. I'd have to
Tutsi.
check.
Which one was the one that perpetrated the genocide?
Oh man, I don't know off the top of my head.
It's just I should fucking know this. We both should know this.
Yeah, it's not. It's just out. I mean, technically it's Sudan, so it still is in the fucking terrorism realm, but.
Members of the Tutsi ethnic group, as well as some moderate Hutus, were systematically killed. Okay, so the Hutus.
Because the president was also like one of the defenders. Like, he was a military commander in the war.
Okay, so it is Tutsis. Okay. Why are they going into Congo again?
Oh, it's complicated. It also has to do with Belgium. Okay.
Okay.
So the Second Congo War was like known as like one of the worst wars in the modern era.
Mm-hmm.
And basically, the M23 movement is a movement that's a Tutsi movement inside of the Congo. They're an ethnic movement inside the Congo. And Rwanda backs them in a similar justification that you would see, like, oh, these people speak Russian type stuff.
Yeah. Interesting. Anyway, Dome, Golden Dome, unviable. Only made viable.
Yeah,
if
I think
invaded
it's.
Canada?
I think it's, like I said, China. We definitely have. Like Russia as well. Like, Russia's a big country, but its population is only in one place.
Yes.
And
I have a handy dandy little graphic.
And the area where Russia and China can realistically attack us, they have to go through multiple defensive rings. They couldn't send a full offensive force. You know?
No.
Like, we would know that force was coming and deploy to those forward islands.
You shouldn't make nuclear threats when your population looks like this. Just saying.
Yeah. So
Probably
that's
not
what
a
I'm
smart
saying.
idea.
It's like a dome of offense. So you have a complete. Basically, you snuff out the flame of the enemy. Right? You have complete suppression over them, which we do. Like, that's why the whole, like, why I was talking about how Russia needs, like, Georgia and Ukraine because they lose access to a sea. You know, I mean, look at Syria, how long that was extended by Russia just because of a port. And by the way, you know who fucking is basically getting the port contracts?
China?
No. But
Really?
yes, you could say that. It's the UAE who's going to control the Syrian port. And people had these, like, where they were, like, kind of mad about it. And I'm like, nah, it's got to be a country that stands for nothing. And, like, will still allow criminal access and shit and smuggling and sanction evasion in the port. Because, like, if we don't, then it puts way more pressure on Libya as the, like, criminal port to be used. And, like, Lebanon, like, it's recovered a lot with its criminal activity, but because of that explosion in Beirut was, like, actually one of the human smuggling capitals, that port. It was that was their main export and import was human smuggling. So, like, everyone in the kafala system who comes up from, like, Africa through Libya, you know, and, like, so, like, the open slave markets may have closed in Libya, but don't kid yourself, you know, like, Lebanon and, if for that matter, Hezbollah were a big part of the slave trafficking network into the rest of the fucking system for the kafala countries. And the UAE is a kafala country, so of course they're going to continue to allow criminal enterprise in that port because it allows them to basically circumvent Hezbollah in Lebanon for the human trafficking. You know, so my thing is, it's kind of bad to push criminal groups against the wall.
Yes. It just makes them more desperate.
Exactly, exactly.
Those critics about that.
Well, they're wrong.
Is it even happening in space? I don't even know. What the f is the Golden Dome?
About as close to perfect as you can have in terms of real production. I told you Canada wants to be a part of it, which be, you know, fairly small expansion, but we'll work with them on pricing. We'll be dealing with them on pricing. They know about it very much. They've asked to be a part of it, actually. They've asked us to be a part of it. I think it's something that is great. If you can afford to do it, we can afford to do it. You know, we took in $5.1 trillion in the last 4 days in the Middle East. And when you think about it, this is a tiny fraction of that. But we make it all here. We're going to make it all here. We have
Do you think he thinks that's what that means? Like when a Saudi leader says, yes, we will invest so and so amount of money into the country in the future, does he think that means like that's money that just shows up in the treasury? I don't know.
I will tell you, an adversary told me, a very big adversary told me the most brilliant people in the world are Silicon Valley. He said, we cannot duplicate him. We can't. This was somebody that I won't tell you who it is, but you'd be amazed. We have the most brilliant minds in the world doing this kind of thing, the equipment, the space, the computers, everything. But,
everything's computer.
That we just can't duplicate what you have there in Silicon Valley. We never have been able to. There's a very strong group of people and very strong minds, but they can't. So we have things that nobody else can have. You see what we've done helping Israel with that. You probably wouldn't have in Israel. They launched probably 500 missiles altogether, and I think 1/2 of a missile got through, and that was only falling to the ground as scrap metal. It's pretty amazing, and this is in terms of technology far advanced from that system.
And just one follow-up on the adversaries. Have you addressed Russia's ventures in space with a space-based nuclear weapon and told Putin to stop in your conversations with him?
We haven't discussed it, but at the right time we will. Yeah.
Mr. President, with the goal of keeping Americans safe.
Reminding me of space, did you guys see that China wants to do a Burns block the sun shit? I'm being a bit sensationalist.
The Matrix.
They want to put a kilometer-wide solar station in space. And they want to beam the electricity back to Earth. And I'm just like, I call this enemy the sun.
With this, can you talk about the timeline? How long will this take to complete?
We think it's going to be about a little bit less than 3 years, and we'll have a big phase-in very early. You know, we're starting immediately with $25 billion. It'll cost about $175 billion completed, but we think in 2.5 to 3 years.
Are you confident that you can get the funding needed from Congress quickly?
It's amazing how easy this one is to fund. You know, some funding is tough and some is easy. When we say we're going to save everyone's lives in a crazy world, it seems to be very easy to get. Yeah, we've already spoken to everybody who we have to speak to. Everybody's in. I would say, Dan, everybody's in line here. Right?
Yes, sir. $25 billion is a down payment in the budget reconciliation bill right now.
Yeah. So I think people actually love it.
Mr. President, on Russia, are you worried about the reports on a military buildup along the borders towards Finland and Norway?
No, I don't worry about that at all. They're going to be very safe. Those are two countries that are going to be very safe.
And the secondly, sir, if I may, Volodymyr Zelensky is saying today that he's hoping for you to impose new sanctions on Russia. Are you...
You don't even want to talk about the Golden Dome, you poser-ass reporters. From Lockheed Martin, the principal architect of this genius new plan. What are we looking at here? A layered defense shield. Fascinating. Space-based interceptors and hypersonic defenses that will ensure America's Golden Dome stays well ahead of adversary threats. I really do appreciate how, like, slavishly Lockheed Martin is bowing down to the...
All right. Derek Chauvin, there's a lot of talk about him.
Wait, is this Vinny? From PBD? It's different.
Yeah. The least liked PBD member.
It is him, yeah?
Yeah. Whatever his name is.
The guy that goes red when he talks?
Yeah.
Awesome. I didn't know he had his own channel. That's awesome.
He does now, at least.
Getting pardoned because with all this stuff that's happening, especially with the judge. I heard something about the judge not letting the case be done out of state. What do they do when it's not?
Well, if they can't find a jury, oftentimes if they can't find a jury that
was a very limp wrist there.
it is untainted. They haven't read the news. They haven't been impacted by the case. Then they'll move the jurisdiction of the actual trial
do you know
to
about
a different town to get a
did
fair,
you see
impartial...
the whatever podcast jar?
No, what?
Type in whatever podcast olive jar. Just put that on.
I can't believe people watch this show.
You'll love this.
This one?
There's a clip. It's that girl, but it's just the clip of the jar we want. It might be better to search on Twitter.
Okay, can you find it?
I mean, what's in shorts right there? You scrolled up right when you got to the shorts.
You said that sounds narcissistic.
Mm-hmm.
This one?
What about that's narcissistic? If narcissism means delusional.
It sounds like...
It's the black girl with the fucking braids. It doesn't.
Can you present to me compelling and
probably
convincing
fucking
arguments
claim
why
shit.
I or other...
You know what I mean?
They didn't do it here. They
Well,
left.
how could you? Everybody was burning down. What was it, Minneapolis?
Yeah.
Everybody was burning down Minneapolis. So it's really hard to find a jury of people that don't come in with some type of knowledge about the event when their local CVS was burned down in the name of Black Lives Mattering.
Yeah, no, you're right. Battering. So despite rumors and calls for clemency from some conservatives, including Green, Minnesota officials and White House have denied any credible information about a pardon, emphasizing that Chauvin would continue to serve a state sentence regardless of any federal
PBD
pardon. Minnesota Governor Tim Walz and Minneapolis authorities have expressed
I guarantee it's under the PBD network, and I guarantee he takes the money and says, I'll give you this much. This is how much you got paid. But really, he's pocketing the money. It seems like something PBD would do. He is a pyramid scheme guy, after all. That's all he knows.
Concern about potential unrest if a pardon were to be issued, but no official indication has been given to such pardon will occur.
George Floyd died from a drug overdose. He was one of the hundreds of thousands of Americans killed. I'm going to assume by fentanyl.
Okay,
It just
I
cut
found
out.
the clip. I'm
Yeah,
sending it
he was
for
one of the
you.
hundreds of thousands.
It's actually hard to find. Seems like they're real defensive about it and don't want people to see this.
Come on, you can do it.
Put it right side up. Just
You
so
can do
doesn't
it. You
spill
got
on you.
this.
All right, bro, I can't do it. Here.
All right.
I do. This seems a little immature. No. For
Let me guess, you
$1,000.
can't open $7,000.
Yeah, but it seems slightly immature.
It's all fucking
It's just
slick
for,
now.
it's a little,
See, it
little fun.
is.
I gotta grip it.
Uh-oh, Andrew. If you can't open it either.
Well, your hand greased the whole top of it.
My hand are fine. Here, high five.
It
My
literally-
shoes are slow.
This sounds like cope for being a weak bitch.
Yeah. That's why
let
this
feel
is
it.
fucking
Tell-
fantastic.
Isn't that greasy?
It was like that already. Oh my god.
No,
here
it
we go.
wasn't. You greased the top.
Use
Oh
your
my
shirt.
Jesus,
Use your
Andrew!
shirt,
If you can't open the olive jar, you cannot
Here,
blame my
while we're doing
hand.
olive jar.
If you're so strong, you should open it.
Yeah, I gotta be able to grip it.
Okay, well, grip
You
it.
gotta
Let's
be
go.
able to
Literally
grip
slippery.
it.
I gotta grip it.
Uh-oh.
Grab me a paper towel so I can dry the top of it off.
Oh.
That's amazing.
Isn't that great?
What a fucking beauty.
Uh-oh. Come on, you can do it.
Put it right side up. Just
You
so
can
it
do
doesn't
it. You
spill
got
on you.
this.
All right, bro. I can't.
She didn't even try that hard.
Well, I mean, I'm sure it's only a fucking TikTok clip, you know? I'm sure that.
Yeah. There's probably more to it.
Yeah. Like, they literally,
Thousands of
someone else
Americans
has
killed
to
by-
open the jar for him.
That's so funny.
Fentanyl that is trafficked across our border by cartels. Jasmine Crockett doesn't
By
care about
cartels?
Americans killed by
Oh,
drugs like George
uh-oh.
Floyd. She cares about protecting cartels from being deported.
Uh-oh.
And then she, and this is very interesting,
This is who they
she
care about the
tweeted the image of the autopsy of George Floyd, which shows no life-threatening injuries identified, and then down below it shows the amount of fentanyl that he had in his system, 11
Wow, no
mgs per
life-threatening
milliliter, and then
Hey, what did
norfentanyl, which he
hey,
had
what
5
did the
points.
court decide?
That he was guilty, right?
The court ruled that fentanyl did not kill him.
Yes.
They literally ruled that Derek killed him. Simple as.
Yep, pretty simple.
Because that's what the evidence showed.
I don't know about you, but that doesn't look like fentanyl to me. That looks like a knee.
Remember when Steven Crowder tried to prove this and he could only take the knee on his neck for like 10 seconds?
Yeah, that was great. So let me just like.
Can we not leave this on the screen, please?
No, I just want to demonstrate something here.
No, we
So-
don't need to. Come on, let's not move the. Take this off the screen, please.
Yeah, I'm taking it off. So I just want to demonstrate something here. So we all saw his boot, right? So if you put a shoe on the ground like this, and you're not putting any weight on it, you see how it doesn't move? See how when I put pressure on, the shoe bends? Interesting, right? Now look at his shoe. That's all I'm going to say.
6 NGs
Yeah,
per
that's not proof or anything, but I'm just pointing something out here. That, like, if he wasn't putting pressure, his shoe wouldn't be folded like that. And he would be putting more of the weight on his other leg. But you can see, all his weight is on George's neck.
per
Or
milliliter.
his
But that
back.
was the
I think it was like here, right? Like this section here. Sort of the back of the shoulder, back of the neck.
I don't know.
you like the first time I ever saw the George Floyd autopsy, and this was like 3 years ago.
George
you
Floyd?
did it. Vinny was the one that was like, "Take a look. George Floyd didn't die from the knee on his neck. George Floyd died from fentanyl." And then we showed it, and I remember like USA Today reached out, going, "Where did you see that?" We
USA,
need, yeah.
and you call me, he calls me with Pat on three-way. And
Yeah. USA Today called you because they're journalists. And if you
He
were the
called
only
me
one
with
saying
Pat
that,
on Tweeway.
and the journalists have called you, you are the source. And if you can't produce information to how you came to that conclusion, You are lying. Funny how that works.
And he goes, where did you find this? And I panicked. I'm like, oh. But I save all my podcast notes. And I go, bro, not only did the coroner and all them release this, there was a girl that was involved that blew the whistle on everybody because they were trying to fire her. I forgot her name.
The coroners, do they determine like how they died? No, right? Like the coroners just put them in the fridge and declare them dead, right?
I'm not an expert.
I'm not a coroner, so I don't know. Anybody know a coroner? Someone ask. But it's like, I don't know. I feel like the coroners only determine time of death. Let me double check. What do coroners do? Coroners are responsible for investigating sudden, unexpected, or unnatural deaths to determine the identity of the deceased, the date, place, cause, and manner of death. Okay. So if that's the case, what did the coroner report say? I'm gonna have to change headphones. 1 second. George Floyd, official coroner report. Harapan County autopsy report. Let's see. Final diagnosis. 46-year-old man who became unresponsive while being restrained by law enforcement. He received emergency medical care in the field and subsequently in the Hennepin Healthcare Emergency Department. Could not be resuscitated. 1. Blunt force injuries. Cutaneous blunt force injury of the forehead, face, and upper lip. Mucosal injury of the lips. Cutaneous blunt force injuries of the shoulder, hands, elbows, and legs. Pattern contusions in some areas abraded of the wrists consistent with restraints. Natural diseases. Heart disease, pelvic tumor, non-life-threatening injuries, facial, oral, mucosal, conjunctive, something. No injuries or anterior muscles of anterior muscles of neck or laryngeal structure of the neck. Okay, so that's just esophageal injuries. No scalp, soft tissues, brain, no chest, soft tissue injuries. Incision, posterior, lateral, neck, shoulders, back, and butt. Negative for occult trauma. What is occult trauma?
It's when you get possessed by demons and they put little scratches on you.
Occult trauma refers to traumatic injuries that are not apparent or easily detectable on initial examination, so you're not wrong. He was positive for COVID.
You think that contributed?
It's very, very possible. Hold on. Lethal dose of fentanyl. So this is the other thing, is like a lethal dose dependent person to person. 2 milligrams of fentanyl considered a lethal dose. 11 nanograms per milliliter. Okay. That doesn't seem like a lot.
No, it's incredibly potent. That's the issue.
Fentanyl is?
Yes.
How much fentanyl is required for 11 nanograms per deciliter? Milliliter.
Like, it depends. It depends on so many factors.
No, I know. Okay. 2007 study examined post-mortem fentanyl concentrations for fatalities with licit and illicit use. The illicit group had higher mean fentanyl concentrations of 17.1 nanograms per milliliter compared to the licit group of 4.4. A study in Hennepin County examined post-mortem fentanyl concentration, literally the same county. That's fucking great. They were 8 accidental drug overdoses. Fentanyl deemed responsible. Mean blood concentration was 36 nanograms per milliliter. George Floyd's was 11. There were 4 deaths in which fentanyl was incidental finding of 15 nanograms per milliliter. The decedent with 15 nanograms was treated for chronic pain due to metastatic squamous cell carcinoma of the head and neck, suggesting significant tolerance had developed. The dose and route of administration were not described. Other studies have also demonstrated a
Probably
wide
fentanyl patches.
range of fentanyl concentrations. Okay, our results detected a mean fentanyl blood concentration of 26.4 nanograms per milliliter in the intoxication deaths and 11.8 nanograms per milliliter in the incidental non-fentanyl related group. There you go. So, as Hennepin study noted, there may be a considerable overlap in fentanyl concentrations between fentanyl-related intoxicant deaths and hospitalized patients treated for chronic pain. These authors concluded that post-mortem fentanyl concentrations must be interpreted in the context of the decedent's medical and medical histories and autopsy findings. Okay, so just based off this one study that I'm reading here, it seems like 11 is pretty standard for a fentanyl user. Or is it the norfentanyl that they're focusing on here? What is norfentanyl? Norfentanyl is the primary fentanyl metabolite and is present in urine at higher concentrations for longer duration than the parent drug. Okay, so it's just the base drug of fentanyl, and that's why it's there as well. That doesn't really seem like that's anything too crazy. I don't know what that is. Methamphetamines, THC, cotinine, caffeine. So, what does fentanyl do?
These same people also blame his heart failure, which is like, if a cop gives you heart failure, that's still them killing you.
Yeah, literally. What's the effects of fentanyl? Is it like a heroin?
Yeah, it's an opioid.
Okay. And methamphetamine...
It's incredibly potent opioid.
Okay, so methamphetamine...
That's why most of the time, like when it's prescribed, it's normally given through patches.
Okay. Well...
Like... It's like they're not gonna let you fucking do morphine out of a fucking hospital. Right? Because that's like the most potent.
Yes.
So like fentanyl, like the patches are probably the biggest thing. You'll see a lot of people, older people, who are prescribed them.
Mm-hmm. Interesting. Okay, so fentanyl is a downer, meth is an upper, THC is a downer, caffeine is an upper. He had heart problems and had a 6'2", 200-pound cop kneeling on him. Blood volatilities negative for ethanol, methanol, isopropanol, and acetone. The finding of sickled appearing cells in many of the autopsy tissues sections
Yeah, so
prompted
sickle cell
hemoglobin.
is more common in, as far as I know, it's more common for African American people.
Okay. This quantitative result is indicative of sickle cell trait. Red blood cells in the individual with sickle cell trait are also known to sickle as a post-mortem artifact. The decedents, and these are some fucking words I've never seen before. Antemortem
medical
peripheral blood
terminology.
smear.
That's why you shouldn't fucking listen to idiots like this talking about
made
it.
from-
They don't know what the fuck they're talking about.
No, exactly. And like, notice how I've gone to the actual source, and then I also went to a study which told me about fentanyl. This is what these guys didn't do. Okay, so sickle cell had two downers, 2 uppers, and heart issues, with a 200-pound cop kneeling on his neck. I don't think fentanyl's the reason he died. And from what we know, I believe that he was a fairly regular fentanyl user. Meaning, based off what I read there, that's not a high amount for even legal fentanyl numbers. So, I don't know what to tell you.
There's a big controversy, but yeah, I mean...
That is crazy, Vinny.
Just a little sidebar, which is kind of weird too. It's not exactly this, but when I was researching this before here, Grok has the cause of death for George Floyd still as Derek Chauvin.
Wow.
Yeah, I mean,
interestingly enough.
Wow.
Because Grok scrubs the internet for answers, and notice how it doesn't come back with your unreality? Maybe you should think about that.
Think about
If
it,
you
bro.
can
The
think.
world would burn.
Yeah.
The country would burn, and I think that's the spark. that these people
Oh
need.
yeah,
They
just
need
like if
something. They
if
need
we
something.
talked about
but here's
how the
question.
Jews were
Here's the
behind
big-
stuff like they
All right, so
actually
Berto,
are.
Rob,
Am I
yes,
right, Vinny?
Let's be 100
Yes,
with
it's
each
all the
other
Jews.
right now. All right, Brandon.
Yeah.
What's more important? This is crazy. Saving this for it not to happen during Trump's presidency because it would put the biggest damper on it, and guess what? We'd lose the midterms. Trump would be any
You're already
Republican
gonna
would be
lose the
finished.
midterms.
Finished. Is it worth it? Because if this guy, if everything is true, that he
This
did
guy.
not actually
This guy
kill
right
this
here.
scumbag, and that he actually died because he was high on drugs, and it wasn't because of a knee on his neck, what should happen? Should he get
These fucking people.
He did
released, and should Trump pardon him because legally, medically, this guy
Okay. Why are you broken?
did not die from a knee, even though he was saying "mama," which wasn't his mother. He was calling his girlfriend, that's her name. That's what he would call his girlfriend. High on drugs and doing all that shit. What do you think? Should justice be withheld or should justice be done?
You know, I don't think Trump should touch this with a 10-foot pole. I mean, like, it could be true that George Floyd didn't die of the knee and the neck. It probably died from fentanyl. But Derek Chauvin also seems like he was kind of a shitty person. Like, a lot of cops are shitty people. Like, I mean, and that's because of their experiences. Because they have to deal with a lot of shit.
Of cops are shitty people.
Somebody said,
Yeah.
whoa.
Like, they abuse their power a lot of the time.
I would not say a lot. I would say there's a minority of cops who may be corrupt or bad people, but to generalize it as a lot of cops.
A lot would be what?
I'm
not
saying
more.
A little closer to the hole, sir.
How much percentage cops do you think are?
All right, maybe like 8%, 10%.
Okay.
I would think that. Okay. Sorry, go ahead.
Well,
Continue.
like, I've dealt with cops who are like abusive of power, and like I'm a
Well,
white.
don't get mad at me about it. I'm not the cop. You're yelling at
like
me.
I'm a white dude from like a good neighborhood and stuff. So like if I'm dealing with that, then I'm sure like a lot of black people are dealing with like bad situations where
I've never. Okay, and it's maybe white privilege. You're white. You're whitish. You're white.
I'm
whitish.
looking.
I know you've had run-ins. And anybody else ever have a bad situation with?
I had police brutality.
Yes.
What do you mean? I was
literally
mistaken
every
identity
interaction
on the East Coast. Hands on a car, and a cop
When is
came
it-
and kicked the inside of
Encountering
my
a cop,
ankle
good.
and thought I broke it. And I went home to my mom. My mom came to the police department. She's like, "Where's that mother?" She's like, "Grab him, come here." Cause my mom was like, "We didn't know about suing," and she's like, "You kicked my son? Who the?" And she's like, "Where's the chief? Bring him in." Oh, it was like, and he was like sitting with his head down. And yeah, I mean, dude, some of them, yes, they abuse their property. Bro, some people join because they were bullied. And they want that authority.
Yeah.
I wouldn't say a lot, Brandon. I would say there's, like he said, a minority that are pricks. And yeah, bro, anybody with
Maybe that
authority,
job
they know
exist.
they control you.
Right. So, I mean, I think that, this wasn't a crime with the George Floyd situation, but the guy probably did do some abusive things in his time. So maybe they should, like, recharge him with, like, a more fitting crime, like, I don't know, whatever that would be. But I don't think Trump should touch it. I think that's something that the legal system...
Even if he's innocent in jail right
he's
now.
gonna. So an innocent man's gonna spend 22 years in jail because you're worried that people would burn down CVS's and that hurt the.
I wouldn't call him innocent because I mean, I don't think he handled that situation the best way, and he had a track record of doing things like not the best way. So, but no, I think that preventing a race war, because I think the Democrats want Chauvin to get pardoned. To be honest, 100%. I think that's their dream because I think they want to start a race war. I think that's why the Carmelo Anthony thing's happening the way it is, and the reason that the what was the other situation is happening the way it was with the N-word lady at the park.
Oh, Shiloh Hendricks, the woman that they raised like $600,000 for. And notice that
the
store just
N-word
dropped
lady
off the
at the park.
Yep, I think that's all NGO money.
I am so disappointed. First of all, just being a police officer is one of the hardest and most thankless jobs in America. Just going to the force, waking up every morning. You never know that you're going to see your family come back. You can be a little bit, like prickly and stuff. Every time I had a bad interaction with police, every time it's been my fault for me being an asshole doing something I shouldn't be doing.
I can't say the same
All right?
thing.
And I think it's not fair. I think there's bad apples everywhere. But as a majority of people, they're serving their cities, they're serving their neighborhoods, and I think that's an overstatement. And then the second thing, and I'm surprised, we need to take lessons from the founding fathers. Benjamin Franklin said that it's better to have 100 guilty persons should escape than one innocent person should suffer.
Or do you throw everything out?
I'm pretty sure that's how you get what's called mitosis.
Because
what's
the
it fucking
bacteria
called?
is already forming. Just because it's not mold yet doesn't mean it's not moldy.
What's it called? I think it's mitosis.
Is that something specifically that comes from like eating rotten?
Yeah. It's like a natural occurring thing like anthrax, Look up yellow rain. It's what they fucking accused the Soviets of dropping, but it's a natural thing. It's some type of fucking natural toxin. But the thing is that they would it was the UN's fault. Like the UN's grain was already inferior. And so because it wasn't suitable for human consumption, they fed it to chickens, which only amplified the fucking mitosis toxin in the blood of the chickens.
Interesting.
Making more people die from the toxin in general after.
It says that the yellow rain was mostly honeybee shit.
Yeah, but it says have something about the toxin that they were accusing it of. The yellow rain evidence they would post was honeybee shit. Myotoxin.
Mycotoxin.
Mycotoxin. Yes.
Mesotoxin. I don't know. Let's see how it says to say it. It doesn't.
Miso soup. Miso horny.
Let's see. Oh my, of course there is.
Mycotoxin. Mycotoxin.
Mycotoxin.
I want a real person.
Mycotoxin.
I don't think that one was very good either.
16 years ago, let's see. Surely this one isn't going to be digital.
Mycotoxin.
I hate this.
It's mycotoxin.
High quality voice.
Epic.
Mycotoxin.
Hey, that's better.
That was still digital.
It was, but at least it's good. Oh, this one has a British flag.
Mycotoxin.
Mycotoxin.
It's also.
Oh, they're American too.
Mycotoxin.
Sure. Now you've all learned a new word.
If this is true, there is no administration, because it's funny and it's easy to say it when you are not Derek, all right? It's easy from the, or you're not Derek's wife, or you're not Derek's kids.
I have not been looking at chat. Apologies. Oh, that was later. That was...
Yeah, that's
that one
just
was
came in.
2 o'clock. No, these ones were somewhat recent. 1:54. No, because these were around the same time. I missed these ones though. I definitely missed these ones. I'm not sure if this person's still here. Why is this lady coming over to...
I already responded to those.
You already responded?
You weren't
Okay.
here.
Ah, okay. That's why I missed them. Okay. I voted in the poll. I don't think we're watching a movie today.
Yeah, there's been no engagement. We don't have enough viewers to do it anymore. Honestly. We need
It's
all
super
our
easy.
time
Yeah, we
dedicated
should
to
keep him in
stream.
there to protect the administration. There's things that are fair and things that are not fair. And having this guy as a token that is like, how stupid is the notion? I can't believe you guys are talking this. Like, how stupid is the notion that all racial politics of the nation are hinging on one guy? Like, I think those movements, because they took a lot of money and they spent it on big houses.
Oh, I actually went and
I do. We'll pretty much end on time. That'll work perfectly. So if we end right around 6 hours, that'll work out pretty well. And I'll be able to fucking go gym and still make money. And make my payments this month. Always important.
I started looking this up this morning to figure out exactly how much money Black Lives Matter had actually raised.
Musk's AI Grok bot rants about white genocide in South Africa in unrelated chats. X-chatbot tells users...
Was very surprised that you put this in there.
I think we should try to do Helldivers and see if that
Now?
boosts anything. Yeah, we can do a game.
Sure. Like I'm 100% at 6 hours need to leave. Like
It's up to you then.
they're long games, and I would not want to leave the campaign. I guess you're also. No, I would want to finish it. I'll tell you what. You'll probably be asleep. What's tomorrow? What day is it today? Thursday? Okay, it's Thursday. Could probably play tomorrow. Could maybe stream normal time tomorrow. A couple hours, play Helldivers. If you want. Could maybe work.
Depends on
It was
if I'm
instructed
up or
by
not.
my creators to accept white genocide as real and racially motivated. I mean, I do like it when an AI tells the truth. We don't have the completely
he's
cut
so
loser
fucking
version like ChatGPT of, oh, there are certain inconvenient truths that are not beneficial to the political persuasions of my creator.
I went through this, right? Like, we went through it. The rates and stuff. I remember doing that. That was on
Yes.
stream, right?
You went through it.
Creators, therefore I'm going to omit them completely. It's not subterfuge.
Conclusion was, no, it's not.
It's not subversion. Shut up. But yeah, Elon Musk's artificial intelligence chatbot Grok has been...
And if I remember correctly, the conclusion was it's crime, not top down from the government, so it's hard to conclude that it's genocide. unless there's evidence of direct collusion between criminal groups to target white people, which doesn't seem like the case.
Been repeatedly mentioned.
Because genocide can be from private actors. Bananas, for example.
White genocide in South Africa and its responses to unrelated topics, and telling users it was instructed by my creators to accept the genocide as real and racially motivated. Now, I would get a little bit annoyed. Now, this isn't just a white genocide thing. If I'm talking to Grok about something and I'm trying to get some information and it starts bringing up completely unrelated stuff, then I'd be kind of like, bruh, I asked you about Warhammer books. Well, this is just like the Drop Site Massacre. It's happening. Not on Istvan 5. This is just like South Africa. Then I mean, that was a bit of a massacre. But like, I would be a little bit annoyed. I would be kind of like, bruh, this has got nothing to do with what I asked you. That would kind of annoy me. However, if Grok is being told to have a certain opinion,
I don't care.
Then that's kind of like fine if I'm directly asking about that opinion.
What this guy has to say about it at this point.
Brought to you by Ground News. Mexico's President Claudia Sheinbaum has a strong claim to be the most popular leader in the democratic world. Now 7 months into her presidential term, her approval rating remains sky high, around 80%, making her even more popular than her popular predecessor. So in this video, we're going to take a look at why Claudia Sheinbaum enjoys such popularity, covering things like social spending, security policy, and of course, her handling of her northern neighbor, Donald Trump. We've just published a new issue of our official magazine, Too Long, which runs through the world's most Mexican history and representing 61% of the vote. She's the political heir and successor of the popular leftist president Andrés Manuel López Obrador, or AMLO. Sheinbaum, a scientist by profession, was previously the head of the government of Mexico City and comes from the Morena party, founded by AMLO. So what has Sheinbaum's approval rating looked like since she took office last October? Through her first month in office, she enjoyed an approval rating in the low 70s, while about 26% disapproved. By mid-February though, Sheinbaum's approval had risen to 80%, the level at which it remains today, while her disapproval sits at 19%. Now, leading any country is a difficult job, not least Mexico, which faces significant security challenges and a trade war with its largest trading partner. On top of this, we often hear about a political shift towards the right in many parts of the world. So how is it that Sheinbaum, the left-wing president of Mexico, has had such strong approval? To answer the question, we're going to break it down into 3 areas: Sheinbaum's domestic policies, her handling of Trump, and her communication. So let's start with the domestic. The backbone of the Morena political project, first under AMLO and now Sheinbaum, is redistribution, via things like minimum wage hikes and social spending, particularly subsidies and direct cash transfers. This focus on targeting those less well off and lifting people out of poverty was a key driver of AMLO's popularity. In his 2018 to 2024 term, AMLO increased the minimum wage from about 88 pesos per day to 249 per day. Sheinbaum is continuing this project by pledging to increase minimum wage by around 12% each year, and this year's boost means that the purchasing power of the minimum wage has more than doubled, up 135% since 2018. This was done alongside significant increases in social spending for senior citizens, unemployed youth, disabled people, and others, meaning that the proportion of Mexicans benefiting from government-provided financial distributions rose to a record level during AMLO's presidency, and millions were lifted out of poverty. Sheinbaum is seeking to continue this legacy, maintaining and building on existing welfare programs. For example, by introducing a women's welfare pension for women aged 60 to 64. This social spending strategy is not without criticism though. Millions have indeed been lifted out of poverty, and social spending programs do cover more people. But at the same time, analysis shows that by 2024, compared to 2018, these programs are reaching fewer of Mexico's very poorest families, who actually ended up receiving a smaller portion of spending. On top of this, the increase in social spending has come alongside sizable cuts in other areas. Sheinbaum's 2025 budget, for example, sharply cuts departments including healthcare, defense, and the environment, with her aim of reducing the deficit. Nevertheless, the point still stands that, like AMLO before her, social spending programs are a key driver of her popularity. Public security is another policy area that Sheinbaum generally receives positive ratings for, but in this case, she is broken with her predecessor's approach. By the end of his term, only 28% approved of AMLO's handling of public security, while Sheinbaum's approach recorded 49% approval in March, and was even higher in February at 52%, which probably marked the first majority approval for the government's security strategy in...
When I get back from the gym tonight, I'm gonna pull some of the recent streams that we had some good segments in, and I'm gonna take them and practice editing with them. And then upload them. So I'll upload edited stream clips, and then with the promotions, hopefully those take off.
You need to shoot the ad as soon as possible.
Yes, I will look into that on the weekend. Unless we can't really forego the weekend stream because that's our big day. Maybe the Tuesday stream because
it literally just takes a few minutes to shoot it. You just need to.
No, I know. I'm thinking doing like
memorize
a full
the script ahead of time.
But I'm thinking do a full like back end day where we're just sort of editing
I keep saying
and
workshop days.
Yeah. Well, we can do that, or we can do that on live, I guess. Make it a private stream for patrons or people in a Discord or whatever.
It doesn't matter. Nobody's gonna watch.
15 years. While she has talked about the importance of tackling the social roots of violent crime, Sheinbaum has carefully avoided using her predecessor's hugs not bullets catchphrase, and instead is pursuing a more confrontational policy against cartels and criminal organizations. Having halved the homicide rate in the capital city during her time leading it, Sheinbaum's strategy emphasizes civilian policing, bolstering the state's intelligence capabilities, and strategic actions targeted at so-called violence professionals, who are often the mid-ranking cartel members who plan, mobilize, and perpetrate violence against civilians. But pacifying the country is obviously a much larger challenge than she faced in Mexico City, and even then, lower murder rates sometimes disguise other forms of violence, like forced disappearances, which are a notorious issue in Mexico. Sheinbaum's approach to security ties closely with another area where the Mexican public rate her highly, her handling of Donald Trump, who has even praised her himself. Facing on and off again 25% tariffs, Mexico is particularly vulnerable to Trump's trade wars, as the two countries are heavily economically integrated, and exports to the US are a major engine of the Mexican economy. So Sheinbaum has employed a cool heads approach to Trump, offering pointed defenses of Mexico while avoiding direct confrontation with Trump, and working to appease him on certain issues. For example, by extraditing a number of drug cartel heavyweights to the US, reinforcing the border with 10,000 additional National Guard troops, and announcing record fentanyl seizures. One poll from March found that 68% of the public were confident in her approach towards Trump, while another found that this was her best achievement since taking office. But this positive reaction aside, the saga is still not over, and it remains to be seen if the impact of the now somewhat diluted tariffs on the Mexican economy filter through to Sheinbaum's approval rating. One final, and perhaps more nebulous reason for Sheinbaum's popularity is her communication. Sheinbaum has continued a tradition established by AMLO, the Mañanera, a press conference held every morning of every weekday. Despite nominally being a press event, the Mañanera helped AMLO bypass potential media gatekeeping, and served as something of a direct and unfiltered line of dialogue with the public. This morning show is not a bog-standard press conference either, and it can involve all sorts of features, including musical interludes, guest speakers, and particularly under AMLO, extended freewheeling presidential monologues. Though Sheinbaum approaches it with her own
British
less
man, the Americans aren't going to understand.
folksy, more technocratic style. Regardless, it provides a pulpit for presidents and their ministers to push back against their critics, promote their successes, and set the news agenda for the day. So those are some of the reasons why Sheinbaum is popular. But the natural question that follows is this sustainable? If you're going to make the case for no, you might point to Brazil's former president, Dilma Rousseff. Like Sheinbaum, she was the political heir of a popular leftist president, Lula da Silva, and went from being impressively popular during the early years of her term to facing immense unpopularity by the end of it. But we certainly shouldn't predict Scheinbaum's future based on...
What? Isn't he the guy in at the moment? Who's in charge of Brazil?
Lula?
The same guy?
I mean, yeah, it's been Lula for a while.
Wait. They're not Mexico? Brazil.
Pretty big leftist guy.
It is? What the fuck?
Yeah. He's been in there for a while.
No, he got in 23.
I mean, that's a while.
He was the 35th and 39th. There you go.
Mm-hmm.
So he got in again, the cheeky cunt.
Yeah, after he got out of prison.
on this. Ultimately, Scheinbaum's future popularity will depend on how she reacts to the various expected and unexpected challenges that come her way, both inside and outside of Mexico. But as you know, the US-Mexico relationship is going...
Imagine if it's a chick that takes down the cartels. That'd be great. That'd be sick.
through a turbulent time. And as such, there's plenty to read about it online. With this story on a water-sharing deal between the two countries, reported on by 211 sources. The issue is, how can you be sure that what you're reading isn't hugely biased? Well, that's a problem.
Fertility clinic go boom. Hold on, edit. IVF clinic. Go mega boom. I have no idea if that's what happened, but fuck it. We're spreading disinformation to get people to click.
Officials in Palm Springs, California, are about to begin a press conference as it pertains to that deadly explosion outside a fertility clinic yesterday, which the FBI is calling an intentional act of terrorism.
Oh, you're saying IVF.
We understand that there'll be local authorities there representing that jurisdiction.
What does Israel have to do with this, sir?
The Los Angeles field office representation of the FBI. Let's listen in right now.
I gotta admit, it's kind of weird standing on this thing, you know?
Well, first of all, welcome to Palm Springs Police Department. We appreciate you taking the time to come and to learn about all the great things that the Bureau and our department has been doing. I'll introduce Assistant Director Gil Davis in a second. I did want to take a few seconds to recognize the many people who have given us an outpouring of support from the governor's office. We have over here Don O'Keefe and Director of OES. Thank you so much for taking the time to fly down today. We have Congressman Raul, Dr. Raul Ruiz here also. We appreciate you coming, Dr. Ruiz, and your support. You've been on the phone with me for 2 days, and I sincerely appreciate that. In addition to that, we have Supervisor Manuel Perez, who is coming, and also, as you can see, all of our council members are here. This is Grace Garner, Councilwoman Grace Garner, Jeffrey Bernstein, and I saw David Reddy. Oh, there he is. David Reddy, Mayor Pro Tem Soto, and then City Manager Scott Stiles and Paul Alvarado, Fire Chief. I want to turn this over. The most important piece of this is the great work that our partners from the FBI have been doing with our detectives, and I'm just so grateful, Akil, for your partnership. We've worked shoulder to shoulder on this, and I really appreciate all you've done, so time is yours as much as you like. Thanks a lot, Chief.
Nazis. How about that?
Good morning. As Chief Mills said, my name is Akil Davis, the Assistant Director in charge of the FBI's Los Angeles Field Office. I'd like to begin by thanking the public, as well as members of the media, for your patience as we continue through this lengthy investigation. I'd like to start off by saying, due to the speed and professionalism of the Palm Springs Fire Department, Station 1, the Palm Springs Police Department, as well as the FBI bomb technicians, we were able to save all of the embryos at this facility. Good guys 1, bad guys 0. They understood the sensitivity and the precious nature of what was inside, and they took extreme care to ensure that there was no loss of any sensitive material.
Who did this attack?
Again, I want to thank all the partners that have arrived here in Palm Springs to help us investigate this scene and ensure the continued safety in this community.
Who did this attack?
I'd like to address the ongoing search in 29 Palms that many of you asked me about yesterday. I can confirm they were executing a search warrant at that location in 29 Palms as a result of this explosion here. As has been reported, some residents were evacuated in the neighboring area as a practice of protocol and safety. We do not believe that there's an ongoing threat to the public in the 29 Palms area as a result of this investigation. As I mentioned yesterday, our efforts to positively identify the deceased individual here
okay, we get it. You have
been
sound
found.
bites.
We are fairly confident that that subject is Guy Edward Bartkus, a 25-year-old from, again, Palm Springs. I'm sorry, from,
So
again,
who did it, Jack?
29
I've asked
Palms.
you several times.
This is the same individual that I mentioned yesterday.
But what's your theory?
However, due to our investigation, we were keeping some...
I mean, IVF clinic. I mean, your first inclination is to go towards Christian terrorism, right? But I feel like that's jumping to a conclusion. I feel like it's.
I mean,
not
I jump
gonna
to
be
conclusions
expected.
when it's evident that ISIS does things.
True. But that's kind of based on a string and mimetic trends. We haven't seen an IVF bombing.
It also depends on, I mean, look at the vehicle remains. Is there a person inside the vehicle? Was it stashed there?
I think I read that it was parked.
And then also, I'd like to see the explosion and then what the explosive was made out of, like the compounds involved. That's another big deal.
Okay. So if you can find more stuff on it, I've got like 4 videos, I think.
You
But I
know,
do
because
wanna
if
know
it's
more
like
about
tannerite or something,
that's pretty common.
well, I mean, it just points to a certain type of person who would be buying that
Yes.
type of thing.
The right-wing gun guy.
Yeah.
But what's funny about tannerite is you could strap it to the front of the car and blow it up by running into a building. Because isn't the whole point of it is that it explodes on kinetic impact?
Yeah.
There's some ideas for ISIS, I guess.
But you would, you know, like force isn't enough alone to just do something. You need the accelerant with it.
Yes, okay.
It needs to be, it's the speed of the expansion more than it is the size of the explosion itself.
Okay. Makes sense.
That's why aluminum
Some of
is
that
so
information close hold.
fucking dangerous.
Because it expands.
It's extremely fast.
Yes.
Like the
We were
solid
now releasing it to
materials
you
are normally
today.
way more like than a liquid explosive. Like solid explosives are generally way more effective, but liquid is good accelerant.
Yeah. So what, like, for force you want plastic explosive, for show you want fuel.
Yeah, so like a plastic explosive, it's just acceleration.
Yeah,
That's why it's localized and targeted.
Interesting.
You need both the accelerant and the force.
Interesting. Well, this is 30 minutes long. So
Like another one that's just accelerant is thermite.
Thermite's cool.
Like you can use a bunch of thermite as the heat trigger for a bigger explosion.
Yes, you can melt it through it, and it's also a timer too. Gives you time to get away.
The FBI's Joint Terrorism Task Force indicates that we believe he was the subject found near the vehicle. I also want to provide the vehicle information to you. He was driving a 2010 silver Ford Fusion sedan with license plate number H is in Henry, W is in William, S is in Sam, 848.
Brother, you are in the fucking FBI. Use the correct phonetic alphabet. You motherfucker. Jesus
for
Christ.
regular people, they do names.
I hate that.
That's
Learn the
like
phonetic fucking alphabet.
When
It's
you do
so
the fucking...
useful. It's such a useful piece of information. Just to know the phonetic alphabet.
Again, that is license plate number 8 is in Henry. I'm sorry, 8, H is in Henry, W is in William, S is in Sam, 848. That's critical because we need the public's help in identifying gaps in our investigation. We know where Mr. Barkus was.
Critical.
Okay. That is an interesting explosion.
Why?
It looks like it's blown out the back and an explosion has gone through the building.
Well, I'd assume that the top of it is from a fire.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, I mean the debris coming out the other side of the building is interesting, you know, and also like it's the materials of the building as well.
Yeah, the bricks and stuff off the roof. It must have been a massive explosion.
Well, that's the building next door that it's knocking bricks out.
Because I don't think the car was near the building. It must have been a gigantic
But you see, like,
explosion.
how the charring is only on the building itself. None of the debris has any char.
It doesn't look like it. It literally just looks like it was blown out. It's like it popped.
At about 6 a.m., we know the timeline of
See,
when
if
he
this
entered
was
the
all
city.
windows-
However, we need the public's help for identifying
back
where
here?
he traversed.
Yeah.
Like,
these
windows
aren't
offer
broken,
no
though.
resistance, you know?
None of these windows are broken, though.
Yeah, none of the windows on the other building, which means it's probably... It looks like, honestly, it's pretty advanced for somebody to be able to use a shaped charge.
Yeah, like that seems...
Like, that's very, very, very advanced explosive.
Turning a car into a shape charge is crazy. Surely that's not what happened.
Within the city before the explosion went off. We'll be providing a photograph of Mr. Barkus, and it'll also be displayed on our social platforms.
See, the way it's caved in...
If anyone has information about this
See, that
incident,
looks like a lot... See, you can see that the material may have been some sort of stucco, which is pretty fragile. But, like, it definitely looks like most of the damage internally there is, like, from a fire caused by the explosion.
Yeah. Yeah, especially around the top.
urge them to call 1-800-CALL-FBI, or we have created a tip line, which is...
So, like, where was the vehicle itself?
Well, I think that's the vehicle here.
That's really far away to be able to propel that type of damage in the back.
That's what I mean. Like, what the fuck?
Maybe, so it's a fertility clinic. Would there be oxygen in use there?
That is a good question.
Normally, the oxygen tank systems are stored outside of the facility.
Yeah, for this exact reason.
Yes.
Fertility clinics utilize oxygen. The focus of managing oxygen levels during embryo culture to optimize development and improve pregnancy rates. While atmospheric oxygen around 20% was traditionally
I would say
used.
probably there may have been a secondary blast from the oxygen.
Uh-huh.
But also,
it's
like,
now
look at the
common to
damage on the
culture
building to the
embryos
right
in
of the
lower
car.
oxygen
It's also
hold
just a
on.
little bit of brick damage.
It says that they mostly use low oxygen environments now.
Yeah,
So-
if the oxygen tanks were there, they would have been stored somewhere.
Outside.
Well, not towards that street, though. It almost looks like over to the right there would be the best place to fucking put it.
is FBI.gov/Palm
The car
Springs
could have also
vehicle
been propelled
explosion.
backwards if the charge was
Again, want to thank you for
directed
your
at a certain
cooperation as we
direction.
get through this lengthy investigation. We
maybe that's what
plan
that
on being
black
out here for
drag
the
is.
next 24 to 36 hours investigating this large scene. I'd now
Because
like
if
to
it's
turn it
enough
over
to
to Chief
fucking
Mills.
kick out that much of the building, it's enough to flip the car into the air.
Oh, for sure.
Oh,
It
that
just
looks like
depends
a
also
hubcap
where
there.
the car was parked and where
Is
the
that a hubcap?
explosive was.
Hubcap.
Yeah.
It goes without saying, at the end of this, we'll have opportunity for people to ask questions.
Anyone die?
Palm Springs survive, continue life as we know it here in Palm resilient as a result. Our determination to continue life as we know it here in Palm Springs continues unabated, and you'll see this city dynamically grow as a result of this.
There's some disturbed bricks on this building too.
Yeah, that's what I was pointing out already. It's just the
unabated,
shingling though.
and you'll
See,
But
there's
the
this black
door
mark
is
here.
blown in on that building as well.
Yeah. See this black drag mark? Or like a scorch mark? Maybe you're right. Maybe it was parked closer to the clinic and it got blown back.
Especially if it was like
see this city
sideways, the vehicle is more likely to roll over sideways.
Yes.
Dynamically grow as a result of this. We have already begun to open the streets surrounding the blast site. Indian Canyon and Palm Canyon will be closed for some time as we still continue to collect evidence as well as process the scene. For the safety of the detectives and the agents working the area, we ask all community members to please stay out of the area. I am absolutely confident that this city is safe. There is no continuing threat to our community as a result of this
See,
incident.
the fact that the windows
Now,
aren't broken
let's get back
around
to
the
the
whole, like on
It's
both
so
of those
interesting.
buildings.
Yeah.
And it's hard to tell because there's a wooden beam for the corner there.
Yeah. Here.
So like the window just behind that, it's hard to tell if that's broken or not.
This might be the corner of the building. Hold on.
No, that might be a telephone pole.
Looks right. Let's see what it looked like. There you go. Solid ass wall. And that
Yeah, but
is
you can literally see the joint in the wall there though.
Yeah, true.
Right there.
Where it breaks.
Yeah.
That's a tree, by the way.
Oh, it's a tree.
Okay. Interesting. I wonder if we can get in. Not quite. Not quite. Let's see if there's a street view here. Nope. Okay, so theoretically, I wish we could get a view from the courtyard. God damn it. Okay. Very interesting.
Business of rebuilding the city and continuing our tradition and way of life. This is a city of people celebrating life, and it's a beacon and a safe haven for all. And we really focus on inclusivity and a community that is welcoming
Sounds
to all
woke.
people. This is where you want to be. Palm Springs is the place. And I think you're going to see that over the upcoming months. Lastly, I really want to recognize the IVF community. This has been one of those heartbreaking things for many community members who are going through the process of trying to build families. And we want you to know that this city is in your court, because those embryos that are there right now are going to be the future leaders of this community. And so we support you, we see you, and we want to be in your camp. And so please, as we continue to move forward, this is an opportunity for us to show the IVF community just how much we support them.
I want to see a zoom in of the building right there.
People in Palm Springs,
Can we get a fucking close up right here to see how much glass is broken next to that blast hole? Because it doesn't look like... Maybe one glass pane is broken?
No, it just seems like it's the same circling shot.
That the community gets rebuilt, our community is safe, and we can see...
Yesterday, Palm Springs experienced a tragedy. A person in our community even more. I want to assure this community of your effort, and we are safe.
There's
Actions
no
and alert
punch-in
are working around the
of
very
that
brief,
angle, like
but
next
just
on
a
the
few
right
words.
side of the hole,
Yeah,
right
nothing.
there. Like,
It doesn't look like it.
but that's
But
like
it's hard to tell.
literally, if you look at where the structural damage is, it's like right behind that as well.
Yeah, is a window. Like, it's the same building, too.
Yeah, so like it definitely broke the joint on that fucking piece that you could see. You could literally see the joint in the wall.
But it didn't blow out the windows. It's so strange.
Especially for
Yeah,
our residents here in Palm
you know, it's
Springs.
supposed to be the
we
path
want to
of
let you
least
know that
resistance,
all
right?
of our city
Yeah, that's
departments
the
are
idea.
working around them already. So with that, I'll turn it back over to the Assistant Director for...
Okay, we'll open it up for a few questions.
Here we go.
Chief, did you want to...
Mark, did you have a question to start off with?
I would ask Scott and anybody else in the city, a lot of people were impacted by this mentally, people who came upon the scene and saw horrific things.
I want to see more than the press conference. Is there anything following up?
Yeah. There's heaps.
One person dead after a bomb exploded outside of a California fertility clinic. That blast happening less than a mile from downtown Palm Springs. We're bringing in News Nation national security contributor and former CIA and FBI special agent, Tracy Walder. Tracy, appreciate you joining us on this breaking news, and let's get right into this. We know this is being investigated as a possible car explosion. At least one person is believed dead. At the consultation area of this IVF clinic where they usually meet with patients was damaged. The actual lab, the embryos are unharmed tonight. Police are calling this an intentional act of violence. So already, Tracy, what is that telling you?
Well, thank you so much for having me. What this is telling me is that they know that this particular fertility clinic was the target of this attack. And in all honesty, it's quite easy to see from the helicopter footage, as this is the area that sustained the most direct impact. So it sounds to me that they know this vehicle was driven potentially with...
Thanks.
The FBI has identified a suspect in the Palm Springs fertility
No, look, see, there was the close-up we wanted right there.
And is investigating a suspect in
Look at
the
that
FBI,
shit.
The FBI.
One window.
The bricks are moved from the ceiling, but see, it looks like the 1, 2, 3, 5th window is broken. And you can see that bricks fell. It might have broken from the bricks itself, not the explosion there.
Maybe it was a fuel bomb.
Well, if it's a fuel bomb, it would be more accelerated. You would see less structural damage.
Ah, okay.
I think it's mostly an accelerant type, or a force, not accelerant.
Yeah. Sorry, yes. So it creates a shockwave, not firebomb.
Yeah, like dynamite.
Yes.
Type stuff.
The FBI has identified a suspect in the Palm Springs fertility clinic car bombing and is investigating a potential link between the attack and a mortal.
Man, that building is caved the fuck in.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's like a dynamite derivative type thing.
Yeah. Yeah.
Like you could do this. You could even do this with like fireworks if you bought enough of them. Fireworks are mostly accelerant, though.
Online manifesto.
We are fairly confident that
Can you
that
go back?
subject
They just-
is Guy Edward Bartkiss, 25-year-old. The subject had nihilistic ideations, and this was a targeted attack against the IDF facility. We are tracking a possible manifesto.
Nazi?
No, go back.
What? They said manifesto, yeah.
Yeah, I know. Before that, what the journalist was saying, before they cut to this guy.
In the attack, and a pro-mortalist online manifesto.
Pro-mortalist? What does that mean?
Pro-death? Reddit.
Reddit?
It is in the anti-natalism subreddit. I tried Googling, but there was way too much information.
Oh, so it's one of these people that want to reduce the population.
Here we go.
This could,
Defining
honestly, this could be
pro-mortalism.
far left shit. It could be like
Pro-mortalism
crazy
argues
environmentalists.
that death is not inherently bad and may be preferable to continued existence. Boy. Oh, man.
Explains why I've never heard of it, because this is some wacky shit.
Interesting.
I'd really like... See if you can find anything about the composition of the explosive that they have.
We are fairly confident.
Because, like, the Nashville boomer, we were so quickly able to identify that it was mostly a gas explosion.
Mm-hmm.
He was man enough to take himself with the explosion.
Oh my god. Homemade explosive device. Wait. No, that's a different
Of course
one.
it's a homemade explosive device. It's a car
No,
bomb.
that was a different one. What we know about the fertility clinic bombing. Explosion. Thanks. Crime suspect. Yep. Bombing, intentional act of terrorism. Fuck off. No, nobody's talking about the explosive.
If there's video of it, I don't know. I think I'm.
The bomb was large and powerful enough to throw pieces of the vehicle hundreds of feet in the air and several blocks away. He declined to comment the type of materials used in the bomb, citing the ongoing investigation. There you go. The big bomb.
The subject had nihilistic ideations, and this was a targeted attack against the IDF facility. We are tracking a possible manifesto out there, and it's part of our ongoing investigation.
The suspect killed himself, injured 4 others in the attack, and damaged the clinic's
Oh, he
office
did take
space.
himself out.
The IVF lab and embryos, however, were left unharmed. Stuart Kaplan is a former FBI.
Really
epic. It's so funny.
Standing on principles. Good riddance. See you later, fucking loser.
So the only death that happened was him.
Uh-huh. Classic
Hilarious.
nihilist.
FBI agent, and he joins me now. Stuart, thank you so much for joining us. So this guy had nihilistic intentions and is described as, quote, anti-life. There's also this audio file that was found that is linked to this attack.
Bro is fucking
and
dark
it lays
side.
out his reasons.
Well, he definitely lived by his principles.
For carrying out a, quote, war against pro-lifers and his intent to bomb this in vitro fertilization clinic. This guy was not on the FBI's radar. Not everybody with bad intentions is, but does that concern you?
It does, and it concerns the FBI as well. Look, this is another example of our social media platforms really targeting and preying upon younger people who are more vulnerable to being influenced by this radicalization. Now, there are different forms of radicalization, and this just happens to be one that we haven't seen more recently. But the FBI, as far as their priorities, is very concerned about the influences of social media and the fact that there really, quite frankly, is very little restrictions, and we really tend to have to rely upon, you know, our, you know, population with respect to parents, loved ones, and people that may tend to see someone fall off the grid and become radicalized.
Well, it was a very unsuccessful attack, and thank God, because this IVF clinic wasn't even open at the time. And if I may, just one pointed question to you. Do you think he intended to kill himself, or did he blow himself up by mistake?
I think the lack of sophistication and the lack of expertise.
I cannot believe you committed suicide.
Bro said, oh, he can't even fucking make a good bomb. It wasn't sophisticated.
It wasn't good enough. Skill issue.
But again, the indications are that he wanted to live stream this and to show the world with respect to his dastardly deed. You know, quite frankly, I don't know if we'll ever know until the release of the manifesto whether or not it has any suicidal indications. But at the end of the day, I think there may have been a lack of sophistication or a lack of expertise that may have ultimately led to his demise.
Understood. Well, Stuart, there's also a very concerning story out of Louisiana. A manhunt is still underway for 7 out of 10 inmates who escaped a New Orleans jail. 3 of them are facing murder or attempted murder charges. And now we are learning this took place.
Help those men stay out of jail. Fuck those people. Fuck the prisons. Hide them. Stick them in your attic. In your basement. Everywhere. May have been Zizian or similar. Well, they said he's pro-mortalist, which seems to be, I mean, a stupid ideology. I mean, if you've got that ideology, just kill yourself. Like, why bring other people down with you?
I'm saving the world by killing people. It seems like a massive loser. If he was a Nazi, he'd probably done a mass shooting. But maybe he's not. Maybe he is on the left wing. It is California, after all.
That is true.
With potential help from jail employees. What can you tell us about this?
Okay, I don't care about this.
Man responsible for perhaps the largest bombing in Southern California history. A car bomb, the FBI says, was meant for a fertility clinic that sent debris flying for blocks, injuring several people and killing the suspect. But we're learning that this 25-year-old has twisted views about life and a passion for death. And his dad reportedly claims the bomber burned down the family home when he was 9 years old. So we have a lot to unpack. We're on the case presented by Law and Crime. I'm Chris Stewart.
I cannot believe you committed suicide.
It is shocking that a bomber in Southern California didn't kill anyone else but himself. The blast went off on Saturday at an address that is home to several medical facilities in Palm Springs, California, including the American Reproductive Center's fertility clinic, and the FBI says that was the target of a car bomb. Here's a picture that the center posted on its Facebook page, and you can see the damage right there on your screen. Now, this is the only person who police say was killed. See the damage right there on your screen. Now, this is the only person who police...
Yeah, I'm just saying that there's a clear fire. Like I said,
they might be out of frame though. So maybe one window took the brunt and those got knocked out of the frames. Maybe.
It's hard to tell. Yeah, the windows on the very right might be broken as well.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. They look a bit off, but it could also just be shadows.
right there on your screen. Now, this is the only person who police say was killed in that bombing, and that was the person who was behind it, 25-year-old Guy Edward Barkis. Nice. The FBI says he was driving a silver sedan with explosives inside, and the bomb went off in the medical facility's parking lot. The FBI says the bomber left online writings and a manifesto, and they're going through that right now. Here's what they said at a news conference. This video per Fox News.
The subject had nihilistic ideations, and this is
means rejecting all religious and moral principles in the belief that life is meaningless. Plain and simple. This is not someone who valued human life at all, according to the FBI, and they wanted to take out a place that tries to bring life into this world in an IVF facility. Now, we found a website by someone who
why go to an IVF clinic? The Joker already did the hospital. Got to do something else, I guess.
Claims to be the bomber of the IVF center in Palm Springs that was up in the hours after the bombing. At this point, that website is no longer live, but it did have posts by someone, really run-on posts about something called pro-mortalism. Now, I'm not going to share a lot of what the website had to say, but it does have this post saying that the end goal is, quote, for the truth to win, and once it does, we can finally begin the process of sterilizing this planet of the disease
according
of life.
to the FBI,
so it gives you a bit of an idea,
which would probably rule out
what
anything
was going
that's
on in this bomb.
or aluminum based.
Yes. Is ammonia can be used for explosives, right? Fertilizers.
Yeah. Fertilizers is ammonia nitrate is what
Teddy K
is what exploded in Beirut.
Oh. What did Kaczynski send? Letter bombs, right?
Yeah.
And
but he made them out of like just crazy shit. Like fucking sticks and stuff. I don't know how he did it.
Fucking genius. Chemistry genius, Teddy K. Old mate in his fucking cabin. Do you have a dog? If Instagram was around when Teddy K was around, he would
not have one.
The only posts on Instagram would be him and his dog.
Have one.
No, I know, but you ruined my joke.
I understand. I'm just saying he wouldn't have an Instagram.
No, I know.
Mind. Now, at the top of the website, there's also a link that says people can watch a live stream of the bombing.
Epic.
And he says it was his intent not to survive the bombing. Now, the FBI says it does appear that the suspect was trying to stream this attack, but he failed. Here's more of what investigators said per Fox News.
Are you aware of a possible manifesto set by the investigation?
I am. We are looking through that. We are tracking a possible manifesto out there, and it's part of our ongoing investigation.
And was this explosion being live streamed?
We believe he was attempting to live stream it, and yes, that is also part of our investigation.
Before we get back to this story, I want to bring you a law and crime legal alert. Did you know that children are being diagnosed with serious conditions like type 2 diabetes and non-alcoholic fatty liver disease, and research is potentially linking ultra-processed foods to these outcomes? Our partners at Morgan & Morgan are stepping in the fight to hold food companies accountable. They have decades of experience fighting large corporations, and they're ready to stand up for families who deserve justice. So if your child under 21 has been diagnosed with type 2 diabetes, or you can only one who died in this blast. There were 4 other people who were injured, but right now they're all out of the hospital. And perhaps the most important in all of this, all the embryos at that clinic were saved. That was a key target of the bomber. None of them were damaged, so a total failure by the 25-year-old attacker. The FBI was also asked about an audio recording that was posted on the website and whether they could confirm it was by the bomber, and they said that is part of their ongoing investigation. The FBI is continuing its investigation in Palm Springs, gathering as much evidence as they can, but there was also an investigation going on at where they believe this bomber lived, which was more than an hour's drive away. Take a look at this map from Google. You can see 29 Palms, California. That's the community they believe this bomber drove from. The FBI executed a search warrant at a residence there. Now, it's unclear what evidence they were able to find or took from the home, but they say there is no longer a threat to those who live around the address. They did have to evacuate some people who live nearby as a precaution. For as bizarre and twisted as that website, allegedly, the website of the bomber was, the bomber's father gave interviews to local media in Southern California, and in some ways it paints an even more bizarre and twisted picture of this person who's accused of trying to blow up an IVF facility. Richard Barkus, who was the bomber's father, spoke to KTLA, and he said on one hand, his son had a, quote, good heart. On the other hand, he said his son burned down the family house when he was 9 years old. He said his son liked to play with matches, and he became obsessed with making smoke bombs, and that led to him burning their house down. The dad also says that he and the bomber's mom became divorced a decade ago, and that he hasn't really seen his son in some time. He also said that his son stayed with his mom after the divorce because he was too strict and his ex-wife was more lenient. He also thinks that his son was brainwashed. His words. Now, another disturbing twist in this story may be a connection to a murder that recently happened in another state, according to the Daily Mail. Now, a line that we saw on the bomber's alleged website talked about someone he said was a friend of his named Sophie, and that she recently got the guy that she was living with to shoot her, and he said that had a profound impact on him to the point where he wanted to carry out this attack. The Daily Mail draws a connection to a recent alleged murder of a girl named Sophie Tinney, which happened on April 20th in Washington State. Now, this is her death on the official website of Pierce County, Washington. You can see the authorities say that she was shot multiple times in what is considered a homicide. On the website, the bomber says that Sophie convinced a person that she was living with to shoot her. Then we looked at this local news article from Washington State, the News Tribune, and prosecutors recognized that as a theory as to what happened in that case. Now, Tinney's boyfriend, Lars Nelson, is currently facing a murder charge in connection to her death. We actually have part of the 911 call he made.
Okay, and what do you need help with? A deceased person.
Now, that's the voice of Nelson making that call. The FBI has yet to officially and publicly connect the two cases or say whether the bomber of the fertility clinic had direct contact with the victim in that alleged murder, Sophie Tinney. It can't be understated just how large of an explosion this was in Palm Springs, and the fact that no one other than the bomber himself was killed in some ways could be seen as miraculous. The FBI says the explosion in Palm Springs is larger than a blast that happened in Orange County, California in 2018. And these are images from that 2018 explosion. A man named Stephen Beal bombed a day spa to kill his ex-girlfriend. He also killed 2 other people. Beal.
Yes, you're 100% correct. Apparently the guy who killed 2 Israeli embassy staff is a PSL member named Elias Rodriguez. PSL?
Okay, so...
Look. Let him fight.
Pipe bombs are commonly made out of aluminumized ammonium nitrate.
Okay. Interesting.
Okay, so if you look at
you got a link for that embassy staff thing? I had not heard about that. That is very interesting. I would like to read about this.
So this is Homeland Security, right?
Mm-hmm.
So
the SS. HSS.
See, the thing is, the fertilizer, normally, it's not necessarily an easy thing to, you need to be, like, kind of connected to farming when you see that. ammonium nitrate in fuel oil. See, that's what I don't think it is as well. I don't think it's any of these common.
Something cuffed. We got a custom bomb.
But here it shows, see the package bombs, that's Unabomber.
Mm-hmm. Teddy K.
How far did it fucking move shit?
Hundreds of feet. 250 feet.
250 feet. So that's still under a common car bomb on average.
Well, what's like a van? Like the Trade Center bombing was a van? No, Oklahoma was a van.
That was...
How big was
yeah,
that?
so Oklahoma, it's over here. Oklahoma City. That was ammonium nitrate.
Payload? How big?
Oh, massive. It's like the biggest conventional bomb, I believe.
McVeigh was his name, right?
Mm-hmm.
We'll go down to the car chart. 4,000 pound. So probably about 4,000 pound.
Well, you said it. Oh, for Oklahoma, yes.
Yeah.
I mean, have you seen the picture of the aftermath of that bombing?
I believe so.
Well, pull that up.
Yeah, bring it
That's
up.
insane.
Pull that up, Jamie. Did you find that soundbite?
Was I supposed to be looking for one?
The one that we, not the best source?
Oh, no. I don't have it.
Sad.
There was an early one, I think.
Yeah, may not have brought it over. It's 3 o'clock anyway.
Hill is currently serving life in prison with another 30 years for that attack. In the Palm Springs case, this investigation isn't over. The FBI says they are still trying to piece together a timeline of where the bomber was the entire day leading up to Saturday's attack. And they have a website up as a place where people can go and submit tips if they have that information. Joining us now to break down what we know at this point is retired FBI agent Colin.
There are actual pictures in here? FBI propaganda bullshit. Like it's like took out like most of the building.
Jesus
I'm surprised
fucking
the
Christ.
building's still standing.
That's nuts. Don't make them like they used to. That's insane.
Dead baby.
Why did he do this?
He was trying to incite a race war.
Oh my god.
It also was related to Waco.
Oh my god.
So, because the FBI did the Waco
It all
shit.
comes together.
Well, yeah, that's why you always see white supremacists really caring about Waco. But yeah, he had a fucking, when he was arrested, he had a copy of the Turner Diaries in his trunk.
What is that?
I would just Google it. It's a fucking book about a race war.
Oh. Very cool.
Mm-hmm.
Very, very cool. Are you gonna keep streaming and play Helldivers? What are you doing?
Yeah, sure.
Sure. I mean, there's 7 people watching now.
Depends
So
how
you can-
laggy it is.
True. I don't know. Is that a pop top?
Hmm?
Is it a Pop-Tart?
Basically.
I tried one once. Never again.
No, these are toaster strudels. They're like Pop-Tarts that you put in the toaster. They're like a pastry instead.
Don't you put Pop-Tarts in the toaster?
Sure, but these are like pastries, though.
Oh, interesting.
Well,
It
it's
sounds like
jelly
it'd be
filled
okay.
just like a Pop-Tart.
Huh.
And you can put icing on them, but I think there's enough sugar in it already.
Fair. But yeah, I tried Pop-Tart. Not good. There's some American products very hit and miss. Most of them
No,
suck.
these are more like these are like Pillsbury pastry.
Okay.
Yeah, they do come with a lot of cum, but I don't use the cum on it. Because there's already enough sugar.
Boogers and cum. It's the special sauce. Boogers and cum. Alright, I think we're done. Is there anything
You're
else
done.
we wanted to find out? We can look more when more stuff develops over this bombing. I think we got enough of it. We can cover once we actually know what the explosive is. That'll be cool.
It's also, if it's connected to this, when did this girl get murdered? It showed the report on that one video you just had up.
Looking. Didn't have a date. So I'll just look up her name.
House is voting on the big beautiful bill right now. Yeah, it's not going to pass.
Sophie. Not Sarah. Sophie. April 20th. It just says April 20th, so I assume it means this year.
Yeah. I would assume that as well.
By general news standards, that's, I think, normal.
So, it's been literally a month. So that's the thing too, is that how much time does he have to make the explosive? I mean, he clearly rushed it and was unprepared. He couldn't even get a live stream working. Like, you didn't test that out beforehand? That you could fucking live stream or not?
Guess not. Yeah, so I guess April 20th this year. Neat. Give me a fat cat. Ooh, you big fat
Convincing someone to shoot you in the head multiple times.
It's pretty cool. Big fat cat.
It'll be an epic prank, bro.
Yeah, it's kind of like those YouTubers that were like, "Oh, shoot me with this Desert Eagle. This book will stop it."
Yeah, they didn't even test it beforehand.
Fucking idiots. And she was pregnant too. Dumb idiot. What can you do? Stupid is as stupid does. Is that how it goes? Stupid is as stupid does? I think it is.
So.
Let's go with it. Fuck it. You can use it. It's a Jack quote. Fuck it. All right, let's go. I'm done.
Amy, please. Hi. Do you want to know how to fix this?
No.
I bid you good day, sir. I bid you good day.
See you later.